bad guess, but it's bananas.
Good morning, everyone, because it's still holy shit, there's two of me. So apparently what happened is that song was so fire that it legitimately crashed my goddamn Chrome. So there you go. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ken's Crashing Couch. I'm your host, Ken 2, because I'm on the right. I don't know. Let me see if I could differentiate which one of these is who. So let's make this one a blackface. There we go. Okay. I made it blackface and it fixed everything. So we go. Yeah, that song was pretty fire. That was a pretty fire song. It's about as fire as the nuclear bomb that's in the stream in the stream thumbnail. So, welcome everyone. I'm glad that you're joining us after yesterday's fucking marathon level of stream. That was like 9-ish hours. Yes, the stream is not currently listed on YouTube because I have to go in and censor a couple things out that should not have been on the stream. I will be trying to take care of that later today. And once I'm done with that, I will make sure they get put right back up where it belongs. Until then, y'all got to live with it. In the meantime, today our goal is to go over some very controversial videos because we talked about differences in a few different things yesterday. We talked about trans kids again yesterday unintentionally. We talked about pedophilic disorder yesterday. And whenever I was talking with Twisted Puppet, we were talking about the idea of pedophilia being a sexual orientation. Now, there is a lot of controversy on this idea. I'll be the first to admit I don't know the right answer. I could be completely wrong. So what happened was about 2 or 3 years ago, there was a German TEDx talk. So if you're not familiar with TEDx, TEDx is basically the independently held events for TED Talks, basically. Like people decide to host them in their local areas. And so they host these talks in their areas. And then as long as, I think they have to like send it to TED or something for like semi approval. I don't remember how it works, but they're not truly affiliated with TED for like TED Talks. But what happened was this med student who had a background in psychology gave about a 15-minute talk, not even 15-minute, like 14-minute talk on uh, people who have attractions to children. And she wasn't just, in my opinion, like, for example, we'll watch it too. We're going to watch that. We're going to watch another one. So the first one is the one that got a lot of fucking backlash on social media. Articles were written about it. I think the chick, like the official TEDx for that, for Germany, for that thing, they actually pulled down the video because of the outrage, because people were stating that the video was promoting, they said that the video was promoting normalizing pedophilia. It was pretty commonly seen on social media. People were saying that, even though I feel like that's a big misconstruction of what was actually said. But we'll review that. We'll review a second video on the topic as well by someone who has works with the police, but still kind of supports the same. Like she works in law enforcement, works with criminals, or works to help catch criminals who do child sexual offenses and stuff like that. But yet it's still kind of giving you the same message, right? So I'm gonna have that up. We're gonna do those. I have a third video on. There's a third video related to that topic. That's how this person assesses sex offenders, which I have not seen. So I think we might give it a shot just to try it out because it sounds kind of interesting. And then I think what we can do from there is I have a video I found on men in divorce and how it relates to fatherhood, hosted by a female lawyer who runs her own firm, who's helped hundreds of fathers in divorce cases and custody cases. Oh shit, notifications worked. Great. So my Chrome browser had to crash for notifications to work. We'll just assume they're linked. So just like yesterday, I'm going to spread my stream wide open and part the legs of the invite. If you'd like to come on stream today, there's your invite link to get on the backstage. Come backstage, come get on my couch, come sit down and enjoy the time with me before I bring you out front. And then I'll bring you up front if you'd like. Laust, you still have the invite. It's still standing if you'd like to come on while we watch these videos. I look forward to your discussions on this. I really want to hear how much, I don't want to say it like demeaning, but I want to see how much of a fit you throw watching this because I know it's going to upset you. That's why I asked you to come on. We also might have another person come on later to discuss their personal experience with autism. That's up to them if they choose to do so. So we'll bring them on later if they'd like to come on. I have broken out my pen tablet, my big one. I pulled the big one out of the closet because now I found an old LCD monitor or some shit, and I got it working. So I can now do my pen stuff the proper way, unlike yesterday's clusterfuck. So hopefully I know how to use this shit properly. So let me, this is the best casting couch around. So Laust, check out the link, jump into the stream. I got you the invite. I wish random people would stop fucking sending me weird messages on fucking Discord. I joined literally one. Hold on 1 second. I got to type a message. So I've invited a few people to join us today. No guarantees. Also, standing invite for any former guests. So that's Keck, that's Twisted, that's the furry looking beer can. I don't remember the name off the top of my head. I'm tired. I slept like 3 hours. My wife has been dealing with a lot of pain recently, so I've been having to help her with take care of her a little bit, and so it's pretty shitty. Yeah, well, it's not that Discord's gay, it's that you're not straight enough to use Discord, is my understanding. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm probably right. I mean, let's be honest. Am I ever wrong? Really? Like, is Ken ever really wrong? That's what I thought. So, you know, I kind of genuinely get the benefit of the doubt out of nowhere. So, let's get this first video pulled up. Your message was weird, huh? It makes sense. Yes, it was. It wasn't so much your message, it was more of the beer can. That was like the beer can profile picture. So you were not hetero. Step away from that statement, sir. You were speeding too fast. All right, so Laust, get your ass in here. I'm going to send you a direct link just in case you're too boomer to figure it out. So there you go. Invite link is now in your DMs. Those pics you were asking for are also in your DMs now too. Or whatever. I can't tell. It's a tiny ass picture. It looks weird. I'm exhausted. I haven't fucking slept. I've been trying to dick around with my car all goddamn night, all goddamn morning to try and fix this stupid fucking AC. One tiny asshole in the high pressure side of my goddamn air conditioner on my car. I've put like a fucking pound of JB Weld over this goddamn hole, and I still can't get it to hold 30 pounds of pressure per square inch in the goddamn thing so my wife can drive to her goddamn job without burning to death in her car in the fucking heat where I live. Sorry, I was a little off topic there. Anyway, I don't have any people in my green room now, so if you'd like to come on, click on that link. Click on the link. So, since you guys are doing that, let me go ahead and get this video pulled up and staged. Get through any stupid fucking ads that you know are going to be there, because they always put ads in there. No, I don't want to try YouTube TV. Go away. Okay. Here we go. So I think I've got it about ready. Let me share the screen here, making sure I actually share audio. Oh my God, we have a very, very special guest today. I sent him a message in the early morning hours, and he has decided to join us today for this very spicy stream. Welcome, Dollhouse Phil. Good morning, Dollhouse Phil. Afternoon now, technically, and it's afternoon there. How you doing?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
Good. So you probably joined a stream you're going to regret. So
I have no idea what to expect.
So I kind of summed up a couple minutes ago, but we're going to go over a couple videos because yesterday I did almost 9 hours of streaming unintentionally. Don't ask how that happens. It's a very complex, disastrous cycle. Don't ever get into that. There were drugs involved, but not those kind. My amphetamines came in the mail because I've been out of them for a week, so that may have something to do with it. But we're going to go over a couple videos on discussing pedophilia. Specifically that one a couple years ago that people threw a fit over because they were like, oh, they're talking about normalizing pedophilia at a TEDx conference, and that's not what actually happened, in my opinion. So I think it'll be an interesting video to go over, and also to get your insight too, because me and you have kind of similar alignments on this. I'm waiting for Laust to get in the damn stream. I've sent him a link, so hopefully he'll turn up here, and I was wanting a voice of opposition to join us too, or at least to just to join, because I don't always like to have people just agree with me. I do like trying to be proven wrong, even though I'm always right. You know how it works. So
yeah.
Let me get the video pulled up and we'll get this going, and then hopefully Lost will pop in at some point. I'm pretty sure I did this right to make sure that the audio comes through and I'm not boomering it. So here we go. So I'm going to add the video. The first one's about 13 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and hit play. and I will try to make minimal commentary if possible.
Let me tell you about Jonas. Jonas is 19 years old. He studies law in Munich. In his spare time, he likes to play soccer. Jonas has a secret which he thinks he cannot share with anyone, not even with his best friend or with his parents. He's just too afraid of anger, rejection, and repulsion. Jonas knows that he has to suppress his sexual drive for his entire life. And he also knows that there will never be a loving and fulfilling partnership that he can enter. Because Jonas is a pedophile.
Kind of sounds demeaning just to
He's only
say.
attracted to female children between the ages of 6 and 12 years. But since he's aware of the consequences for the children, he has never given in to his sexual drive. What is pedophilia? And what is it not? In the ICD-10, the International Classification System for Illnesses, pedophilia is coded as the sexual preference for pre-adolescent children. It is listed under the sexual disorders. Whether the persistent occurrence of sexual thoughts and feelings for pre-adolescent children have been acted upon or not is not relevant to the diagnosis. Like every other sexual orientation, pedophilia can have different characteristics. For example, it can be heterosexual, it can be homosexual, bisexual. Some pedophiles are exclusively attracted to children. Others are not exclusively attracted to children, but they're also sexually interested in adults. But their main sexual interest lies within children. Only if this main sexual interest is given, we talk about pedophilia. The vast majority of all pedophiles are men, about 99%.
That's a
Within
pretty
the male
accurate statistic-ish.
1 to 2% are considered to be pedophiles. This translates to about 60 million people worldwide. This is as much as the population of Italy or of South Africa.
So I'll pause on that. The reason that's an important thing to think about when you talk about this in general is we have a topic where you have a lot of people who have issue with this whole idea. And when you break it down to the idea of, we'll kill them, we'll put them against the wall, and specifically she narrows in on more non-offending than offending pedophiles, right? So you have a group of people that have done nothing wrong, technically, that's done nothing illegal at this point, and they are kind of being socially isolated, and you have 60 million worldwide based on statistics, right? There's, in a room of 100 people, there's a couple people probably, whether or not they've offended or not, that's up in the air too, right? But if you have such a large number of people, do you really want to try and get to the top of the arcade machine there with the high score list? I know Mao was trying to do it. Hitler didn't do that well on it. So you need to actually do something realistic about this stuff. That's why I address this really shitty topic, in effect, right? It's not necessarily fun. It's not necessarily interesting in a way that, oh, look, it's this great topic. We can help a bunch of people do it. Well, no, but this thing has long-lasting impacts on a lot of people. It can be a comorbid issue that, it can exist based on other things. And I don't like the idea of it being left unattended and untouched, right? You want to address it. You want to address it properly. That's like with the discussions Phil and I have had on the use of dolls as a therapeutic method to help reduce offenses would be potentially a way to help with that, but there's a lot of political backlash on that. So also Twisted, nice to see you. Standing invite, so I'll post it again. Jump on in. Oh, that is the wrong thing. That's the video link. God damn it. Let me get you the actual invite to the chat here, because we were having this discussion yesterday. This lady was one of the people that caught flack a couple years ago about trying to quote unquote normalize pedophilia. And damn it, you're killing me. Well, you don't need to work or make money. I'm more important. There's no narcissism there.
Therefore, pedophilia is not an irrelevant phenomenon we can't simply ignore. Chances every one of you knows at least one pedophile are higher than that you don't know anyone. We haven't found out yet why pedophilia occurs. There are biological, social, and psychological factors to it. It occurs unrelated to social economical status and unrelated to educational level. So generally speaking, anyone could be born a pedophile. It is crucial to understand the difference between pedophilia and child sexual abuse, which is illegal and must always be. Pedophilia is only the sexual preference for pre-adolescent children. The difference between child sexual abuse and pedophilia becomes very obvious when we
All right, we got our first person who's throwing up a red flag here. So what do you take issue with, Nerd Tremble? So what part of that is such bullshit? Is her defining the difference between child sexual abuse and pedophilia, or something else? Because that's the whole purpose of this stream. No, they are completely different things. I can prove that to you right now. In fact, I was preparing for that because I was going to bring it up after the first video. And I'm also going to preface now because I've talked about this on multiple streams. I've talked about this with Phil before on Drexel's stream. You're going to hear probably things I've said come out of her mouth because, one, I found them independently before I saw her stuff, or two, I heard her make statements about it and I looked up the research myself, or I looked up research that came with similar results. So let me get here we go, pedophilic disorder. So real quick, I'll sidetrack onto this. So let me drag my window over here. So this is pedophilic disorder, right? So for diagnosing pedophilic disorder, we want, God damn it, hold on. Get a better color. We'll use orange for right now, right? So for pedophilic disorder, this part here, criterion B, is the part that matters, right? So, and the key word here is going to be or, right? So for criterion B on this, the individual has acted on these sexual urges, or, I'll zoom in a bit, or the sexual urges or fantasies cause marked distress or interpersonal difficulty, right? So you can meet the definition for this without ever actually being an offender. And that's actually important, right? And ARC5, I agree that you will get blowback from the layman on this topic. And one of the reasons I try to address this topic in the way I do is because you do need to differentiate between that, right? It's very important to do so because we want to be able to say, hey, you have these different things going on here. Just because someone's a pedophile doesn't mean they're offended. When you lump them together, that's when you can start fudging statistics and you can start, putting numbers up or down. So there actually is an importance to this. Leave my PDF highlighting out of this. I actually have my second monitor set up so I can use my PP Ink app again, which I will probably use later, but I'm in Adobe, so it's easier right now to just use it. You missed a Baby Shark rap earlier. That was part of the intro today, was the Baby Shark rap song. So you can rewatch that later if you'd like. But there is a difference, and I mentioned it on purpose. And she specifies it on purpose too, because it does matter. I know it seems like, you're arguing little intricacies of the thing, of the topic, but it does have a purpose at the end of the day. Because if I'm trying to, for example, say as a provider, right? I'm trying to offer help. I'm trying to say push forward a treatment method or plan that benefits, this, person or this group of people. And, like we're trying to get help for people with pedophilic disorder. Oh, why would you want to help people who abuse children? Oh, no, we don't need to support that. No, that's not the goal. For example, with Phil and I, and Phil, you can jump in at any point. You're free to talk at any point. This is a communist stream. So it's our stream, not my stream. So you can talk at any time if you'd like. If you're in the middle of something, I get it too. But with Phil and I, when we've talked about it, about using like dolls to help treat it, a lot of the focus you would try to aim for pre-offense if possible, right? You have someone who's got these urges, you don't want them to offend. You don't want them to cause that cycle of abuse. You don't want them to hurt someone else. You don't want them to molest someone. So getting an intervention in there beforehand, the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure shit. It kind of does work, right? If you could give them methods to deal with urges and fantasies and shit and give them outlets, because you can't bottle shit up. Ask anyone who's tried to not jerk off for a year how well that goes for them, right? Or how well they try to not do something for a long time. When you try to bottle up energy or emotions or feelings, it doesn't work out. You will need to have an outlet for it. That's why I believe the dolls is a good way potentially for an outlet. I think that, with pending further research, there are other effective therapy methods and ways to help deal with coping in the moment. If you get an urge, if you're out, that can be helpful for people. There are tried and true techniques that have shown this. So the differentiation is important. I know it seems stupid to fight over the words, but you'll see
Look
kind
at
of as we
scientific
go a bit
studies.
further here too.
Think about it for yourself. What do you think? What percentage of child molesters are pedophiles? Have a guess. Is it 20%, 40, 60, maybe even 80%? In fact, scientific studies indicate that only 20 to 30% of all child molesters are pedophiles.
That's actually pretty accurate
The vast majority
too.
of perpetrators are not pedophiles, but they're sexually interested in adults. Children can easily become victims of child sexual abuse because of their loyalty and because of ease of access.
Yeah,
For
that's
example,
unfortunately also
a
true.
stepfather might abuse a stepdaughter because he feels anger or jealousy towards her mother. Not every pedophile abuses children, and not everyone who abuses children is a pedophile. Differentiating between these two groups is essential. Let me be very clear here. Abusing children is wrong without any doubt. But a pedophile who doesn't abuse children has done nothing wrong. I want to quickly summarize where we are at the moment.
So Nick Naylor asked, so why did the other ones do it? Affirmative nods correct on this one. Power issues, coping issues. One of the examples she used, which I've used before, and another child in the household maybe is not happy that another person in the household is getting more attention, so they take it out sexually, is a power and control method. You have to remember, like, rape isn't about sex necessarily. It's about the power and control. Because if it was just about sex, you could go to a prostitute, right? It's about having that level of control over another person and them having no say in it, right? Them fighting back and not being able to win. Like there's all that, right? So that's where that comes in. The actual number of people who do have the sexual attraction is low. And it's interesting in a way, right? Also, we have a third guest to add to the stream, or second guest, third person. Producer Tim. So this is Laust from the Midtown podcast. Welcome to the stream. How pissed off are you already?
I got in pretty late.
And gay? Yeah.
Because I'm streaming my mother's house right now. I had to travel back to Ontario for a death family.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope everyone's managing that well. And if you need anything, hit me up too.
No, they're not. I have a family Ken, that would keep you employed for decades.
That's good.
We're a classic Dr. Phil family.
To the ranch.
I guess.
Sorry, I was taking my meds real quick. Yeah, it's hard to talk with your mouth full. Where's the echo coming from?
You would know.
That's weird.
I think it's coming from me.
Okay, how about now? Is it doing it now?
No.
I clicked the button.
Okay, no, it's not.
Is it echoing now because I unclicked the button?
It's not echoing, but I can hear myself, which is really disconcerting.
Your headphones must be really loud or something. Unless, I don't know, my mic is not that sensitive, or my head, because I've got headphones on. Like, I should not be picking hashtag me too. All right,
let me turn you down a little bit. All right, well, that seems to
you turn
help.
me on and up. So, I
don't know why I'm here on video. I'm the only person here with video.
Yeah, you could disable video. It's up to you.
Yeah, sure. Why the hell not?
So I haven't pulled up my VTuber avatar yet, so I kind of jumped straight into it. I was running late getting here, so I was wanting to start like 45 minutes ago, or 45 minutes before I started. I was wanting to start 11. I didn't start till 11:45. So
you're horrible.
All right. I know. So
I am in the same time zone as you now.
Hey, look at that. The superior time zone. Let's kick back up the video. I don't know how much of this you've seen before, how much you've watched so far.
I'm sure I can guess what she's saying.
Okay. I have a VTuber avatar I've been playing with to replace just the StreamYard audio avatar. Oh, god damn it. It's gotta be, I think I know what it is. Give me 1 second while I fix this fucking bitch.
A real professional program rerun here.
Hey, you have no room to talk.
What are you talking about, man? The Midtown podcast has the utmost quality of production.
I will mute you.
It has nothing to do with me.
I will mute you so fast. Let's try this instead. So we're at what? God, helps if I don't hit the fucking fast forward button. Holy shit. I feel retarded right now. Not that I actually am.
How long have you been feeling this?
Liz, I already have to argue with my wife about the potential that I'm autistic. Stay out of it. Because she thinks I'm autistic, and I disagree with her on this. And
it's okay. I think one of my family members is bipolar.
Is this that talk we were having last night?
Yeah, that's that same person. She yeah, well, no doxing or anything, but apparently this is the same person who threatened to kill herself unless her ex-boyfriend took her back, and the father of her kids. Damn. Also, this is the same person who essentially is okay with just giving up the children. Like, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I hate that.
She has no maternal instinct with her kids.
Listen, we all know, you know the statistics. Kids that come from single mother households do the best. You do not need a dad. You do not need a dad in this household. So I know I'm purposely triggering you. I'm sorry. I'm doing it for your own good. I don't know what happened to Phil.
That's what you said.
Went straight to mute.
That's what you said last time, and then suddenly this a spray can ended up in my ass.
Yeah, there was more. I guess you missed the other things.
I passed out from the trauma.
That was not traumatic. I'll show you traumatic. That was not fucking traumatic. All right, so let me full screen this and make sure nothing. Let me disable bookmarks bar for today. Leave me alone with all the fucking Chrome plugins and shit I have, if you can even see them. All right,
Welcome to Boomer Time with
all right,
Ken.
leave me alone. It's okay. So I'm gonna try this again. I brought it back about 5 seconds before we left off. This should not echo.
Oh, by the way, she's making the same argument that a professor at the University of Calgary is making. So his name is Tom Flanagan, and he gave a lecture. He almost got basically run out of a job because of this. But he was giving his opinion on free speech, and he said that I don't believe you should go to jail for an image that you choose to look at that you have not obtained in any illicit way.
So define his obtainment of the
like
image.
Abusing the child to obtain the image.
Really?
Look him up. So he actually used to work for a former prime minister in Canada, and when that scandal came out, when that video came out, he was forced to resign from that office. But he's like a huge free speech absolutionist.
So I could maybe see where he's coming from with that. So here's what I'll do: is I'll make, because until I get a chance to read that. And so what I'll do is, because of the way that this lady, I think it's Merjam, how the fuck you pronounce? I don't know German. The only German I know has the word Führer in it.
The only German, huh?
The only German, because we got rid of all the other ones that weren't. So yeah, and we got a channel strike because someone posted a fucking Hitler downfall video on their fucking channel too. I don't know who the fuck that was. Wasn't me.
Wasn't us.
It wasn't me. But she got misrepresented, I think, pretty badly, because she states that, like, near the end of this video, that, you know, we should try to help normalize the ability for pedophiles to get help, right? And that gets twisted in such a fucking horrible way that it's like she wants to normalize pedophilia. Like, I did not hear that at all. It was the right that twisted it. It was the right that twisted it, though.
Of course, because the right is on a moral crusade against all forms of pornography.
Well, this was only a couple years ago, so it wasn't. Well, that, and I do like following Matt Walsh's shit on Twitter about porn sometimes. It's fucking hilarious.
So
that's a whole stream in itself.
The hatred against pedophilia is what I call right-wing virtue signaling. Because if you are a conservative or a Republican, you have to automatically respond with, well, line them up on the wall and shoot them. Because if you don't, somehow you're supporting it.
Yeah, that is a problem. It's if you ignore the problem, it doesn't go away. That's the issue.
And we can't have an honest conversation because of that.
And I hate that. Whether it's porn, whether it's this topic, and as much as, you know, I don't want to make a stream about this, right?
And you can separate the abuser from the material, the abuse material. Because the abuser should be the one who's lined up on the wall. But then what do you do with the material?
Remember what I told you on Drexel stream? And this is why I take a very strong distaste to the idea of just lining up anyone who hurts a kid sexually on the wall. Yeah, I know. I let Phil out of the kennel today. My wife is out of the house, so I had to let someone take care of the kennel. Phil's been taking very good care of it. You missed it, Phil, on Saturday. I was on Knuckleheads, and another guest dog barked, and I was like yelling at my wife like she was a dog to get back in her kennel. So that's the backstory on that, and I almost killed someone from laughter. But that's the backstory on that. It was fucking great. I was trying not to die myself.
We should do shameless cross plug here because Ken, we've actually had this we had an honest conversation before on this topic.
Yeah, we have, and I'm still looking to do, because I was talking last night with Twisted Puppet when Twisted was on the stream with me about doing research on the sex dolls thing. As much like I would love to do it, like I would love to do it. I just don't want to. I have to tread the water so carefully if I'm going to do this. So, like I was mentioning, I think I'm going to start setting aside time every week to kind of start, like literally start putting shit together, like start writing proposal stuff and
because I was going to say, essentially what you need to do is put the idea on paper because it's no good in your head. So even if you don't ever intend on turning it over to a research board or anything, if it's kind of like the process of writing a book, right? Once you put it on paper and read it back to yourself, it's going to look different than just being in your head.
Yeah, and I know it's a good proposition for for research. I know it's a good topic. I know it has the potential. It's being able to get it through an IRB is the biggest hurdle. It's because I'm going to have so much pushback.
Well, actually, I think the biggest hurdle is going to be funding. Like, who the hell's going to want to put their name and money behind this, right?
Dollhouse Phil.
Oh, yeah, Phil's just swimming in cash over there. I know every time we bring him on the stream, he has to, like, shovel all the gold coins out into the hallway.
I use bronze coins, you plebs. So
I use crypto. Get on my level.
Yeah, how's your Ripple doing?
My Dogecoin tanked.
When did you buy it?
I lost $1 million in Dogecoin.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
I'm kidding. I wish I had $1 million that I could lose. Just to say that I did.
So when you say get canceled like all hell, do you mean if I were to do the research, affirmative nod, or are you saying that this stream should get canceled like all hell? Because if so, I don't know what I did wrong in like the last 2 minutes. And I'd like to figure that out.
Yeah, $1 million Canadian is like $1.25 US, so.
Let's see here. Yeah.
All right,
so
well,
let's pick up this
here.
video. You're ready to go?
Yep.
I think Phil's ready to go. If anyone needs to step out at any time, just let me know. Chat, let me know if there's any echo. I removed it from listening to audio from my window to specifically the Chrome tab, so that should remove any echo.
So I'm no longer hearing myself, which is great.
Wrong.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't do the auto, like the instant feedback on my headphones shit. I hate that.
Summarize where we are at the moment. According to current research, pedophilia is an unchangeable sexual orientation, just like, for example, heterosexuality. No one chooses to be a pedophile. No one can cease being one. The difference between pedophilia and other sexual orientations is that living out this sexual orientation will end in a disaster. So let's think about Jonas.
Do you guys agree with that or no?
Hang on. Yeah. Can we pause it for a second?
Yeah, if you want to pause, just say pause and I'll stop it.
Yeah. So she brings up a good point, Ken. There's only two ways this ends. Either you're celibate for your entire lifetime or that you commit a crime. There really isn't much in the middle.
So that's where I think, and I actually screenshotted from, I don't even remember where I found it recently, but it was like in the last day I found it online when I was looking up this topic, just like finding forum posts and shit about people talking about it, was someone talking about the whole sex doll, the child sex dolls thing. And they were like, the sex dolls will only encourage them. I'm like, and they also said something along the lines of, we don't need to have them have any outlets for their sexual urges. I'm like, are you fucking stupid? I just made the joke, I think, right before you popped on. Try not masturbating for a year and see how well that goes trying to suppress an urge.
Yeah, do that retention that they were talking about on the Dick Show. What is it? No Fap November? Or no Nut November? Yeah, try it. Let's see how many people honestly get through that without having, and try not to pick up any other habit either. Because I guarantee you, if you try to no fap for 1 month, you'll either, if you're a smoker, you'll smoke a lot more. Or if you're like me and tend to get wasted on extreme, you'll probably start drinking a lot more.
Yeah, there's no alcoholism there.
Like,
so we have a
Ken,
good
when
chat
is the last
here.
time celibacy has ever worked as a policy?
Never.
Ever. Not once.
So Stormcrow says, I tend to disagree with her recent statement of it not being a choice because all my anecdotes indicate that homosexuality comes from abuse as a child. Single moms are lost in porn. I would definitely disagree with you on that. I know that's anecdotal evidence, but if you have something to back it up, please share it. If you want to come argue it, you can come on as well. The links in the chat.
There is something to be said about when the child is most malleable. When it comes to their sexual behavior, they can be influenced by what they consume. This is how a lot of Ken, are you aware of the research into fetishes? Here, let me try and find a link for you.
I don't want to see those pictures right now. You said you'd share those afterwards.
Okay. But
No,
so like we got the one guy in the Discord who does the goblin amputee, right? Stuff.
What you can do is you can make yourself attracted to things. Like say your partner has a fetish. Like I've done this with my own thing. Like my wife's into things I'm not into, and is a try to meet in the middle somewhere. Like okay, I'll try it.
Okay, but the difference
there's
between
ways you can make yourself get turned on by it. You can prime yourself to it.
Now you're forcing, right? And part of what drives you to that force is that you want to satisfy your partner, which itself is a strong biological urge, right?
True.
A lot of men struggle with the idea that they're not satisfying or performing properly for their wife. And that can be a very deep psychological impact on them. Well, the reason I bring up fetishes is because people are more willing to talk a little more openly about fetishes now than say 20 years ago. Right?
That is true. I think you have a lot of, one, you also had, the gay rights movement and LGBT movements and the transgender movements in the last 30 years. I think has helped give you the opportunity to talk more about it.
Now, a fetish is different than a kink, right? I'm not sure like the actual scientific terminology behind those two words, but
those are usually interchangeable. It's like
the common parlance is interchangeable, but the way you would distinguish a fetish from a kink is that a kink is something that you're curious to try. A fetish is something you require to achieve sexual gratification.
Well, it's like Robin Williams' definition of kinky versus perverted. Kinky is using a feather, perverted is using the whole chicken.
Ugh, gross.
No,
that's a hell of a good.
It's fun.
That's a good analogy, though, or a good definition.
Right. So
that guy was brilliant.
I miss
the world is worse off without him.
I cried when he killed himself. I was really sad. Jose brings up a good point. He says, I don't think it'll get anywhere. Pedophilia is a super stingy topic, and people advocating for different methods sadly tend to be pedos a lot of the time. So I'm gonna make a really
the loudest about it.
I'm gonna make a really interesting argument here, right? Run with me with this for a moment, and I want you to push back as hard as you can. Okay?
How hard do you want it?
Really hard. So, give it to me, baby. So, God damn it, Twisted. So, I want you to think about what I'm about to say, and I want you to critically analyze it and think about it rationally, but also push back. So, if you have people who are pushing for changes, and some of them do turn out to be pedophiles, is that necessarily a bad thing?
And you know what? It depends on where the push for change comes from, because certain people can say, I know this about myself and I don't want to be this way, so I'm going to try and push for change. But then there's that other angle, the people who push for normalizing, and then it comes out that they've been grooming kids for quite a while. This happened with the Lincoln Project. The guy who got busted with the Lincoln Project is apparently advocated for loosening some of these age of consent laws. I read that in a right-wing forum, so I don't know if that's actually true. It could just be, in the age of disinformation.
So
it was from the other angle, though. It's from the other side.
Different than people who push to normalize. So that's a normalization versus treatment. So if you have pedophiles coming out, people say, let's say 80% of the people arguing for different ways to deal with it are pedophiles. So you could say, for the sake of the argument, I'm one of those. That's probably going to get clipped as shit and back. I don't care.
Sure.
I'm fucked anyway if I ever get doxxed. Which is why my stream from yesterday's down, is I censor shit out of it because my first name got doxxed by accident.
Isn't it
Which
Ken?
is whatever. Yeah.
It is. So
It's
you're
Ken.
totally Ken Jennings. You've always been Ken Jennings. I don't know why.
Surprise! I'm actually Jen Kennings. It's my alter ego. But
It's ma'am.
is it necessarily a bad thing if there are pedophiles out there pushing for change to get access to better treatment and better care for this situation, instead of social isolation and fear of being able to go to a therapist because of what's going to happen, or fear of being able to say to their best friend or to their family member, I'm struggling with this, I want help. Instead of them being treated like absolute shit, they actually get kind of a neutral or kind of, hey, I'm sorry you're going through it. Let me help you. That's the kind of, I think you would want that, wouldn't you?
See, and I'm going to push back on this because it's the want for that is a selfish desire to be able to keep your old life and still try to work through your issues. It's wanting your cake and having it's wanting your cake and wanting to eat it too. They want to be able to continue working at their high profile job. They want to continue being around children. But
well, so here's the goal, right? Your goal would be, and here I'm thinking again, coming from the therapeutic side of it for a moment, right? Is if I'm treating someone who's dealing with sexual urges with children, right? And the goal is to help prevent them from offending, or if they've offended before, to help prevent them from offending again. One thing you might do is say, you want to minimize your interaction with children. Say you have a different treatment method, like say the dolls. Say the dolls is a very effective treatment method for sake of argument. And that if you didn't have the doll, your likelihood of reoffending over 5 years was like 3%. But with a doll, it's like a quarter of 1%. So that means you've dropped it by a factor of 6. And so your likelihood of offending just being around children is like nil, effectively. So that allows you to resume normal social activity because you don't have to worry about offending against a family member, a friend, or a random kid. If you have those urges, you have a way to deal with it in the moment. You can go home and take care of those urges at home.
The quarter of a percent is still too high for most people. Like most, especially if you ask them, okay, would you do activity X with your kids if I could guarantee a 0.25% likelihood of them getting molested?
Well, you want to know what? More than that are currently getting molested.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
does she have?
It's a false argument.
Does she talk about the worldwide percentage of occurrence?
She mentioned, I think before you jumped on, that of the people of like child sexual abuse, only like 25% or so are people who actually have sexual attractions to children. So who would meet like pedophilic disorder definition. The rest don't. The rest don't. And that's actually, a lot of people miss that. So
yeah. Oh yeah. Cause I hopped in, you were talking about power and whatnot.
Yes. So,
or revenge, against a third party, right? That's common. That's more common in relationships that, ex-boyfriends and then new stepfathers, right? So that they will abuse the kids as a way to get back at the mother.
Yeah. And that there's a bunch of different things, and it's just like rape is not about sex always. It's usually about power and control. So Josh,
now there is rape fetishes out there. Like there are people who legitimately get off to the idea of raping someone.
There's totally not a place called reddit.com/r/rape kink. I don't know how I know that or if that even exists, right? Jose brings up a good
Ken's
point
actually
here.
the moderator there.
No, I moderate super rape kink. Jose says, I do believe there should be methods for help and at least attempts, but while it sounds nice, most of the time we try it and movements rise, it usually ends in disaster because we still not credibly been able to reverse the sexuality to my knowledge, and being able to in the first place would open the floodgates to many things. Your goal here isn't to reverse the sexuality, right? Let's on the face of argument. Which is what she's saying
on the presentation.
Yes. She's saying that is a sexual orientation, and I would lean very heavily that direction, right? I would say very heavily
my statement
it's likely the case.
My statement that this ends in one of two ways, either celibacy or a crime is committed. Right?
That's not a
And
bad thing
we
for that to be
know
either
that
or.
celibacy is extremely unreasonable to expect of someone.
It's extremely unreasonable when you don't have a way to deal with it, right?
Exactly.
So if I tell you to stop fucking for the next couple years, right? Just as a number, right? So for the next 2 years, you just don't fuck. And I don't give
but
you
Ken,
any
you're the
other
one who will
resources.
suffer the most if you told me that.
I know. It's the worst. But
Well,
if
this
I
is
tell
why
you,
dolls would be a good outlet.
see, Phil's plugging
wait
the
a
hyphen doll
second.
hyphen house.com. This stream is sponsored
Phil,
by the dollhouse.
have you
But
heard of priests using dolls?
I
Because
have
they have to
not.
be celibate their entire life, right?
It would make
They're
sense.
supposed to be.
Have you ever heard of maybe a priest trying it, or maybe a more progressive thinking religious order?
It would be very difficult for them to actually obtain one, because then they're probably going to want like a little boy doll, aren't they? Which would be really hard to get. But to be honest, like in the flavor of what we're talking about, then perhaps there should be these outlets. Because if you do have an unnatural urge, then at least we're giving it some outlets, somewhere to scratch the itch, as it were. And
does celibacy cover masturbation? I think it does. I'm pretty sure. Does anyone know? I'm pretty sure.
No,
priests
I
have
can't.
to. Priests can't.
I don't think it can. Yeah, my NSA is gonna love my search history today. Can priests masturbate? Don't ask. Is it possible? Catholic priests are.
Well, masturbation has always been viewed as a sin, right?
Pretty much. You can get into a bit of a Catholic
fucked right now.
Into an argument on this one, because technically, if you obey all the 10 commandments, you can get into the kingdom of heaven, according to the Catholic Church. But fapping is not one of the 10 commandments, so it's
but it is like one of the Pope's directives, I think.
Oh yeah, but like I mean, it depends.
Right hand.
Are you worshiping the Pope, or are you worshiping God? That's the way you've got to look at that.
Under Catholic doctrine, it's not allowed. So Ken, not only are we asking people with this disorder to never have a proper outlet for their entire life, but not even to consume images in order to masturbate, to provide. So
you're wrong.
The pent up.
You're wrong, though, in a way, right? In the United States, things like drawn pornography or written pornography of underage people is legal in the United States, as long as it's not ultra realistic. So, like,
and
things
identifiable.
Like,
you can't name the drawing either.
Yeah, you can. People do it very frequently. You just can't name it in such a way that it can be connected with a person, like a specific person. Like I couldn't make a drawing that looks like my niece and name it after my niece or something if I had a niece.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because I when we did our debate, at the time I was unsure of the status, but I did look it up afterwards, and yes, damn it, I forgot. I wish I was a lawyer, because then I could do case citations properly, but it did go up to the Supreme Court, and one of the guidelines they laid out when they instructed lower courts of what test to use, one of the things they said is, could the person reasonably believe that the drawing was intended to depict them? So, and thereby you have created a victim, right? Because the whole argument about the drawing is that there's no victim.
There is no victim.
Yes, that's the whole argument around the whole drawing thing. That's why the court allowed it.
Okay. Well, everyone is drifting into like the area of thought crime, though. Here, there's a lot of people that can't make the distinction between the actual crime of, say, like child sexual assault, and the tendency of their sexual urges of the pedophile. And when people can't distinguish between the two, then you conflate them, and you'll just think of the urge itself is to be the crime, and this is how a lot of people will think of pedophilia. And this is where I see this law in the US kind of going, where there's no victim or anything like that, but it's just the very thought if this then becomes a crime in itself, and it takes us into a dark place.
Yeah, thought crimes is like thinking racist thoughts is going to be a crime in the next 2 decades. I guarantee you.
Well, that's like what happened to P.A. Ludi about his homemade 9mm machine gun that was made in the UK. He made it from shit he got at the hardware store. And he made a book about it, and then they came after him and went after him because even though he didn't wasn't doing anything like malicious necessarily, they still fucking threw the book at him. And there was literally a book.
Well, the UK is cucked anyways, so we'll just
most countries you can't have things like Loli or Shota. United States, I know other countries don't even allow you to have sex stories or erotica. Like the actual written sex story, that to me is dangerous. Like you may not like it, but the fact that someone can't write down like a fantasy and put it to words and share it online or publish it, that is like book burning levels of shit scary.
Yeah. So anyways, getting back to the original sort of statement that kind of set all this off. We know that celibacy is almost impossible to expect of someone for their entire life. So then my assertion that this ends in one of two ways, celibacy or a crime. If you take celibacy out of the equation, this will always end in a crime being committed.
I think you're wrong. Because you're looking at it out in a vacuum. You're looking at it as though you're forcing someone into celibacy without a support structure in place. The whole goal of increasing, like the whole purpose of like access to dolls, getting the ability to go to a therapist without fear of being reported because you might have kids in your household, or you might live near kids. Like that should not be enough of a reason for you to have CPS called on you. If you have the support structures in place, well, yes, but also right now it's, if I go to a therapist, say you're someone who has those urges, you go to a therapist, it is a roll of the dice. If you have like, say you're a parent and you have the urges, but you would never do it to your own children. You may have thought about people that aren't, you may have thought about children that aren't your own, but you would never do it to your own. But you still have those urges and you don't want to have them. You're trying to get help for them. Some therapists have called CPS about it, and it has ruined people's lives.
Yeah, because I can't take your word on that. I can't take your word that you're never going to hurt them.
I
don't know how desperate you get.
There's no crime. There's no crime yet. You're throwing someone into the system for no reason.
Because I'm not going to wait until a child gets raped to deal with the problem.
The thing is you can't. That's the thing, is you legally can't. There's no harm or danger. It's not like I'm letting my kid walk on the edge of a cliff every day and there's real risk they could fall off. And if that person has never acted out before, there's no history of sex offense, there's no history of abuse to anyone, that person is trying to get their urges under control, that should not be reportable.
I disagree, because I can't rely on you always being able to control your urges for the safety of other people.
There's a thought crime, though. I think Phil agrees with me on that.
It is. It absolutely is thought crime. It is thought crime.
Then why do you support thought crime?
No actual crime has been committed.
Then how do you prove that they were ever going to do anything? Why would you ruin their life like that? We both know,
in order to prove that they were going to do something, I have to have a victim.
There is no victim.
I need to go out and find a child that's been raped in order to prove that this person was going to rape a child.
Now it's a witch hunt.
Yeah, exactly. It's an impossible
See how
situation.
This devolves so bad? It's so crazy. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick to you. I'm not, like, if I'm coming off that way, I'm sorry. I'm pushing back kind of like I would ask you to do to me, because I want you to see what I'm seeing, right? From a therapist point of view, is I'm sitting here as a therapist. I'm like, I want these people to come to me and say, I need really bad help right now, because this is scaring the shit out of me. Because think about it. Like, I talked to Twisted yesterday about gender dysphoria, right? I was like, this is how I explain it to people is, imagine, Tim, if you woke up tomorrow and instead of your body that you're in, you were in a completely feminine body, you were forced to wear female clothes, how comfortable would you feel every day moving forward?
Right? The first thing I do is go to the family court and score a victory. I'd want to understand what that feels like.
Maybe that, but
I want to understand what it's like to win in family court.
How comfortable would you feel looking in the mirror at yourself, though? That
I'd break every mirror in sight.
Right?
I'd just say no mirrors.
That level of uncomfortableness, right? Imagine someone who's dealing with those urges about children in general or about their own children, and they don't want to do it, but they can't help it, because if we go back to the idea of it being an orientation, it's not something you can choose. We can't send you to Pastor Phil's conversion therapy and get you to fucking not be a pedophile, because one, if you sent them there anyway, they turn you into one because it's the fucking church. Two, we've
Damn.
proven time and time again that conversion therapy does not work, and it's a very dangerous practice. So if
yeah,
that's
and
the
you've
case,
always been against chemical castration too. So we're very quickly we're running out of options, and we're part of it's funny that you make fun of the church, because the idea that coming to you and saying I have a problem, I need help, and helping them to the point where they are not in a position to offend is also faith. You are relying on faith that the treatment is going to work, that the person won't have one slip up, because that's all it takes.
Well, the thing is that applies to
80
everything.
years of perfection.
You're talking
80
about
years
the
of
same
perfection
thing with
until
drugs.
that person dies of old age.
Someone gets off
one
of drugs,
one
though.
slip up, and now you have a victim.
You're now you're 3 years clean. It's literally an act of faith that you fuck up on 3 years in one day. It's an act of faith every day by that definition. Everything
Exactly.
isn't. But
And
that's
unfortunately,
the point.
I'm just not my tolerance of the risk to other children is such that the faith of 3 years is too much of risk for me.
So here, let me put this idea out there for you, right? So take this into consideration for a moment. Is the idea that you're wanting to set up a situation for absolutely zero risk in and of itself puts more risk on the table than there already is now. Like, the level of risk now for that is already high enough, right? By trying to get to absolutely zero risk, you set the odds up for failure to make it even more likely for shit to happen. Because when I do therapy with someone,
safety on the job site is a good, or the fucking target zero for COVID infections, right? Like, these are all examples of the unrealistic standard that people can be held to. But let's go with the job site one for a second. So I did, when I was a lot younger, I did some work up in oil rigs. And oil rigs are a very dangerous place to work. There's a lot of injuries, a lot of workplace accidents that happens, and of course, a lot of fatalities too. I heard someone got run over by one of those big heavy hauler dump trucks while sitting in their car.
Ouch.
Could hear the crunch from across the site. But
well, think about therapy, right? Someone comes to therapy, they say, for example, I've tried to take my own life twice. Both times, I voluntarily decided to go to inpatient. I did not allow myself to be. Well, I'm sorry. I only went once. The second time, I ended up not going. The first time, I went voluntarily instead of being forced to go, because you're going either way. You might as well choose to go voluntarily. That's not legally therapeutic advice, but I would highly recommend it. Choose to go voluntarily if you're forced into that situation. It works a lot better in your favor, and you don't lose rights. Because you will lose rights if you get forced to go involuntarily. Heads up. But if I have, so for me, I tried to kill myself, right? I'm there under watch after 2 days, they let me go. They're like, okay, you're doing better. You've shown that you're no longer a risk to yourself. It's not just faith, though. It's like, I have someone coming to me every week in therapy. I'm seeing evidence of they're showing me changes. They're showing that they're learning the techniques that we're doing. For example, the one client I have, she's about 13 now. And initially there was, she was, kind of defiant, was messaging people online and stuff, and the parents are freaking out. But now there's such a level of trust now that she's got her first real boyfriend, and their boyfriend's spending the weekend over the house with her.
I'm actually glad you brought that up on that topic, because it's a good way to illustrate my counterpoint. Because I've been of the belief that there are some suicides that no amount of intervention will ever prevent. Some people are just so dead set, and I'm the pun was fully intended.
Wow.
Some people are just so dead set on the end that there is not a intervention in the world that will stop them.
Yes and no.
Can we agree that is true in at least one case in the entire history of mankind?
There's likely
people kind.
Yeah, I was about to say, holy fucking sexist motherfucker. Calm down. I would say that there are cases where no matter how much intervention you do, well, that's like anything. You have to want the help.
Okay, good. So you're following the premise that I'm basing this on. Perfect.
Yes.
So what is the cost to that person who actually goes through with it? Well, it's the loss of their own life. Now, I, as the third party observing, I've been able to reconcile that inevitability in my brain.
Okay.
I've been able to say that there are some people you can't save, and when they go, it's, it's a shame, it's sad, but this is what they wanted, and I was powerless to stop it. Okay, let's bring that back over to the topic on hand here. If there is even one, I'm not okay with it. There is never a child that I will ever be okay with getting assaulted. So, one is too many. One is too many policy is established, right?
So then we should ban all guns.
There are gun deaths that I'm okay with.
But you're not. Wait, so you're okay with kids being murdered in schools with guns, but you're not okay with one child getting molested potentially. They're not dead. They're just molested.
Banning all guns won't stop school shootings. First of all,
you can't ban all penises of pedophiles or fingers of pedophiles.
After that,
yes, why castration doesn't work. Just because you chop off someone's dick going the full way, or chop off their balls and everything, they still have fingers. They still have digits. They still have, the ability to perform oral sex.
Could you punch a hole out of their brain that deals with the sexual gratification center?
You're talking about levels of shit that I would never trust the government to have the power with. I don't care how effective it is.
Could you imagine, Ken, if you could hole punch your entire personality out of your brain?
I would be a pretty lifeless shell then. And then no one
would
want my wife out of the kennel.
You have the personality of one of Phil's dolls. Come on.
Oof. But you're going into the realm of taking freedoms away from people. That's where all this is heading, because you've made yourself the arbiter of what's right and wrong, potentially.
Yeah.
So
look, if the Prophet Muhammad was still around when I was alive, I would have put him up on the Wailing Wall myself.
Ouch.
Demonetized, by the way. Ken.
Yeah, real quick. So Jose in chat says, in the end of the day, people will prefer 500 pedophiles die than one kid gets molested, regardless of the logical incongruences. So here's the thing, and that's why I love this topic. It's going to get clipped too. I love this topic because it allows people to identify, if they're willing to see it, their own inconsistencies in logic, right? Tim, in general, me and you and Drexel, we've had great conversations and we line on a lot of shit. This topic here points out where you will stray from your norm, where you won't follow your normal path. If I were to apply your same standards normally, they would be a lot different than the things you're saying. And
yeah, one of the biggest differences between Drexel and I, and we've highlighted this on the show before, but I'm not an absolutionist on anything. I am willing to violate principles in order to achieve an end.
You're not doing it
In fact, I can sell my morals to the highest bidder. I do it quite often. That's what I do for work.
But you're not willing to do it here, though. You're not willing to sell your soul here. Sell your principles here.
Because no child's virginity is worth any price that you can give me.
Look, as someone who's dealt with this myself, I've been molested as a child multiple times, different people. I understand that feeling. But one, even though that was not a good thing, mine wasn't the worst, right? It wasn't the worst. It wasn't bad shit, but it still wasn't good, right?
Your attacker?
Yes, I've forgiven the people who molested me because one, at least one of them was underage as well. And like I told you guys before on stream, 35% of sexual offenses against children are committed by their children. And children who sexually offend against other children have the lowest recidivism rate of any other crime. They're least likely to commit any other crime, including a sexual offense again. Because that shows that there's treatments that work.
I'm actually glad you brought that up too, because that actually shows where I'm willing to, again, U-turn my principles. Because I agree with you that a underage offender can be rehabilitated.
So why can't you give the same deference to an adult?
Because I don't believe that they can be rehabilitated. In fact, the woman in this presentation
doesn't imagination over an adult with years of experience in life.
I'm much more confident in the ability that I can
Oh.
mold the child's behavior over an
Wow.
adult.
Are
That
you
sounds
feeling
so
this? Or are you
horrible.
thinking this?
Ooh, God, Phil's got you good.
What? I don't understand.
It sounds like you're just verbalizing your feelings at this point rather than actually thinking it through.
Yes
If
and
you
no.
are, it's
I mean,
okay to
everyone
say so.
does
We're
have the initial visceral reaction on this topic matter, right? Am I spending my days and nights putting a lot of thought into this? No. I got much better things to think about. And the longer you spend thinking about this, the more you realize that you're just powerless.
No,
you're
you're not.
powerless to stop
You're
it.
not. You're not. You're absolutely wrong. How are you powerless to stop this?
There's nothing I can do.
Yes,
I
you
don't know
can.
anyone I don't personally know anyone who's abusing children. There's
You don't have
nothing
to.
I can do.
Bullshit. You're wrong. You know what you can do? And we'll get to it because she's going to mention this here in a few minutes if we ever get back to the video. Is she?
This is why these streams go on so long.
No shit. That's why I went almost 9 hours yesterday.
Hey, let's do some self-diagnosis once we're done.
Maybe if we have time.
I love the self-diagnosis stuff.
I know we did some yesterday. We did some Ron Toye stuff yesterday too. But with that in mind, you have the ability to make change. You know what you can do that will make a big difference is you can start to change the perspective. You can be the sole voice of going upstream.
You're wrong, Ken. The quickest way for me to make an impact is to change my Facebook profile picture.
Yes, that's it. I'm sorry, I completely fucked that one up. Thank you for fixing me and telling me what I'm doing wrong. But if you tell people in your social circles, hey, if I run across someone who's experiencing these issues, I'm willing to work with them to help them get the help they need. I'm willing to be supportive of that person. I'm not going to target that person with a negative attitude. I'm not going to isolate them. If my friends come to, and you say, if one of my friends comes to me, if you say to your best friend, like, if you come to me and tell me you're having these feelings, I'm not going to be like, get the fuck away from me, you pervert. It's going to be, dude, or I'm so sorry you're dealing with this. Let me help you. I want to help you. What can I do to help? That's what honestly, you can do to change things.
If you want the honest, and I'm going to plead the super fifth on this one, but if you want the honest opinion, if someone I was well acquainted with, a good friend of mine, came to me and said that I'm having this problem, I would have to do a mental gymnastics routine that night to weigh the pros and cons of my serving life in prison.
Why? They've not done anything. They haven't done anything. They haven't hurt anyone. They're dealing with the feelings.
They're going to.
No, you're wrong. You can't guarantee that someone's going to offend against a child.
If someone says that they've, first of all, imagine how dark of a place you have to be in order to admit to someone who has a vocal opinion on this topic like I do.
So, and I'm getting... So
the level of desperation. That's the thing, Ken, is I view desperation as the most powerful human emotion on the planet. Not fear, not love, not compassion, desperation.
How is someone asking for help? Desperation.
Because they've came to me for help when I quite clearly am not the correct person to go to.
Assuming they have no idea of your understanding of this, they have no idea of your views of it, and they come to you and say,
well, then it's not a friend I know then, because...
Well, okay, or say it's... Okay, so I have friends that I would trust with my life, right? So yeah. I've told them more things than I've told my own therapists, right? And that's because I trust them that much. And I have friends who, if I was in this situation, if I was Jonas or whatever from this video, right? And I struggle with that. I know my friend, my one best friend that I've known since 7th grade, and we've been friends forever. We've dealt with some really bad shit together. Like the shit she's dealt with being raped when she was in middle school and shit by fucking like older kids and friends or whatever of her brother, like shit like that, right? Like that friend who is obviously really against that shit. If I came to her and said, I'm struggling with these feelings, she would do everything she could to help me get help. Doesn't care about her personal opinion because it doesn't matter when it's someone you care about. It's different. It should be different.
And that's how I'm trying to frame the hypothetical, and I don't know if I'm doing a very good job of it, because the problem with hypotheticals is that you literally can say anything and you'll never prove it. You don't have to put up with put up or shut up, right? Well, no one ever has to put up in hypothetical scenarios. That's why I don't like using them now, but I keep coming back to them, and I'm talking myself into a pretzel. Someone in the chat asked if it was right-wing virtue signaling. No, the right-wing virtue signal is on the wall. That the term "get on the wall" is the right-wing virtue signal.
You're doing like the 1 degree less than that, though.
Yes, exactly.
That's
I
still a virtue signal.
I don't deny that. I do not deny that at all.
Then it's still a virtue signal, right?
It is.
So then you still
it
right-wing
works for
virtue
the left,
signaling.
Ken. Oh, it works for the left, though.
But
virtue signaling scores you brownie points with the... So left-wing virtue signaling scores you brownie points in order to get promoted at work.
But here's a $64,000 question. Does the virtue signaling on this specific topic cause more children to get molested than we would if we actually put other shit in place? Is your fear of someone potentially getting molested causing more people right now to get molested than if we actually did something different?
But there's enough degrees of separation between the actual victim and myself that...
So you're okay with more people getting molested because you're a fear of people potentially getting molested.
Okay, now you're doing what I was doing.
I know. So it's an interesting discussion, though, right?
It is the hardest conversation to have on the planet, because every instinct in your body, especially because we're live too, right?
Yes,
we're live, and that means you don't get a chance to properly jot down points and counterpoints. You have to kind of react to things on the fly, and you get exactly what you just did, Ken. But you snap back at someone, and we end up devolving the conversation.
My goal isn't to devolve the conversation. And one of the things that shows that we haven't let the conversation devolve is being able to identify that we're seeing the potential for the conversation to devolve. That's one of the things I actually teach with couples and shit, is if you're getting to a point where you're starting to blame and yell, like you need to, hey, are we doing the right things here? Do we need to come back at this? And I will push, and this is a bit different than say like a couples argument. Is we're going into like a very theoretical and almost a meta argument in ways, right?
It really is, and I maybe we should get back to the video, because we did get super meta, and now we're on like a 3 layers of hypothetical deep, right?
I think I'm flying in an SR-71 Blackbird over YouTube's headquarters trying to watch this video right now. Is how high we've gotten away from this fucking video. So,
yeah, let's get back to the video.
Let's try this again and see what happens. If anyone wants to stop the video, just say so and I'll stop it.
How can we help?
I do agree with her, though, that
sexual urges.
Yeah.
How can we prevent child sexual abuse? In fact, scientific studies indicate that one of the strongest predictors for child sexual abuse committed by pedophiles is social isolation.
That's one of the things I've been
trying to... pause that.
That they're pedophiles.
Okay, so there is hard science that kind of backs this up, that says when we start, when the mob goes out with pitchforks and torches and says kill all pedophiles, we are actually contributing to the problem.
Exactly. So when I'm saying to you, when I say, if you have a friend come to you and say, I'm having these feelings, I don't think I'm going to do it, but I still want to get help. So it's not desperation. They've recognized there is a problem and they're still going to get help for it, but it's not to the point where it's like, I'm literally seconds away from molesting a child kind of shit, right? It's not to that degree. It's, I've got this shit. I think I'm doing okay with dealing with it, but I want professional help. So they've got stuff they're trying to do that works, or maybe working right now. They have, again, for sake of argument, they haven't offended. They're trying not to offend. They have things that they're trying to do right now to prevent themselves from offending. Do you help them get help? Do you be supportive of that person? Or do you isolate them like what she's saying, where the isolation makes them more likely to offend?
Now, and then you get in, because you, and it comes back to that, you can't arrest someone for what they might do, right?
So let me ask you.
So you almost have to wait for a victim. So
Tim, if I come to you and say, Tim, I'm having a real bad episode of depression right now, and I've been thinking of harming myself, what are you going to do? Like dead serious, what are you going to do right now?
You should call 911.
If I'm with
or
you,
or a
say
crisis helpline.
say I'm hanging out with you, and I'm like,
Oh.
dude, I'm done. Say we're in person hanging out or whatever, or like you live right down the street from me, and we're like good friends, like we're hanging out all the time, kind of shit, right? And I come to you and I say, Tim, I'm having a really bad episode of depression. I'm really having some bad thoughts. I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know. I trust you. Can you do? Can I get you to help me? What are you going to do to that? What's your response?
I know this guy. He goes by Ken Jennings on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Here's his Discord. Talk to him. Talk to this guy. He can help you. Ken, I will defer off to an expert because I'm not a professional in this.
But the thing is I never said that you had to be the one to treat them. But what did you do right there? You supported them and you offered them to get help. You led them in the direction for help. Why wouldn't you do that? I told them to call you,
but make sure you don't use the 900 number because then it just gets weird.
I know the billing's a bitch. But if that person with depression who's potentially suicidal, you're willing to help by even, either taking them to an emergency room, helping them call a hotline, being there with them to make sure they don't do anything. If you're willing to do that for that person, that same person comes to you with this issue. Why can't you do the same level of support?
Now, hang on a second. What if I give the person a phone number and I say, look, call this person, they're a professional, they can help you. Okay. Then they go home and they actually kill themselves. They put a gun in their mouth and they pull the trigger. And I'm just, I'm beside myself because I'm like, damn it, what could I have done differently?
Be there with them to call. Be there. If you're that concerned with them, be there with them as they call.
But I won't blame myself for their death.
I didn't say you had to blame yourself for your death.
No.
It's not a...
But it would be that way if this same scenario played out, but someone said, look, I'm having these urges and I need help. And I say, well, call this person. And I find out they abducted a child and molested them. I would blame myself for that child's molestation.
Why?
Because there was a third party and a victim, Ken. A suicide doesn't have a victim.
I think there is a victim.
No,
there's multiple victims.
And I truly believe this. I truly believe that a suicide is a choice. You are not a victim.
I would disagree with you.
I don't. And yes, that's kind of what forms the basis of suicide, depression, mania, things like this. They're not a good parallel because I do believe that suicide is a victimless. It's not even a crime. It's a choice.
So here's where I'll push back on that for real quick, right? So, for example, say someone who's so suicide is a choice, but the thing is if you're if we use the Britney Spears thing real quick, right? So right now they're saying she's got a conservator because she was assessed a long time ago that she was having mental health issues and she wasn't competent enough to make her own decisions legally and financially and shit, right? So they did an assessment and they determined she's not competent to make these decisions for herself, right? So say someone who's struggling with terminal cancer, it's starting to get bad, the meds aren't helping, and they want to do assisted suicide.
Which is legal in Canada.
And they get evaluated and it's like, okay, this person's making a rational well thought out decision, then their choice of the assisted suicide is different than someone who's, say, in a depressive episode. You cannot... If you're in a depressive episode, you aren't allowed to sign legal documents because
and also any type of mental disorder is not criteria for assisted suicide in Canada either. It has to be a physical condition. But
that's actually good. I'm glad they did it that way.
Well, they're trying to expand it out to include children with illnesses.
I don't know on that one.
Yeah, because it's the idea of informed consent, and children live in the moment. The area of your brain that develops your appreciation for the future consequences of present actions, that is one of the last things to develop in a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what makes young people so impulsive.
Yeah, and so that's where I agree with the idea of suicide being a choice if the person's able to make competent decisions. If you're in the I'll be honest with you, right? And I outed myself yesterday on stream. I think I mentioned it to you in a message on Discord, right? I don't know if Phil was looped in at all. Probably not, right? Is during my my one suicide attempt, I was struggling significantly with understanding my gender. my gender identity, right? So I've got gender dysphoria. I've actually been in treatment for a long time for it. As I was saying yesterday, just a brief summary. I'm not going to transition. I've made other decisions with my life at this point. I still get treatment to deal with those things, right? When I was in my low and wanting to end my life and I had a gun to my head, is that really a choice? Because I'm overwhelmed with the level of emotion I have. Is it truly a choice at that point that I have made a rational decision about, that I've thought through confidently?
Don't mistake me when I say that a choice is always rational. Some
Oh,
choices are
I agree.
irrational.
I agree.
In fact, a lot of choices are irrational. I have an irrational fear of lightning. I know that the percentage chance of me being struck is extremely low, and that I take much bigger risks each day.
Okay.
Every time I step into a crosswalk, I'm more likely to be harmed than to be struck by lightning. So, however, the irrational phobia affects my behavior around thunderstorms. I've learned to deal with it because I know the science behind how lightning works very well.
Okay.
But still, if I'm trapped outside in a lightning storm, I'm not in my right state of mind. I will make decisions under an extreme amount of stress and duress.
Okay.
They're not always the most rational and logical decisions, but they are decisions nonetheless. They are still choices I've made.
Okay.
So, I understand that not all choices people make are rational. In fact, quite the opposite. We make a lot of irrational decisions each day. But that's part of life and death, is that you have to live and die with your decisions. When you make the decision to pull the trigger, we're talking about hypotheticals. Well, what happens if I actually pulled the trigger? Well, you'd be dead.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. It's very simple. I have made, and try not to come off conceited or narcissistic real quick, right? I know it might come off that way, and my wife would probably point that out because she thinks I have narcissism, right? Is from the day I chose not to pull that trigger to today, I've done so much with my life that I would have lost the opportunity to. And every day I'm thankful for the fact that I was able to get help. And I chose not to do something so fucking sad. And I would have caused so much harm to the people in my life.
You ever have a regret before? Because what you're describing is potential regret.
There's a difference between a regret, like, oh, I shouldn't have spent that money. I shouldn't have spent this month's mortgage money on stupid shit. I'll have to catch back up next month, versus I completely removed myself from the planet.
What about the 16-year-old? What about the 16-year-old who just wanted to fit in and killed a guy as part of a gang initiation ritual and is currently doing 25 to life?
I don't think that's okay. I think that's a horrible decision. But
yes,
I think
and he's going to pay for his entire life. He regrets it. He super regrets the decision.
Well, here's the thing.
It's going to, and never will he be allowed to own a firearm if he ever does make parole.
I could argue mitigating circumstances for him, though, right? There are probably factors at play. You could reduce his sentence. You could probably get him back out of jail quickly if you did it right.
He was tried as an adult and got 25 to life. In this
16
hypothetical.
Years old?
Yeah, okay. Tried as an adult. Let's say it was like for MS-13, right? So like butchered the person, tortured them, then killed them. The aggravating factors were such that this person was tried as an adult. In any case, the details aren't that important. What I'm trying to get across. Well, he wanted to fit in. He was dealing with isolation, right? Wanted to be a part of it. Because that's why, Ken, that's why a lot of people join gangs, right?
That's like the 13-year-old client I had who was messaging people online because she had gotten in trouble and because of COVID, had lost all social contact. She lost her phone. She couldn't go to school and talk to people. So she snuck around and was like talking to random people online. And because of that, ended up doing things she regretted, sending pics and hanging out with people.
And the internet lives forever, Ken. It's not fair that the things she sent to the internet will always be there, that someone can always look them up. It's not fair, but it is reality. You can have regrets.
Oh, yeah. I had a session with her this week where we were talking about how she's doing. And overall, she's doing great. Her family relationships are improving. Her parents' level of trust in her has increased by 1,000-fold. And like they're letting her boyfriend stay over the whole weekend. And she's 13. And he's like a year or so older.
They don't have a tent in the backyard.
I know, right? But the thing
But
is,
anyways,
they trust her enough because they've opened their lines of communication enough to where they're okay with that because, and, she knows about appropriate boundaries. She knows how to deal with, if those situations were to arise and they do want to have sex or whatever. Like that whole
True.
thing has been addressed. I've addressed it with her in counseling. They've, her and her mom have talked about it, is mom and daughter, but one of the things that she still struggles with all the other good shit going on in her life is whenever she has thoughts about what happened that kind of got her into counseling in the first place, it makes her feel bad. And so
and
I didn't
actually, someone, I actually got I got a DM from someone who brought up a good point. An excellent example of someone who has a life altering regret is someone who drove drunk and then kills someone. No one got into that car thinking you were going to kill someone when you get when you're drunk driving. In fact, there's a whole routine of justifications you go through. Well, I only had a few and it was with food, and normally my tolerance is really good, and I don't want to have to pay for overnight parking. My car's going to get towed. I got to go to work tomorrow morning, right? So now you've justified it to the point where, okay, I'm going to get in the car and I'm just going to, I'm going to go slow and I'm going to be careful. But, you hit someone, you kill them.
So I'm gonna argue against you real quick. So let me jump on this real quick. Is I understand the analogy of drunk driving, right? But one of the things I don't like about this analogy, and I don't know how familiar you are with it, and I'm sure if we talked about this, on a different show or something, of the difference in the way that drunk driving and consent is dealt with versus, say, sex is dealt with, right? Versus other activities are dealt with. Drunk driving actually has a different level of what consent is and what it means to make that decision. If you're impaired, you legally can't sign a legal document because you're drunk, but it's okay for you to be, put to life in prison because you killed someone, but you also were not able to make, right. Like there's that incongruence there. And I don't like that. Right.
Yeah. That kind of, so that, I offered that scenario to support the idea that even in your most, compromised state, you're still making decisions and you're still responsible. You still have to be responsible for them. And that's why I say that is the kind of underlying logic that underpins my assertion that someone who does choose to end their own life has done so, made a choice, and now they have to live and die with it.
But why would you still not offer help to the pedophile?
Duress that depression presents.
Okay.
It's still decisions that you have made. We make decisions under stress all the time.
But one of the things
we're not given immunity from any of the other decisions that we make all the time.
Where have I offered immunity for the hypothetical pedophile in this situation, though? You mean as far as like personal responsibility, or for like your personal opinion of the person, like immunity?
Well, it's the accountability, right? So it's when someone chooses to out themselves like that and say that, I have this problem. But then they want to escape the consequences of making that admission. And that's where this push to, I don't want to say normalize, because that's not the correct terminology. I can see at least that far ahead. But the push to say that we should be more, I guess, tolerant or more open when we deal with people with these disorders, part of that push is wanting to duck the consequences of that decision making. Because look, present day, let's take present day. We're done with the hypotheticals. Let's take the present day right now.
Well, real quick, I want to respond to your hypothetical, though, before we finish it.
Oh, sure.
So in that, you mentioned the lack of accountability, right? But what I would argue back, and I would actually make this argument with a client, or if I was having this discussion with a real person, is if you have someone coming to you, outing themselves as having this attraction and wanting help, is that not accountability? Instead of keeping it hidden where they could potentially offend at any time, they have now voluntarily told another person who could at any point call the police and just throw them under the bus, call CPS and have children taken out of their household, or have relatives isolate them or ostracize them. They've put a complete level of trust and faith in you. How is it not accountability?
Accountability is also accepting the consequences of what you have done and
But they haven't
what
done
you could
anything
do,
yet, though.
or
Well,
what
they
you
are.
could do.
They're trying to get help, so they don't do anything.
But then they also don't want to deal with the other consequences of being one of the sickest people on the planet.
I would argue that they're not the sickest people on the planet.
I don't know how.
Do you want to know why? Or does that not make
no,
sense?
just sorry. Strictly from the disorder standpoint. Not we're not talking about offending or
No, just
but
from the disorder
strictly from
standpoint.
pedophilic disorder. They
Okay.
are one of the most disgusting people on the planet
Why? How
because
do you
they
justify
have a
that?
sexual attraction to little kids. That is disgusting.
But it's not their choice.
No. I'm not. That's not the argument. I'm just trying to categorize what
Okay.
the issue they have is.
I mean,
Like
if I
we
pull up
have
my
to
DSM
understand
real
the
quick,
severity.
there
Are you sure you're not autistic, Ken? Because we're having trouble classifying the severity of the condition here.
Oh, God, quit doing my job for me, okay? So we're just not going to talk about that real quick.
We
no.
should get back to the video.
Yes, we should.
But I think I laid my logic out bare. These are things that I truly believe. And you know, that's the thing too, Ken, about this kind of stuff. I'm okay to be not only am I okay to be proven wrong, I'm okay to just be out argued. Because that's all this is. This is a debate on theoreticals and hypotheticals. Because we would all react differently if it was us or someone very close to us.
I agree.
Because emotion is one of the hardest things to detach yourself from. So when I say line them all up on the wall, and then let's say some magic satellite was invented that could just like turn every pedophile on the planet into a glowy.
High NSA.
Right? Yep. And then you're like, Uncle Bob, how? How could you? Right? Do you know how many uncomfortable conversations would be had that night?
When you mean
or your favorite teacher in school, right? You could even get less detached from family, but your favorite teacher in school, and it comes out and you're like, I don't want to believe this. Someone's got to be lying, or it's got to be made up. How could Miss Finley do that? She was so nice to everyone. Well, she was a little too nice, I guess.
Oh, that's mean.
But so anyways, if we we can get back to the video because we're taking forever.
I'm just gonna real quick comment on that because that's the funniest comment I've seen in chat all day. This is the longest 13-minute video I've ever watched.
Welcome to an average Ken stream, everyone.
No, I have a very long average length. Oh, you mean stream length?
Yes, I've seen it.
My bad.
People who can't tell anyone.
So let's
that they're
continue the video.
Logically won't get any help. For example, they can't tell their friends that they can't go to the beach
like Tim,
because children in swimsuits might be there as well. They can't get support for situations they might not control entirely. And
hang on, pause for a second, Ken.
God damn it, we're back to this again.
No. Just a do you know if there's anything that says that seeing a child in a swimsuit would be triggering?
Yes. So what?
Okay, that actually is a thing.
So by definition, pedophilic disorder or pedophilia, right, is the sexual attraction to prepubescent children, right? So when you have someone who's in a swimsuit, or say nude or in a swimsuit, right? You have a limited amount of clothing. It accentuates the amount of physical features that you would see, right? So you would
I guess that's true. I mean, we all like our swimsuit models, right? In Sports Illustrated.
You just
I guess
and look at there's no toddler's swimsuit edition for a reason.
Oh God.
Yeah, right. So I know it's a horrible joke.
These are the people who are showing up to those child beauty pageants.
I don't even want to go into that topic. My wife actually had to deal with that when she was a kid. Her mom used to take her to those little pageants when she was a couple years old. She's got pictures of when she won, because she was actually a very cute kid at the time or whatever. But
that's a whole other can of worms. But it does make you think though, who wants that?
Who wants this? What do you mean, the sexual attraction?
Who wants to judge? Who wants to judge the subjective beauty of children?
Oh, pedophiles.
But then are we
Oh.
like? Because that's the thing. That's the other thing too. Is there are Ken? Have you ever seen a movie where the sex scene was completely unnecessary and added nothing to the plot?
You mean porn?
All movies?
All movies, thank you.
So, God damn it.
So, and there are movies. There are movies that have scenes in them that feature children, and you're just like, why is that scene even in there? It didn't add anything to the story. But yet we can't call these Hollywood producers out. We can't say, maybe you have some sort of you were trying to get in a little bit of an urge there while you were filming this movie.
That's a whole another topic.
Well,
See, and
if
it makes
it's
it a
like
little
teenagers.
uncomfortable to think about it, right, Ken?
Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, but I brought Embalmed into the stream as
Hi.
well. Embalmed was with us yesterday with myself and Twisted for a good chunk of the stream. So welcome back. Thank you for coming back.
Sorry for talking
I
about
do
people.
see I hit something there with this. Anyways, I was curious though if the whole I guess that is a thing, the swimsuit thing.
Say I because think about it too, like,
could you imagine how advertisers because every time you see a sign for a splash park, it's not a woman, it's not adults who are on a splash park advertisement.
Well, you don't advertise. Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily malicious, because your goal of advertising like a water park, right? You want
it's a family thing,
because you're advertising it to the kids and the parents, right? The parents are like, oh, this looks like a fun family activity, and the kids are like, oh, look at all these other kids doing these really cool things at the water park, and so you're trying to get both of those to come to your product, right?
Yeah, I just realized though, but certainly that ad would also appeal.
So one of the things you'll see with people who struggle with sexual attraction to children, right, is if they can't, or if they choose not to download CP because it's illegal, they may look up images of children, say nudist camps, or they may look up underwear models, or they may do other things to still give them kind of a, I don't want to say a taste of the same kind of idea of being able to, because like you would look at a woman, right, or as someone might look at a man to sexually look at their form. They like the different features. They like the
shape of a woman is attractive.
So think about, again, I'm going to put you into a different body, like I did before with the male to female thing. Is I'm going to think about how
the first thing I would do, Ken, is I just play with my tits for maybe a straight hour.
Well, that too, but
and
if
just
I put
an hour.
I know.
I mean, then I'd be finished then, and I'd have to recharge.
I play with my tits now, but
I'd also the other thing I would do is lose the car keys, forget to pay the hydro bill, put a dent in.
Women don't do anything wrong. Stop being misogynistic on my stream. But if I put you, so think about how you're sexually attracted to a woman when you look at it. Now think about that same level. Think about the same way you think about that. Not specifically the person, but think about how you admire the different parts of the body, the features, the shape. Now take that and translate it from attraction to an adult woman to attraction to a minor child. And that's the same level of attraction you're dealing with in some cases, depending on the severity.
Now that begs
of the
the
attraction.
other question. Do especially for the pre offenders, are they attracted to both boys and girls?
So actually, that's an interesting thing. I mentioned it yesterday, but I'll bring it up again. I have to open up the fucking document because I closed it earlier. And I'll have to. I fucking hate this thing. I had to break out an old monitor because
currently I'm just on a laptop right now, so I've only got the one monitor. But
so let me try this. Let me not open up Ron Toye's thing in the middle of the stream again, which was fucking awesome to go through yesterday. We only went through literally a graph of the different, the 7 traits on the disc test. But but it was funny looking him over because he like scored super low on one. Like the average was 45 and he scored 1 on one of the traits. It was great. So if I go to pedophilic disorder in my DSM and I go to the diagnostic criteria, I have to stop sharing that screen, and then I need to share this window real quick. All right, so we're on this window. Can you guys see that really okay? Or
Nope, I can't see it.
oh, god damn it!
I just see all the 4 of us.
Okay, I always forget I disable the ability for it to like automatically pull up on the stream, because in case I click the wrong
You
window.
want your transitions to be on your terms.
Yes, I will transition as I'm ready. So leave me alone. Stop pushing me to do it, Tim.
Yeah, if my avatar picture gets you banned, I'm sorry.
Can you put away that hairy something?
No.
You really, if you go to dollarshaveclub.com/Ken's Counseling Couch, you can shave your, because that looks like it really needs to
finish
shave.
that thought there, buddy?
No.
By the way,
done.
I found the perfect place for Drexel to organize his next GB. It's called the Beaver Lodge.
I'm not even going to comment on that. I'm not touching. I am not touching that. Like someone who has attraction to minors should not touch a child.
And you mentioned
that's a horrible joke.
I just remembered something. Didn't they find like a Sears catalog at Michael Jackson's ranch that had like crustiness on the papers on the pages with kids?
I mean, I don't remember Michael showing me any mags whenever I was there.
No, he showed you something else.
Oh yeah, he did. Actually, I think
he freed his willy.
I think I'm more on the idea that I don't know if he did what he did. I think I agree with what's his face that Nick's had on stream before. I'm still mixed on it, but I kind of can see where he's coming from, right?
I have a funny feeling. I might actually agree with you on this one, Ken. I have a funny feeling that he was like a lot of people who like know they had this disorder. So they knew that they would be caught, or Michael knew that he would be caught if he ever did anything to a kid.
Okay.
So he tried to like, I guess he was like overcompensating. Like he tried to prove that he could be around kids and that nothing would happen. And he's like, look, this proves that I'm not that. Right.
Yeah.
But then of course he had to compensate that somehow. So obviously he's going through the magazines and the Sears catalogs.
I mean, so I've got the pedophilic disorder DSM thing pulled up on the screen real quick, right? So I'll go through this real quick. I did this yesterday, and I highlighted this org here for a reason. So, because you have over a period of at least 6 months, recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors involving sexual activity with a prepubescent child or children, generally aged 13 years or younger.
Now. Not necessarily, but let's say with 10 or younger, like it can be difficult to tell the difference between the two sexes in children that young.
You mean the sexes or their age?
No. The difference between a boy and a girl when they're that young, right?
It doesn't matter at this point. It just matters about their age, right?
Oh.
But yeah, you can have, because remember, if you want to go back to like biology, like humans basically start out as you're nothing but an asshole. If you've ever seen that meme, because of how the human cell forms, it's actually kind of funny.
Oh, I see. You got highlighted at the bottom there. Exclusive, non-exclusive.
So that was criterion A. Criterion B is the individual has acted on these sexual urges, or that's why I highlighted it. The sexual urges or fantasies cause marked distress or interpersonal difficulty. Okay. And then C, the individual is at least 16 years of age and at least 5 years older than the child or children in criterion A. So that's so you don't have like a 17-year-old dating a 12-year-old get labeled as pedophilic disorder, because
it's still creepy, but
didn't say it wasn't. But some people, that's okay. They're called. You have to remember, you have to factor in people's cultures, backgrounds. Like people might be in high school at like 12 or 13, like might be further its grade level because they're smarter. Some people might get held back. Like there's those situations. So you could end up like being in the same social circles and be interested in one another. It doesn't mean that you're a pedophile. So there's a specifier of whether or not it's exclusive type, which is attracted only to children, or non-exclusive type. So that would be attracted to both children and adults. Or if you want to separate it a different way, is exclusive would be attracted to prepubescent only, or non-exclusive would be attracted to prepubescent and postpubescent. As far as body styles go.
Does the non-exclusivity also mean like they could be able to like date women their own age?
Yes. So actually, that's one thing you will see in like certain types of, say, sexual offenders. It's not all. Like,
because they have like a wife. Some of them will have wives and families, and then they get outed as this predator, and it's like, wait, how did you not notice that?
Well, it's not necessarily. Well, you could be exclusive type and still be married with kids, and those could be your children, right?
But would you not be able to perform if you're not attracted to that your wife?
So I mean, it's possible where you could have a situation like that where,
or maybe you're just like thinking about something else.
Well, yeah. So like, during sex.
I guess we've all done that before, right?
My wife hates it when I say my ex's name during sex. And so it's kind of like that. Like
and specify if.
And then you have down here another specifier: attracted to males, attracted to females, or both. And then there's limited to incest. So I wish there was an opposite of this too. So limited to incest would be their own. It only is in the context of their family, right? They're
but
only
then the
interested in their
opposite is
family.
not all inclusive either, because it's specifically not family.
Yeah, I personally think it should look like this, basically, where you have one, the other,
and both.
But that's just my thoughts on it. I'm not the fucking person who wrote the document.
No, you're obviously smarter than they are.
Clearly.
Okay, so yeah, so they're actually.
So does that clear it up a bit?
It actually muddied it quite a bit, because I'm
God
just kind of wondering. Well, no, and here's why. Here's why. The fact that it can be all three situations, and it's like, okay, so some people, because remember, for heterosexual men, we're specifically attracted to the shape of a woman, right? The hips, the long slender legs, the breasts, right? So women who don't quite look like that tend not to be viewed as the same attractiveness, such as if you weigh 900 pounds.
True.
Now, the same principle actually applies to one of the reasons why our eyes are so good at looking at faces. Like, you could spot a face in a bush a couple 100 yards away.
I mean, it's really hard to see anything when you're in the bush, but
Ken would know about going down in the bush.
But I'm making a joke.
You know what I mean, right? Like, our eyes are programmed to respond to human figure and human form.
Yes.
In a certain way. So what confused me is that children, both boys and girls, are extremely hard to distinguish just by visual.
Affirmative nod takes issue with you not mentioning the tits, I guess.
I said breasts.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I'm multitasking right now, and I'm not doing a great job of it.
Yeah, I said breasts.
I
said the hips, the long legs, and the breasts.
Okay, fair enough. If they have an argument counter to that, then you can argue with them.
Okay. So I was going to say, I know I covered that. Anyways, I was just curious, I guess there's more at play to what determines what gender or sex you're attracted to than just the shape of the body. Well, I guess is what I'm getting at.
If you go back to, if you watched my trans kids streams that I did, right? I know there was 2 of them and they were kind of longish each, but during that, I would say kind of think about this in this context, right? Not necessarily saying it applies, but think about the idea of, you have a lot of kids, who are exploring their gender identity while they're young, but once they start moving into puberty or pre-puberty, I would think it was like 80-something% of them kind of move away from, the gender identity concerns. Like they end up aligning with their assigned gender or their birth gender, right? Where you only have a few percentage, like 10-15%, that stick with the feelings of identifying with the opposite gender or a different gender, right?
I would love to see that in action in a vacuum too, because there is it can't be impossible that some children retain their identity in response to wanting to impress, I guess, or to keep their mother happy.
Well, that's like I've probably argued with and I love you guys in your Discord. Like, so let me just preface that. Like, if I got argue with people in Discord, I'm not like hating against anyone. There's very few people like I don't like. Like I even said yesterday on stream, like I love talking to Ron Toye. I'd love to have him back on stream and have a pleasant chat with him. No strings attached, just a cool, chill chat to see how he's doing. I like all that, those 10 or something hours of interviews we did. I still have a fun conversation with him because he's an interesting guy to talk to. And I still would like for him to get, the help I think that would be helpful for him. So just like the people in y'all's Discord where I constantly see the argument of, doctors prescribing hormones to 8-year-olds. And I'm always banging my head off the fucking wall. I'm like, that's not how it works. You can't do that. And it bugs me.
All right.
And it's like
Anyways,
one of my pet peeves. So
I got goddamn sidetracked again. No. I was actually genuinely curious about that though. Whether it's like one or the other or both. Apparently, it's all three.
Would you say you're genuinely bi-curious though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ken's tri-curious because I self-identify as a third unknown gender called Gender X.
What you do is just be pansexual, which basically means you'll just fuck anything that moves at this point. Well, pansexual
and plenty of things that don't move.
Well, pansexual is more of like, if I'm being serious, like pansexual is more of you're not really like the specific. Like if say someone's trans and you're attracted, like you don't care that they're trans, you're just attracted to them for who they are. Like,
are we technically all like
you would date a trans woman post or pre-op? Okay, transphobe.
Nope.
Pansexual sounds like a smokescreen, though.
It does
it's not.
Listen, well, and it's also you can actually make a logical fallacy out of pansexual too, because that's like saying, does a set that contains all sets contain itself?
Actually, yes. That's actually a whole fucking argument of math. There's literally decades worth of research on that shit.
Yeah, exactly. So, if pansexual means you will love every sex and or gender, every gender.
Let me make sure.
Is pansexual an attraction to every gender identity too?
Okay. Pansexual is defined as not limited in sexual choice with regard to biological sex, gender, or gender identity.
Okay, yeah. So it can,
you just don't care.
So
like
it's a non-limiter, is what it is.
Yeah, like I don't have a limiter on my microphone, so I can blow your eardrums out.
So
so
he's blown a lot more than my eardrums out. Let me tell you.
I'm just picturing like a pedophile or somebody getting caught, getting a little too chatty with a kid, or maybe they've said inappropriate things to a kid, and then they just use the pansexual, title as something as a smokescreen to somehow make it acceptable or throw people off, which doesn't really work.
So, Ken, are there an infinite number of possible genders?
I have a list somewhere. I think I have it bookmarked somewhere.
But do you think that list is limiting? It's too broad.
So this is one of the things that has gotten me kicked out of the trans support groups I've been in before, for not only myself, but to help other people, because of the way I approach certain things. I've been called transphobic, misogynistic.
Okay, so the answer is not exactly. Okay,
like
just because
I'm angel gender, which is the gender of an angel.
Yeah. If there is an infinite number of genders, if there's an infinite number of possible genders, then a pansexual automatically includes other pansexuals in that list. So you are a set that contains yourself. You are I
am the gender of all genders.
Yep.
So
would a pansexual be attracted to you?
Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't care. Also, I'm putting that in chat for everybody. Tim, you'll definitely want to look at that later. I don't know if we'll get to that today, but it's a list of
let's get back to the video. Now we're talking about gender fluid. Let's get back to the video.
We can make a difference.
Is it audio coming through, right?
Yeah, it's coming through.
As a society can be there for him. At the moment, we live in a world that already
we live in a society, Ken,
because of their preference alone. Someone who is lonely and excluded from society has little to lose and is at much higher risk to commit a crime.
I'm actually going to pause on this one. And I hate to be that person, right? I'm that guy today, or that them or zer. So one of the issues you actually see with this, and it's why I have such an issue with it, is, and there's been research done, and that's something I've looked into, and I've seen the research on this, on things like boundaries, like the diameters, like you can't live within so many feet of a school or this or that. There is one place in the county I live that will rent to a sex offender. One. And it is on the opposite side of the county. And if you're someone who's low income, or if you just got out of prison for any sex offense, it doesn't have to be like against a child, just any sex offense, you can't live in those areas. Good luck trying to find a place to live where you can legally live.
Isn't didn't I read a news story about a community in Florida that has it's like just a closed, it's like a nudist colony, but it's for pedophiles.
Yeah, there is. I think that is in Florida. I think it's down in Florida somewhere. I don't remember what part of it, but
because Florida, man. But yeah, it's literally like they're just a completely self-contained community. People voluntarily move in, and they have like this, they have a functioning economy. They all work a job, and then there's a bunch of support jobs, like perhaps someone who used to be a plumber and then got busted with the material, moved to that community, and he's like, well, I can be a plumber here. I can still do what I loved.
One of the things that you see with these laws for sex offenders, right, is between the sex offender registry, which is, I get the principle behind it, but I don't like the way it attacks a person's freedom, is we don't have like that list for anything else. If you've served your punishment in crime and you've been rehabilitated and the state has let you out, you should be able to rejoin society without having a website with your name on it for decades.
Wait a second.
I know it's complicated.
No. Hang on a second, though. Prison is not your rehabilitation.
It's supposed to be your punishment. It's supposed to be rehabilitation.
It never has been, though. It's your retribution that society takes upon you. You are getting out of prison does not mean you're rehabilitated. Not even close.
I understand that.
Yes,
but the goal with being released, so think about it this way. If you're being released from prison, but yet we have all these other restrictions on you, not just for sex offenders, just exclude sex offenders. Now think of every other crime, right?
Yeah, parole and probation.
Like murders, right? If we let a murderer out of prison, but we're so concerned about him being able to murdering again, why are we letting him out of prison in the first place? Shouldn't he be there if he's not safe? Well, that would be the argument, right?
And that's what the dangerous offender designation in Canada is used for. So that's why someone like Paul Bernardo, because Canada does not have a life sentence. We also don't have death sentences.
Your country sucks.
So what you can do is serve 25 concurrent years for each murder you committed. So you can put a serial killer away for 1,000 years. However, we have this thing. Norway has this too, because Anders Breivik is designated as this. We have what's called the dangerous offender designation, which allows the prison system to hold an individual indefinitely if they are a high risk to reoffend and refuse rehabilitative and treatment options.
You know what the scary part about that is? We have that in the States too, and it's a civil thing. It's not a criminal thing at that point. Your criminal sentence is done, but we're going to civilly hold you until we feel you're safe again.
Is there is that what the 3 strikes law does?
That's the I think in the state I live in, it's like for sexually, I think it's for like sexually violent predators. It's like a certain, like if you meet that certain definition, they can hold you in this civil thing where you can be civilly held until like it's shown that you're safe to be put back in the community. And it's after your prison sentence is done kind of thing. It's fucking scary, is like levels of impacts on freedom. But, when you have like the Mirjam is saying in the video, you have like limited access to being able to find housing when you get out of prison, find work, because of all these laws that research has time and time again showed doesn't help reduce the number of sexual offenses. Then these laws are just in place for fifis and because it makes us feel better. It actually doesn't do anything.
Honestly, the laws are in place because you would have a hell of a lot more vigilantism otherwise.
No, you wouldn't.
I think you would. I think
you're talking 1,500 feet from a school or something. That 1,500 feet is going to increase the significant amount of vigilantism.
I do think so. I think that people are tricked into believing that these actually have impacts, that they don't have to take matters into their own hands. This is something I think. I don't know exactly how I'd go about proving it, but and I really don't know if you could even research such a thing, but you'd have to create like a whole different society and see, implement this policy and see if it changes something. But I almost feel like the basic instinct of a person, we would have legitimate lynch mobs if there was no confidence that the prison system could punish people who commit these kind of crimes.
Why do we have to punish? Why can we not rehabilitate, though?
Oh, you do absolutely need to be punished for a crime. There needs to be consequences for the wrongful things that the harm that you inflict upon others.
Well, I understand that. So part of your punishment, though, is yes, you're going to spend time out of civilization, but shouldn't we, during that, give you the ability to be rehabilitated so you don't ever have to go through that again? So you don't make that stupid decision.
Rehabilitation is more difficult the less comfortable you are.
Well, it's like
But
therapy.
then if
you
you're
have to
comfortable,
want it.
you're not being punished.
Well, no, you think is you can still be in jail, but still have access to therapy and all the shit you need to help rehabilitate. That
what I'm saying, though, Ken, is
job
that,
programs
well, take for example someone who's going through PTSD.
Okay.
In order to treat PTSD, you need to get them out of the trigger scenario first, right? You wouldn't dare try to treat someone with PTSD in the middle of a fireworks show.
Not as initially. You would want to do exposure therapy and expose them to
yes.
as one treatment method, like you expose them to a very small noise that might sound similar and see how they react and teach them the coping mechanisms. And then slowly
but only
get to
after
the point
you've had a lot of time with this patient and you
if
understand
someone's in jail for 3 to 5 years, shouldn't they be able to have access to that? So they can get out and not have to worry about going back. That's my question. Is should we be able to put this stuff in place? I know it's a whole bigger meta thing, but on this topic specifically, if you're in prison for this, and I don't like the way that we treat sex offenders in prison anyway, especially if child sex offenders, I don't like that there's a double standard. I don't like that they're persecuted inside the prison population, right? Because you want to know what that does, whether you believe it or not, it will make the smart ones even smarter in not getting caught because they do not want to go to prison.
The whole idea that the prison population self-polices this kind of thing is exactly what I'd be afraid of if people on the outside of the prison had no confidence that punishment and judgment was being rendered. They would do upon to the sex offenders exactly what the inside of the prison population does.
Let's say
we're satiated, right? We're lulled into this false sense because of all these laws and rules and regulations and after release conditions, right? We're lulled into saying, oh yeah, this person's being punished and we can go on with our lives.
But if you're also being lulled into, though. You're being lulled into a false sense of security with these things like, well, you can't have a sex offender live within 1,500 feet of a school. People are like, oh, well, they can't live within it, so there's not likely.
Yeah, so that makes it safer. And if people
no, it doesn't. It does not make it safer.
No, I know. No. Perception, Ken. I'm talking about people's perception.
My apologies.
If people perceive that actually is making a difference, they're less motivated to take action and take things into their own hands.
That's still a thought crime argument in a way, I would think. So.
Well, but it's the reverse though. So, the reason we have these feel good things is so that we don't have to start punishing the vigilantes.
But these feel good methods right now literally cause more people to get molested and abused. I could literally find the research to point to it.
Yeah. I didn't know it actually made the problem worse. I thought I knew it was ineffective.
Well, she's getting into it.
Worse.
She's getting into it. That's what the funny thing is like when you have the situation where like any other criminal gets out of prison, right? It's harder to find a job. It's harder to find a place to live. Sex offender gets out of prison. It's fucking impossible. Why do you think so many of them end up homeless? When you're up homeless and you can't get a job, but you can't find a place to live, you have nothing to lose. Going back to prison is actually a gain.
I do approve of that community based treatment. Like go move to the colony.
But not everyone can do that though. And not everyone should be forced to do that. That's the thing. You're free now. You shouldn't be forced to do that.
Now wait a second. You offended. Yes, I will force you. You have already proven that you cannot control yourself. So yes, I am okay with forcing someone to go to the colony.
But we're now many years post. So it's sweeping everybody into the same bin. You could have 10 sex offenders walk out of prison the same day, serve the same sentence, done the same thing, and they will all be different levels of risk. Some might be no risk. They might have been, so let's say of those 10 people, one of them, they were like 17, 18, and maybe they were fondling their like a few year younger sister. They made a mistake. They got a bad rap. They ended up in crime, in jail for like, I don't know, roughly the same sentence. But you have a guy who's been a serial sex offender. No matter how much treatment you've tried, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to take it.
Yeah.
And so therefore, obviously for him, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't help. And so he's more of a risk versus the guy who was, made a kind of bad decision and really learned through the time in jail and through therapy and other interventions. This isn't something I'm going to do again. I don't want to do it.
Have the benefit. We don't have the benefit of the 2020 hindsight. We also don't have the benefit of individually looking at the context of an entire human race when we make these regulations and laws.
But then why do we let murderers out of prison then? If they've already killed somebody, then we know they can't ever be trusted back in society.
And there's a lot of murderers we don't let out of prison.
But there are people we do. So then it is individual, isn't it? Because individually they're being let out.
I don't know. The parole board is often seen as a rubber stamp thing, but
whether or not,
regardless, I am okay with the idea that someone who has offended should go to the colony and then get supervised release out of the colony. Think of it as like a halfway house, but for that specific crime. Because no, hear me out on this one, Ken.
I'm not.
Would you agree that irregardless isn't even a word?
It's not. It's regardless. Yeah, sorry.
Irregardless, I thought was the opposite of regardless.
I wasn't going to say it.
Anyways,
you're sorry. I took your thunder a moment.
It's not even a word I use often. Like that's not a word I've never said on stream before.
It's one of those things that bothers me. Sorry. I didn't mean to be a dick.
Well, irregardless of that, whether it bothers you.
Oh my God. I'm triggered.
Okay. Follow me on this thread for a second, though. Ken, so if someone is in the colony and they're able to live in a safe place, both they cannot offend again and people cannot take vengeance or vigilantism on them. They are able to perform daily functions, right? They have like an apartment or a condo. They perhaps could get a job in this colony doing what they did before. Mm-hmm. Would that not be the best kind of bubble for which rehabilitation can start to take place? Where a person can feel that sense of normalcy.
So I think there's benefit in that, but unless you would have that funded by, because that colony is not funded by anyone. That's just a bunch of people who got together. It's actually
a charity. And honestly, I would donate to that charity. And look, if the charity says we can, well, also you can have an economy in that colony, they can all be farmers, right? Make it like a Mennonite colony. It's like a pedo colony. But then you sell the product that they produce, and that brings money into the colony. And then you also have a registered charity and
they can't leave.
So if I have a certain group of people of a religious background I don't like, I could put them into maybe some work camps and have them create things for me, for our country, to help the fatherland with things, and they can't leave until they're like, God damn it, Tim, you're not supposed to say yes. You can't say yes. You can't say yes to that.
We'll call them happy camps.
No means yes.
I'm dying right now.
No, Ken, just follow me on the thread, right? If there was a scenario that we could dream up where this person could live in the colony and have mostly the same life they had before. They can't have a computer for very obvious reasons, but they can write a letter to their family. And that letter will get delivered, and letters that come back from their family will get delivered. Okay? And they can have a job. Like I said, the example I gave was if you were a plumber before you got caught with the material, and you go into the colony and you say, well, look, we need a plumber. We have some sinks that are broken in the colony. And the guy picks up a pipe wrench. He says, well, I know how to do this. And he goes back to that old job that he used to have. It's not the same. It's not identical. It's more of a simulation than anything. But could that help the rehabilitative process as opposed to in the extreme stress of a prison system, and even more so when you're in protective custody because they don't let you into general population?
So
you're asking for a civil lawsuit if that happens.
If you did that in the context of it being its own separate thing, right?
Yeah.
To where,
and if you do meet the criteria for release from the colony, yeah, I'm happy to release you. If if an expert comes in and says, I think this person's been rehabilitated, they extremely low risk to reoffend. Yeah, okay, I'm okay letting you leave the colony. I'm still going to keep an eye on you for a couple years.
But at some point, we have to allow them to be free back in society.
Sure. And
this is where the whole
trust.
fear
Trust is a broken
rationalization-
mirror, Ken. Trust is like a broken mirror.
I
They
didn't say
broke
it
the mirror
wasn't.
when they did the crime and got sentenced, right? Convicted and sentenced. That was the broken mirror.
Okay.
You can tape the mirror back up, but you'll always see that crack. The trust can never be put to the same place it was before. But bit by bit, every time you tape a new piece on, the reflection back at you becomes more complete. The trust is more complete.
Okay.
So, this kind of step-by-step process is I exchange by showing me that I can trust you, you get more of your freedom back. So step one, you get released, you go to the colony. Cool. You fit in with the colony, you work hard, and you're very receptive to your rehabilitative treatment. Okay, now you've demonstrated to me I can trust you more. Let's do a day release. You can go see your family. See your family, but you come back to the colony at night.
How long do you want to keep that up?
Typically about the same process as probation, so 1 to 3 years, depending on the actual severity of the crime, the original crime.
Okay. But at some point, we're going to need to let them out.
Yeah. And again, the expert comes in and says, look, this person has been very responsive in therapy. They've worked through some of the underlying issues that caused them to offend. And Phil gave them a doll. I think we can release this person.
This is all just a big scheme to get Phil to sell fucking dolls. So real
You're welcome,
quick,
Phil.
I wanted to point this out real quick. That's why I changed.
Oh, sorry, I gotta go. I'm listening. I gotta go for a second.
Okay. So Diego said in the chat, because murder isn't a primary sexual urge, and so I brought this up. So what I did is I brought up real quick the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and so murder isn't a primary urge where sex is. Well, if you go back to Maslow's hierarchy, right, is a foundation, right? We do have things that murder would like align with, if you want to think about is an urge, right? So what would be an urge that would cause you to murder? God damn it, how do I do this again with this stupid fucking thing? Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. There we go.
You're totally ruining your chance to play the video.
Yeah, I know.
Tell us about your self-sabotage.
Safety needs, personal security, resources, property. Those could all be driving urges from murder, right? Physiological needs. All of these could cause you to murder. That could cause that urge to murder. Because if we look at the hierarchy, right, sex is a primal urge, but it's all the way up here, number 3 on the tiers, right? Love, intimacy, belonging, like that's higher up.
Yeah.
Than it is any of the other things, where your urge for murder could be triggered by any of these. Like
the safety
someone
need.
is.
Think about cannibalism, Ken. Like the desperation of starving to death causes you to kill someone who is their leg is broken, for example. This happened. Wasn't like a Chilean soccer team went down in the Andes Mountains?
Yeah, and they all like ate each other.
Yeah,
and not in
but
the
they
good way.
ate the ones who were most disabled first, the ones that couldn't. Well, the ones that were already dead. But they didn't actually kill someone, but they also had a whole plane full of victims to choose from.
True.
Imagine a situation where there's a group of 4, You're all starving to death. And one of them has got like a broken leg and can't walk. And you're drawing straws. The most basic primal instinct would tell you to cull the herd to remove the weakest link, right? And it even a step up into the safety needs. Like there is a murder that most people are okay with humans committing, and it's murder in self-defense, right? It's still a murder. It always has been classified as a murder, but it's a murder that we're okay with letting you do.
No, it's a homicide. Homicide is not murder. Murder is an intentional act. Homicide is the death of a person.
Murder is a crime, right? Murder is the criminal act of unjustified homicide.
Homicide is the action itself.
Yeah. Sorry, I got the words mixed up, but
it's okay. I just wanted to clarify.
There is a homicide that we are okay with doing.
No, that's not necessarily true. I mean, look at some recent incidents of that where it was a justified homicide, but a lot of people were not okay with it. So are we truly okay with it? It's another argument. So
I mean, ultimately, the truth will come out in court. Ultimately.
So let's do this. We are 8 minutes of the 1330 video.
We're almost there.
Let's power bottom this video to get it done, and then we'll make some comments on it afterwards. If it's an absolute necessity to stop, then we can. If it's like really important, if not, jot a note down if possible. So there is homework. There's a pop quiz afterwards, guys. So let's try and do that so we can actually get through the video, and then we'll see if we can do anything else after that. I'm trying to pull up some research while I'm listening to the video and talking to you guys to see if anything's helpful to like show. But so I'll hit play. If it's important, let me know. I'll hit pause. So,
for example, child sexual.
Oh, Ken, it's really important. Pause.
God damn it, Tim.
I'm joking.
We can make Jonas feel that he stays a valuable member of our society, although he's a pedophile. Right now, most of us feel discomfort when we think about this scenario. And most of us feel discomfort when we think about pedophiles. But just like pedophiles, we are not responsible for our feelings. We do not choose them. But we are responsible for our actions. And we must make a decision. It is in our responsibility to reflect and to overcome our negative feelings about pedophiles and to treat them with the same respect we treat other people with. We should accept that pedophiles are people who have not chosen their sexuality and who, unlike most of us, will never be able to live it out freely if they want to lead an upright life. We should accept that pedophilia is a sexual preference, a thought, a feeling, and not an act. We should differentiate between child sexual abuse and pedophilia. We shouldn't increase the suffering of pedophiles by excluding them, by blaming and mocking them. By doing that, we increase their isolation and we increase the chance of child sexual abuse. Only if they make themselves recognizable, because they're not afraid of punishment, of anger and rejection, can we better understand the causes of pedophilia and we can improve their treatment. We can help them accept their sexuality and help them learn to refrain from acting on their sexual urges which cause harm to children. We can encourage them never to commit child sexual abuse. We can help them refrain from entering dangerous situations they might not control entirely. And we can prescribe medication. This approach has already been successful. In the last 10 years, more than 9,500 people have received help in a prevention network called Kein Täter werden, which means don't offend in English, at university hospitals in Germany. The last survey shows that 98% have never committed child sexual abuse. Unfortunately, this program is not gonna eradicate child sexual abuse. But it is the first step in the right direction. Pedophiles who have received treatment have a better understanding of who they can turn to in order to prevent abuse before it happens. Most of you might ask themselves now, why is she telling us that? 5 years ago, I first heard about Jonas's life. Prior to that, I have never really thought about pedophilia, and I had just adapted the prevalent societal view about it without never really questioning it. I felt anger and disgust about pedophiles. My perspective has been completely changed by hearing Jonas's story, hearing about his cruel fate, and understanding the difference between child sexual abuse and pedophilia. As a medical student with a background in psychology, I feel it as my responsibility to help others overcome and escape wrong stigmatization and to have a positive impact on our future society. By changing our view about pedophilia as a society and by offering them support and therapy, we can help millions of people to live better lives, and we can effectively reduce child sexual abuse. No one is responsible for their feelings, but everyone is responsible for their actions. I thank you very much.
Okay, so we actually made it through the video 2 hours and 30 minutes later.
Hang on, pause the video for a second.
There we go. So what are your thoughts after listening to the last 5 minutes? Everyone who's listening or participating in the audio still. I'm not necessarily in the StreamYards window.
It's actually because it's kind of the way that the TED Talks usually go, right? The format is that you present your argument up front and then you backload it with your justification.
So this is a TEDx, so I don't know if you're here for that. TEDx is technically they're independent, like independently organized TED events, so they're not by the true TED organization. Obviously, they still have a name and shit,
I mean, the style of the talk is there's a school of political argument, and actually this debate is a political one as much as it is a scientific one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Anyways, the format that they use to make these arguments is a tried and tested kind of debate, town hall style formatting, where you put your argument and your best piece of evidence up front. Then you expand your argument, and then you backload with all of your justifications and some of your ancillary facts. So the end of the video was not as good as the start of the video.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
So remember my thing I mentioned at the beginning, like this video was like made to go hard against this woman, and that she was making it out like we should all just be like okay with like kids getting raped effectively, right?
Of course, because
like normalizing pedophilia. Like I don't think the goal of this was to normalize pedophilia at all.
No, it wasn't. It clearly wasn't. But you got to remember, the right-wing virtue signal is a strong force.
I think anyone with a brain can see this, I would hope, right?
But that's the thing too, Ken. How long did it take us to get through this video? Right, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it was.
Most people don't have the attention span of 5 minutes. That
caused us to have a delay in there. Just kidding.
Most people don't even have the attention span of 5 minutes. So the outrage porn, if you will call it that, is
Kinky.
Literally a money shot. You get the clipped one-liner that everyone saw on Facebook and got the outrage porn about. No one bothered to look at the whole video.
Oh, I guarantee it. And so that's where, one, I took issue with this video. Because there's this video, and then I have another video that's talking about the same topic, but it's from someone who works in the criminal justice system, who has the same basically platform of this lady. Of yes, these people do things that are bad. We need to deal with it when they do things, but we need to put shit in place to help prevent it, help deal with it better. And that's the argument I've been trying to make. And I don't know if I've been doing it right, because I don't know if I'm getting through to people or if it's working. If that makes sense.
It's a tricky subject to broach, actually, because people will just get outraged and just on hearing the word pedophilia. But the nature of the video is good to get people talking about it, because to get people to a position where they'll start talking about things like prevention and treatment and stuff like that is a few more steps down the line. People will need to get over their own, I suppose, hypocrisy over the whole idea, because most people haven't thought this through. In the line of work that I'm in, I've kind of had this kind of topic thrust upon me, so I had to think about it a bit.
A thrust, huh, Phil?
Good phrasing. Good job, Phil. Good.
Indeed. But I mean, like I said, I've never had any interest in child dolls or anything like that. I didn't see any need. But then when, I suppose, having the topic again shoved in my direction, you then have to think about it when you're starting to think, well, as Tim was mentioning earlier, you know, if you're faced with like celibacy or a crime, we know what's most likely going to happen. So like treatment, say with dolls, for example, be one of many different avenues that we could take, could lessen the amount of crimes that actually take place. Now, a lot of people are just dead set on their outrage porn, as we've just been mentioning, and they'll get up on their soapbox and they'll start saying, no, child dolls are terrible, we can't possibly have those. But it might be the key thing that prevents a pedophile from offending. And we've got to get over this outrage and actually sit down and actually have a decent conversation and debate the whole thing.
What about the hybrid approach where so the colony idea that I had, what if you could just check yourself into the colony? And everyone was super quiet about it. There was never a list of names that was available, right? That
doesn't address the issue at hand.
But then you get the doll's available in the colony.
But you're remember, so what's the generalized goal of this idea of trying to change, like to implement different treatment methods? It's to increase the level of access to care, right? As a provider, as a counselor, as a therapist, my goal with most of the shit I do is I want to get the people who need care the highest level of access to care possible. People who are low income need access to care just as much as a rich person. People who are black need just as much access to care as who are white. The pedophile or the person struggling with these feelings needs that same level of access to care as every other person in society does. If you're limiting it to a half a dozen colonies across the country with a limited amount of places for them to be, you're talking about making people get up and move from their lives. They have to give up everything they know. They have to walk away from their families if they have a wife and kids or whatever, or a husband and kids.
Well,
that's not feasible. That's not really access to care. That's a Band-Aid solution. Doesn't actually do anything.
I kind of want people to like get up and leave their lives because of your attraction. You are dangerous to people.
It's more isolation, though. The goal, like she was saying, is the social isolation is one of the key factors that actually drives people to offend. You take people out of their homes. You take people away from the people they love and trust the most, right?
What if the system is designed to make you offend? Because you said it yourself. We can't punish for people for things they haven't done yet.
Which we should never do.
So what if the system we have now was actually intended to increase victimization?
You might want to tighten your tinfoil hat a bit. But no,
I do believe that fentanyl was introduced by the government to kill off drug addicts because they're really expensive to take care of.
So I'll sidestep that. I think it's an interesting topic, but I'll sidestep it for the moment, right? And it's not because I don't think we should discuss it. Like I said, with the idea of this is reduce the level of social isolation. That's why, like I mentioned earlier in the hypothetical, is if I come to you or someone comes to you and brings this to you, if you would help me with me being depressed and wanting to end my life, the goal would be to get to the same level or a similar level of social support that we offer for everything else. Someone comes out as gay or lesbian, there's a level of social support that's there. There are people willing to help comfort you, help you get through this difficult change in your life.
Electroconversion therapy.
No, it does. We talked about conversion therapy, don't work. Mike Pence is occupied right now, so he's not available.
Yeah, Mike Pence is not available.
I know he's not available right now. Damn it. Maybe in 2024. But we'll have him back. We'll have, I don't remember all the damn name memes. But if our goal
one gigawatt for each impure thought.
Those things. Like the thing is you can have a system set up, and Phil might actually like this idea. So like, think about it. Like, we're talking about implementing a system and a method of treatment in place that helps reduce sexual urges or helps them control sexual urges in the moment. So say the end goal is them to be able to engage in a mostly normal life, right? They're out at the beach with their family. They see kids in bathing suits and they start to have a sexual urge. They've learned techniques through therapy. They go
home and use the doll. Like that is the greatest outcome we could hope for.
So even assuming no doll, you still want them to have access to, because you can't carry the doll with you everywhere feasibly, right? You can't just at the beach fuck the doll in front of the kids who are there.
Do you think we would ever get to that point?
That's a whole
because that's the
topic.
thing is if what's her name there, Merjam? How do I say her name?
I said Merjam.
Miriam, I think.
It might be Miriam. Yeah,
I don't know.
Miriam.
I guess I like Merjam.
Hein, that's Finnish, isn't it? Yeah, I think it would be Miriam. Their J's are like
Germany,
Y's. Oh, it might be Germany. But yeah, their J's tend to be pronounced as Y's.
Oh.
Anyways, yeah, so let's say that Miriam's society, her everything she talked about was implemented. Okay. And we're doing that, right? There's a 1-800 number you can call, you can out yourself to that 1-800 number, and they'd put you in touch with a counselor. And you would be comfortable as an individual going to a clinic, and the name of the clinic's on the door. It says, "Hey, we treat this disorder," and you'd be okay with other people watching you go inside the clinic. Let's imagine the utopia that fanciful, that accepting.
Let me ask a question though. I know there's a pervasive pattern here with the way we handle this situation, right? That I don't see in the way you describe it, that I don't see with other things, right? Is whatever your idea for the treatment or implementation is, it still comes back to isolation. You're still isolating them, forcing them to go to even a clinic in their town instead of just being able to go to a therapist that they might normally see to deal with the issue.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like any clinic, right? Any clinic.
Another part of it too would be is if you're worried about the dangers of keeping them in the household, a well-structured program, like if I'm thinking about like how I would structure it, you would have multiple facets of this program. We have the facet that focuses on the person who struggles with the sexual attraction. And then if they have a family, so say they have kids in the household or they live with family that have kids, you would have a separate part of the program that's integrated that would be like, okay, we're working on this issue. Here's your part of this therapy to help them get through it. You're here to be supportive. You're here to help them. But we're also there's these preventative things in place to help, prevent anything actually happening. That if, the kids are aware to a certain degree of, hey, mom, your dad's going through, this program. If you're worried, if these things, like you would give the talk
and there
about,
would be there'd be a hashtag on Twitter, right? There'd be a day where it's like, like end the stigma against mental health, right? And someone would be okay with saying, look, I have this condition.
I would love that. And I would love for people to be able to go onto fucking Twitter and say, I have sexual attraction towards children and I'm getting help for it. No, I want them to be like, I've been diagnosed with an attraction towards children and I've been working on it and I've been doing great at it.
Yeah.
And
okay, let's imagine we have a society where you can do that. Are we comfortable walking into someone's house and seeing a child sex doll just kind of laying out on the couch?
I wouldn't leave it laying out, but so that comes back to, is it just because you have to think about what an offense is? Because a lot of people think of a sexual offense in a specific light against a child. people think
Would you let that person babysit your kids?
If they've been through treatment, yes. Because I would trust, if it's someone I know, it's someone that, because remember, I'm a somewhat semi-professional, right? To give the people on Twitter the somewhat credit that I'm not a therapist for fun, assuming I kind of know what I'm talking about. And the way, I would obviously talk to them while, if they come over, or if I, obviously I'm not just going to let them suddenly babysit my kids, but if I just talk to them socially, and if they open up about it and they share that, and they're explaining to me, oh, I went through this part of the process and this made me feel better, and I really got a lot out of this technique. Like, that's telling me that they know what to do, and that, I'm comfortable as a parent, right? To where if they're coming into my household to babysit, right? And I'm extending that level of trust, I can tell them and feel comfortable with it. Hey, thank you for watching my kids. I know if you have any of your issues or urges, give us a call. We can come home early from the movies. We can leave. We're friends. I'm here to support you too. That's the easiest way you could deal with that.
That is one hell of a societal transformation, though.
Oh, dude, it's a big ask. I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, but I'm saying that would be a goal.
You're fighting an extremely primal instinct. That's why everyone's asshole clenches whenever we broach the subject.
But the sad irony is when everyone's asshole clenches, when the adult's asshole clenches over the topic, it only gives offenders more likeliness of actually hurting someone. So because we all get uptight over the topic, it actually causes more people to get molested and assaulted and raped.
But that
literally happens.
But what you're asking for is to stop clenching when that happens. That's like asking a soldier to not, just don't have a PTSD episode.
So
just stop.
I'm gonna use a really weird reference right now, but please let me go through it. All right. If you clench up your asshole in preparation for anal sex, you're going to have pain. The goal of prior to anal sex, you would want to release. Listen, let me finish. There's an actual thing here. Let me finish.
I know what you're talking about.
Let me finish. I will mute your ass. That you need the fact that you know what you're talking about. I'm sure. Okay. I'll trust your bottom expertise, bottom dollar expertise. You would want to relax to be able to prepare for the sexual activity, right? Because if you clench up, you will cause injury in the process of engaging in the act, right? If we take that metaphor and we apply it to the changing of the way we treat pedophiles in society, the clenching up causes more pain and suffering, not to the person engaging in this political, social, emotional debate. It actually causes injury to the people that they're supposedly trying to help. Whereas if they relaxed and said, I'm uncomfortable with this, and be honest about it. Hey, I'm really uncomfortable with this idea, but I want to try and be part of this. I want to try and help make the changes. I'm uncomfortable with it, but I'm willing to give it a shot. That would be what you want to aim at. Just like your first time trying anything new, right? This is new. I don't know what I'm necessarily doing, but I'm going to try it. I've done shit. Like the first time I went into a fire as a firefighter. Not like 30 seconds after passing the threshold, I was like, I kind of want to step back a bit because there was a barn that was fully engulfed in flame. And then I stepped back past the threshold of where the entryway was and the roof collapses. So I was kind of like, it's like I'm a little nervous here because it's the first fucking big fire. And it's like, oh shit, the roof just collapsed. I could have been killed. So it's new. It's an experience. Like your emotions, your heart's flooded. Like you have this whole experience. You're going to go through the same fucking thing with this process.
The difference between the scenario you gave, the firefighting, and the why did we get demonetized?
We're never monetized.
Okay, yeah, you're not monetized. Oh, anyways,
I'm just making the joke.
The difference between the scenario you presented is the level of the primal instinct versus trying anal sex, which opposing that instinct is so much easier than opposing the instinct to survive, which is what your firefighting experience was, and the instinct to protect children, which we have that because children are they are our future, but humans were
both
built
of those are
with that
survival
impulse.
instincts, though.
Yeah.
Your survival instinct to keep your children safe versus your survival instinct to get out of a burning building. But
your
being
mama
a firefighter,
bear, I would say those two are more similar than the instinct to not to clench up when someone tries going in your ass.
Well, so think about this though, and if someone's going to, do that activity, right? And you know it's going to hurt you, why would you do that? Why would you continue to clench, right? So that would be part of like this discussion here. Like, for example, I know you've been against several of the ideas or you're uncomfortable with it. Why would you continue to clench knowing it's going to cause more pain?
What my argument is that stopping the clench is almost impossible.
No, you can practice and train for that. How do you
True.
think people do like goatsy shit?
Like, how much training do you think someone needs to stop clenching every time a gunshot is heard? Or to stop flinching, I guess. Not clenching, but flinching.
How much training does
Like
it take to run into a burning building
police
versus running out?
officers will flinch when they're being shot at.
It's not necessarily a bad thing. But the thing is yeah, you're going to flinch. But your reaction after you go through it several times and you learn the process and learn, okay, this is anything new, right? Anything new. This is the reaction to the new activity or the new object or the new experience, right?
And
okay, this is how I reacted. I want to change this next time. So I want next time, like I did goal making yesterday. So next time I want it to be a little bit less severe. And how do we do that? We figure out ways to make it less severe when we do it next time. You do that progressively over time as you implement these things. You wouldn't be able to drop all this overnight. No one would want it. You have to do it. You have to, that's why when talking about doing the research, you would have to be able to back the shit up solidly. That's like, you
back
have
it up like
Lizzo's
ass.
Yes. Beautiful. And you want it backed up. God damn it, embalmed. So we need more lube. And you want people to understand that there is merit to the idea. Like, as much as we've been pushing back and forth on each other, I'm sure you see merit to the ideas. Even if you're uncomfortable with it, I'm sure you see merit to the ideas. And that's part one of this whole thing, is you got to get people in to say, maybe this will make a difference somewhere.
Part one is admitting we have a problem. I, like a lot of people, would want to see that the results of your study first.
I would love to see the results of a study.
What is the scope of the study, though? Are you looking for people who haven't offended ever?
The goal would be to find people, because you would want, ideally, when designing a study, is your goal is you would want a good sample size. So I would probably aim for a couple hundred or more to have a real good sample size.
And you'll need a control as well. So yes, you do want people who haven't offended.
Well, no, it's not about, you would want a control that has nothing to do with pedophilia. It may be about another type of
so you give
urge.
you give normal people a child sex doll.
No,
what is that going to show you?
No, it would be, it's not necessarily about the child sex doll itself. So you have your experimental groups of like no offense, because you would have, it would be multiple.
Well, actually, no, the control group would be people who have offended and don't get a doll. That would be your control group.
Or people
then you want people who have offended and get a doll. And what you're trying to show is that the people who get the doll are less likely to reoffend.
Yeah, you have separate. So you have your control group of people who haven't offended and don't get a doll. You have a control group of people who have offended and don't get a doll. And you have your experimental groups of just therapy with a doll, and family supports therapy stuff in place, or other social relationship supports in place. You could structure it really well to give a full encompassing level of care. So you could say at the end of the study, this group of people who only had therapy, they had a 40% reduction in urges, where the therapy and the doll had like a 75% reduction, where the therapy, the doll, and the family support had the 90% reduction, like that kind of thing.
And yeah, you're not necessarily looking for the actions, because the actual act is rare. The actual act is rare by comparison to the urges that you experience. But since the urge leads to the act, you can safely say that if I reduce the urge, I can reduce the acts.
So affirmative, not idea. So, yeah, that's perfectly. We'll just do that. And we'll have a non-offender just raise them. It's the perfect study. So the goal would be, since we can't change societal acceptance overnight, the study would be to focus on the urges, because the urges are going to be the thing that tips you over the line. Is if you can't control your urges, you're going to fucking do anything.
There's no confidence that you can stop the urge, and that's why the level of the tolerance of risk is so low, because no one's convinced that you can totally stop it.
So that's like I talked to, like when I do therapy with people with like anger issues, right? Or anything like, or anxiety. Like the goal is to find methods that help you deal with the feelings in that moment. So like, for example, say, one of the, you want to find things that help you control your emotions in that moment, right? So if doing something causes, or something happening causes you severe anxiety, say being at a board meeting and having to do a presentation. But one of the things that helps you cope with anxiety might be playing video games. Can't
Or
play
jerk
video
off
game
beforehand.
or jerking
you
off.
run to the corporate bathroom and just rub one out.
Legitimately. But you say it's a sudden meeting, you can't do it. Like it wasn't a scheduled meeting. So
Yeah.
you have to have ways to deal with your emotions in the moment, and then you can use your
So then you
other
start rubbing
things
your crotch on the
afterwards.
corner of the table.
Yeah, I got fired for a job from that one once. It's a whole story. But your goal would be to
And by corner of table, you meant the secretary.
yeah. So like for example, with someone with like anger anxiety, if you're getting angry and frustrated, because I have a 10-year-old client right now. She's struggles severely with maintaining her anger when it comes to her sibling. Like she has in sessions with me, like hit or kicked her sibling because of them like throwing like insults and shit back and forth. And so one of the things I've had to work with her on is I know these things, like, you like doing your hobbies, like they're into like horse riding or something, and they're into like a certain video game or whatever. And so they're like, these things help me calm down. I'm like, okay, but if you're like you and your brother are at your dad's house and you guys are out somewhere in public and your brother's doing something, you don't have access to those. How do we deal with those feelings right now? Because that's what matters, is dealing with those urges now. So that's why the therapy matters. Is so like if you're out in public, okay, here's therapy techniques I can use to kind of rein in my urges in the moment. It's like if you're at the beach, using the like absurd example. You're at the beach, the urges start to take over, or you feel like they might start to become overwhelming. Okay, I'll apply these techniques I learned in therapy. Hey, maybe we got to cut the beach short, or maybe we got to go home early, or I'm going to leave and take an Uber home. And, I'm going to go deal with the rest of my anxiety, say, call it an anxiety, right? So I'm going to go deal with the rest of my anxiety or my emotions that are associated with this, right? I need to go have my outlet for that. So then you go home and you have your outlet for it. That right there is a very strong potential to reduce your likelihood of actually acting out because you had an effective way to get it out. I think if the child sex dolls can show that as being a thing that both offending and non-offending pedophiles can go back to at the end of the day, whether they build an emotional connection with it or not, because a lot of the offending isn't necessarily just sex. You want to have, a lot of people are romantically attracted to children as well as sexually. Like they're think about you're attracted to adult women.
Yeah, no. I understand the concept that like there's like,
so
it's kind of like they bring the child to an Olive Garden.
One that's a shitty date for a child. Anyway, you want to go to Chuck E. Cheese.
I was
all
making
my
a Russell
child
Greer
dates
joke.
are great at Chuck E. Cheese.
God damn it, Ken! I was making a Russell Greer joke.
Sorry,
I caught it.
I didn't. It's been a long night.
But yeah, no. But I get what you mean. Like there is a difference between the sexual attraction and the actual like a relationship attraction.
Yes, and I think that's important in the whole.
I did actually think of something. What if a offender contacts you and says, "Look, I have these thoughts and urges. I'm just going to kill myself so that I can never hurt a child."
I would not be okay with that.
You wouldn't be okay with that. I would.
Why? There's better ways to deal with that. Why would you allow someone to end their own life when there are other current ways to actually deal with it that are effective?
if that's their choice. I'm not going to say, well, good, you should.
But it's not their choice.
I won't say that, but
so let me break down that situation, right? In that situation, you have someone who's coming to me as a therapist, likely in distress, likely going, I don't know how to deal with my urges. I'm scared to death of acting out. I just feel like I need to end my life to
they said like, oh, I
That's
had
not a choice.
Like I got in my car today and I was going to abduct that kid, but I came here instead.
Well, right there, that to me is a huge thing. Like there's a big positive in that. Do you see what it is?
Yeah, they found some other way.
They chose not to do it. They already showed they didn't have to. They showed they have the capacity to not offend and continue that. They dealt with a very strong and almost overwhelming urge, and instead of going and offending, they came to me or they came to another counselor. That's a big
called
deal.
you and they said, like, look, I'm standing on the bridge right now.
The thing is they can't see that. Just like when I was depressed, when I was dealing with my severe depression and I was wanting to end my life, nothing my wife said in that moment mattered. All the good shit, all the people in my life, I didn't fucking care. It was so dark I couldn't see anything light. The same would apply in that situation. Is they're so scared of the darkness of consuming them and actually offending and hurting a kid that they see that is the only way out, and it's not an
I
answer.
see it as a
It's
very
not a
noble.
solution.
I
It's
see it
not,
as a
though.
noble act.
How is it a noble act? Should a
You're
kid kill
sacrificing
themselves
yourself.
because they've been getting bad grades and they can't
What?
pull their grades up? Obviously, it's like no matter what I do, I can't get my grades up. My mom and dad are going to be so mad at me, I can't deal with the stress. Should a child kill themselves to deal with that?
No, you put them in military boarding school and you raise them to
Oh,
be
that hasn't-
one of the meat fodder
Well,
for
no,
your
they're
endless war on drugs and oil.
But they're trying, but they're trying and they still can't. It's not like they're a bad kid. They're trying and they struggle with the material. Maybe they have autism or another learning disorder.
Or
but
they're just stupid. There are people in this society who are just that stupid.
Or even that, but does that mean that killing themselves is an answer?
Well, I mean,
As
if
a
they
kid.
remove themselves from the gene pool, that
Well, remember, like I've had times where I've hit difficult years in school, or I've hit difficult subjects that I struggled severely with. When I was in tech school in the military, like I had to do like physics and shit at one point. And there was a section of one of the, like, because we had like 13 or 14 different blocks of training. And like one of them was like computers, we had like physics, we had some other shit. And one of the blocks of training was really hard for me. And the program, the career field I was in, it was a smaller field. It was very specialized, and it wasn't like I was dumb. It was just a difficult thing for me initially to grasp. Doesn't mean I'm stupid. So if I was in the same situation, like just because I'm struggling with it doesn't mean suicide's the right answer. Why
I like
is
how
suicide
I like how we got to the hey, you failed math, kill yourself, nerd.
Well, it's I think a relevant comparison in a way, because you're
I
talking
don't
about.
know
Well,
if that's quite the
well,
same.
let me
hang on a second.
flesh it
So,
out though.
what if someone who has a very high risk factor of passing on Huntington's to their kids, and they say, "Well, I'm not going to have kids then. I don't want my kids to deal with this. I just won't have any kids."
Are they making the decision in a sound mind? That's what it comes back to.
I mean,
If they're not
you've
of a
been
sound
told you
mind, they
have a
can't make-
life-ending terminal illness that you'll
But if
never. There's no cure. You're not going to get out of it. It's just going to happen, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So
I
is the
don't know if
decision
you
just to
ever
not have
will
a
be in the
family?
right mind again.
Or are we talking about ending your life too? Because it's
It's,
important.
it's some sort of like a genetic disorder, right? So if you get so Huntington's or ALS,
Yeah, I'm
wait,
familiar.
ALS is not genetic. Never mind. But Huntington's is, which is a very severe degenerative illness in the later stages of your life, or spina bifida for crying out loud. Because a lot of those kids don't see their adulthood.
So are they just choosing not to reproduce, or are they saying, I'm not ever going to be able to have a family, I'm killing myself? I need to make sure I'm understanding it properly.
Oh, in this scenario, we're just saying I'm not having kids. I'm going to choose to make the sacrifice because remember, all biological beings exist to reproduce.
So in that's where it still comes back to, did they make the decision in sound mind? So say they found out today, right? Say they
My
get
counter argument is: can you be of sound mind when you get that diagnosis? Will you ever be a sound mind again?
Well, here's part of the process, right? Is so in that situation, say today, I have a client, they get the results, they have Huntington's, and that's like overwhelming for them. In that moment, they're probably too emotionally upset to make a sound decision, right? The goal would be, is say through therapy or having a friend or someone you can bullshit and talk the shit through with, is to process it like, okay, what does this mean? So like you would need them to understand what's the realities of actually passing it on. It's like, okay, what's the percentages? But that doesn't mean you can't have kids. What about adoption? What about a surrogate? So maybe you have if it's a female, you have a surrogate egg and a surrogate, to where that way you don't have to worry about passing on your gene and stuff like that. So you can help them process those rationals, like, because they're not thinking of all the other shit right now. They're too overwhelmed with the fact they just got diagnosed with Huntington's. You would need them to take the time to like really understand it before they can really make a sounder mind of a somewhat semi-sound mind. Okay, I've thought it through. I know I can adopt. I know I can do this. I've thought about it at, this and that, and weighed the options. and then they say, finalizing it, signing it, I'm never having kids. That would be more of a sound decision than kind of reacting within, that short time window after getting the diagnosis, say the first day or two, because then you're not really sound because you can't think of all the other shit. Just like I couldn't process, the fact that I did have friends who would have really probably, got severely depressed if I killed myself. I would have had family members have to live with that the rest of their lives. I know my best friends would have been like, I wish I probably could have done something, and they would have had to live with that guilt.
I don't know why everyone views suicide as such a tragic occurrence. Like,
because it is.
Some people do free themselves from an extreme amount of pain. Shouldn't you take comfort in that?
Are we talking mental or physical pain?
Both.
There's a big
both.
So if you're talking of something like cancer or a physical illness, I think that's a different level of suicide than someone who's dealing with a mental illness. Because
you think that, but I can tell you for sure that mental pain can sometimes be even worse than physical pain.
Oh, I tell all my clients that you can be emotionally abused and be worse off than someone who was physically abused or sexually abused.
Yeah,
because of the way the emotions can fuck with you. But the thing is, with that in mind, you can't. Fuck, what was I trying to say? God damn it, I lost my train of thought.
Boobies are good.
Yes, that too. I stand by this. But with that,
oh come on, Ken would suck anything with a nipple.
Yeah, I've done it. The guy that lives on the farm next to me was not happy what happened with his sheep and his cow.
Although you didn't have to go to the supermarket to pick up cheese that day.
It was fucking great. So what were you saying right before I was starting to reply? Because I lost my train of thought.
So I was saying that, well, first of all, one of the assertions I made is that not all suicides are tragic. There are some where a person has released themselves from an extreme amount of pain.
So one of the things that, and it was in the very first episode I ever did, and it was from the Jordan Peterson video I showed where he was talking about, there was someone in the audience who had wrote an anonymous question about, they were thinking about ending their life very soon. Why shouldn't I? And one of the things he mentioned was when he was practicing at this prisoner's some sort of complex he used to work at a while ago, there was a guy there who used to tell his clients who were suicidal, can you wait till, you can kill yourself tomorrow, and he's like, it seems like a flippant statement. Like, it's a serious subject. Like,
no, I get where he's coming from. Do you remember that joke in Family Guy where Peter's like, oh, Lois, I want to buy that thing. And then Lois is like, okay, Peter, but only if you count to 5 and you still want it. And he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I don't want it anymore.
So then why would we allow someone to? So then why would we allow someone to make an emotional reaction in the moment that could cause lifelong repercussions?
Would it be better then if someone said, look, the doll isn't working. I still, the doll isn't doing it for me anymore. I still want to go out and abduct a child. Now can I kill myself?
So let's take, I'll take that, right? So you have a client say, this is a thing, we do this for therapy or whatever now. They're coming to me for therapy. They've been using the doll. The doll's not effective. None of the counseling's effective. And after, they come and say, I don't think I'm ever going to able to, guarantee that I'm not. I feel like almost every day I'm going to do it. I was close a couple days ago. I feel like I do need to end my life. And then, so that's where the next step was, okay, so this isn't working. Can we try something else? There's other shit on the table we may not have tried yet. Let's do this before we make that decision. Because you can't undo that. There's no control Zing a suicide. Right?
You don't know that.
I've tried.
You don't know that if it's successful, you can't undo it.
You can't guarantee if someone tries to kill themselves, you'll be able to bring them back to life. I've done CPR on people. It's not guaranteed. No. What I mean is you are successful. You are dead. You don't know what happens after that. But you're assuming that will actually make you feel better.
I mean, none of us know what happens after that moment. It's very possible you just end up transported into a different body and you just live life over again. The whole reincarnation idea.
Assuming that. So if you take, if you look it up, there's a few examples of this where people who tried to kill themselves, like say jumping off a bridge and ended up surviving. You'll hear a lot of them say, I remember jumping and then I was like, I wish I didn't do it. I read that instantly.
I know what article you're talking about. I read that article.
Like, so still, then why shouldn't we try every feasible option first before we get to suicide?
Well, how
they
many
deserve
failures?
that
How many?
opportunity?
Like you could think of probably an infinite number of variations of, maybe a handful of standard treatments. Like
I'm open to
what point?
non-standard treatments. I'm open to a bunch of different
Especially
things,
if the
though.
person has already given up on from their point of view, right?
So the goal is then, if it's me, if I'm their counselor, right? So my first thing is going to be, okay, let's figure
One
out.
more. Can I have one more day?
Well, no,
Right?
no, not that. It's let's figure out why this isn't working. So, like, if it's a specific type of intervention to deal with urges in that moment. So let's walk through your urge in that moment. Tell me how you're applying this method and tell me how it's not working. Like, I want all those details. I want every piece of information there, because if during that process they're doing it wrong, or maybe they aren't able to apply it fully, then they haven't really tried it because they're missing pieces of it. Like, there's a lot to process there, right?
True. But then, what if, okay, so we've gone through that. They still want to do it.
So
will you ever get to a point where you say, I can't stop you. I can't physically restrain you from doing it.
So if I could feasibly see a situation, it'd be probably rare. If I had someone,
it would have to go pretty deep, right? It would really deep.
It would be months and months of assessment, like probably more than once a week.
Back
sessions.
And forth. So they're like, okay, I want to do it now. No, hang on. Let's try this other thing. And then a month later, this other thing isn't working. I'm going to do it tonight. No. One more. Let's do this one.
A month isn't
enough.
This one. A month is not enough.
Okay, well, whatever. I don't know what enough time is.
Well, so for example, like any mental health med, it takes 4 to 6 weeks to get full effect once you start taking it. Right.
So 2 months. So you need at least 2 months to see.
You need at least 2 months to really see if a med works, right?
Yeah.
So you would really want to and that's also, are you putting in the full effort of the treatment, right? Or are we, did we try it, or did we get
modify
demotivated?
the schedule or the execution of the treatment?
And there's ways to, I have a client who's struggling with agoraphobia. If you're not familiar, it's failure to leave your house or leave places you're comfortable. So like right now, he's actually doing a lot better than he was initially, where he couldn't really leave the house. He had, he had to quit his job. He had been back at work, doing well, was able to go to specific places, but still struggled leaving his house long distances and going out at night. And so,
what triggers that? Is that something that comes on progressively, or did this guy just wake up one morning and have the condition?
So he had an experience that happened at night. I think it was in the laundry room of his apartment complex, and it was something minor, but it had triggered a big level of anxiety. And then in a very recent, and that was months ago, we first started talking. I first met him months and months ago, but in a very, very recent session, we had started talking about some sexual abuse he dealt with from a babysitter who took advantage of him. She had done stuff to him during did some different things, and he was trying to kind of process that he thinks that might have something to do with some of his struggles still with going out at night and some of his other anxiety issues.
I mean, the brain is wired weird, man. It could just
be
a
fucking mess.
Well, while it was going on, he looked at a picture of the outside of a city, the painting of a city.
Not even that. It's more of, in his situation, it's more of, it was a lot of isolation because he didn't feel able to tell some people. There was some fear because he wasn't sure what was really going on, because he was young at this time. I think he was 3 or 5. So he was a younger kid. So trying to, because remember, kids self-stimulate. That's very common. An infant will self-stimulate because it feels good. It's supposed to, right? So you have someone who's young who is feeling this good feeling, but then doesn't know what it means and is struggling to comprehend what it means. Because even as adults, sex and intimacy and romance is a fucking thing that we've got books on, and I'm sure I've got books in my office here of just shit on that subject, right? I've got a whole books on human sexuality, relationships.
How complicated can it be? Boy meets girl, boy gets erection, slap her titties around, stick it inside her, and pee.
You're breaking it down to a level that
that's South Park.
It's a lot easier.
That was from South Park.
I know. Even as an adult, though, it's still even as simplified as you may have made it, it's still a lot to process. What is this? Why does this specific thing feel good? But why does it feel good, but I don't like that this person's doing it to me? right? Like I might be okay doing it to myself, but my babysitter doing it, I don't know, I feel weird or it feels awkward or something's wrong. And as a kid, you don't understand what that means. Like my client
As
as
an adult, I don't understand what that means. Like,
so
no one who hasn't been abused can ever put themselves in the shoes of someone who has.
Not just abuse. I have a client, that 10-year-old client that has the anger issues. And she's been struggling with depression too because of their mom and dad are getting divorced. So her and her brother, they're going through that whole process. And the kid, at one point, and it really upset me to see, but it was really insightful to have happen, right? Is the kid was going, she was getting very upset when we were talking about certain things. And she was like, it basically come down to, I feel like this and I don't know what this feeling is and I hate that I feel it. And it was like depression, basically. She didn't know what it was. She's 10. Tell a 10-year-old to define what fucking depression is. Right?
It's when your mom takes your PlayStation away.
Yes. That's it. That's all it is. That's the DSM for it. I modified the DSM to be up there.
Literally, just come hit me up next time you need a DSM definition. I got you. Got your back, fam.
Unspecified.
God damn it, Embalmed. Embalmed was here yesterday as we were going through the different unspecified sections of each major section of the DSM. So let me pull this up real quick because I think it's an interesting text. This is a book by, I think it's Dr. Michael Seto.
Are we going to do the self-diagnosis?
Why is my... Holy shit. Hopefully no one has that. Why is it doing that? Holy shit. Why did it do that?
I want to take that test that Toye took. That's what I want to take.
Test?
I kind of want to do it too.
The disc test? I don't know if it would be worth. You mean you want to take it now or
no, not now,
or just in general?
Oh, I will.
It's expensive, if I remember.
Oh, really? Damn.
Really?
Well, it's not something I think you could just take online. I don't know.
Because I think it'd be hysterical if all my lines were like 20% or whatever.
Laust wasn't here yesterday for.
No, I have not caught that video yet. I saw you posted it earlier, but
let me see if I can.
Down.
Yeah, I have to censor a couple things out of it first, but I'm going to put it back up. So let me remove the one thing real quick.
I don't have my soundboard with me, but imagine me pressing the censor button right now.
So this was from Ron's thing. I think it's showing. Hold on. There we go. So this is from Ron's thing. This is his executive summary of the 7 dimensions. This is the one that is around 40-ish, and he scored a 1 on. I just thought it was
altruist.
Yeah, so it's down here. Very low altruist. You guard your trust levels is to not get burned, either self or team. And then I went through with
my level would be really low too.
So
it might even be negative. If Ron's is a 1, I'm sure mine's negative.
Well, assuming that the test was taken in good faith, and I think it was, because as I was explaining to Twisted and Embalmed yesterday, because I think Embalmed was there for part of it. I don't remember. It's been a long day and a half. But, I can see where some of these personality traits show in Ron's behaviors. And some of that is concerning. But let me see if I can get this other thing pulled up real quick.
God, I got to find a way to take that test myself. Actually, I should give my entire family that test.
So the hardest part about all the... Oh, sorry.
So this book here is Pedophilia and Sexual Offending Against Children by Michael Seto. He's very well known.
How the hell do you Google for that book without sending a squad of FBI to your door?
Don't ask, because then I give away my techniques.
Google Seto.
I've just given up. One of the things that is really helpful is things like ResearchGate and Google Scholar, or if you know how to phrase shit, like if you go to Google or DuckDuckGo or whatever, you type in scholarly research pedophilia or scholarly research stuff or thing or activity. And when you preface it with that, normally you get these kind of things versus things you wouldn't want to get. Right. So, God damn it. Did I lose the fucking thing? So there, I have this thing where I can't, if you see here where I move my mouse, the second monitor I pulled out of storage, basically, I can't see it on the monitor because I have to adjust the shit.
Oh yeah. You have to adjust
fucking
your
driving me nuts right
vertical
now.
sync. Or sorry,
I know, and I just haven't had
horizontal.
there's this book on, this book, he's written other books on this topic. There's research papers he's done that are part of the, he's very well versed in this. He's been doing this for decades. I remember seeing some of his books on LibGen from like the late 90s or early 2000s.
He's not like Mooney, is he?
Let me see if I can find him.
The guy that like
he's
did
Japanese, I
the
think.
the gender identity experiments on the twins.
Oh no, he's Canadian. Michael Cito is a Canadian forensic psychologist, sexologist, and author. He's the director of the forensic rehabilitation research at the Royal Ottawa Health Care Group, where he says his research focuses on pedophilia, sexual offenses committed against children, child pornography, risk assessment, offenders with mental disorders, psychopathy, and program evaluation.
See, Ken, wouldn't the world be great if people could just call him, right, and be like, "Hey, I'm one of these people that you study, and I don't know, do you have some advice, or can you help me?"
Well, it'd be nice, but it's kind of asking a lot of one guy, right?
So it is a supply problem, not a demand problem.
Well, I don't know if I have access to it. Let me see if I can find it. I did some math a while back on,
because I mean, if someone just held themselves out there, it's like, look, here's what I do. I just deal with this type of person. You could just call that person. You don't need to out yourself to anyone. You don't need to risk your career, your job, your livelihood, or your family. You can just call this person and say, look, here's some thoughts I go through, and he could, then you could go to a different treatment option from that first conversation.
So real quick,
I'd be okay with that.
So the thing is supply is limited. And I know that because when I did the math on doing mental health checks for buying firearms, I actually did research on like how many basically therapists are available in the country. And even with like a 1 hour mental health evaluation, there's not enough. And that would assume every single one of them does it full time all year, plus an extra 20 hours a year to totally meet the demand for a 1 hour evaluation, which in itself is not enough to determine whether or not someone's safe enough to own a gun. So let me see if I can, let me pull up my thing real quick.
Wouldn't that be the point?
What's that? To limit the amount of people who can get, yeah, that's what the whole point is. It's meant to like limit. So there's 100, let me make that a little bit bigger. So there's holy shit, that's too big. That's what she said.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, stop yell. You
Ken
said you
has
wouldn't
never
tell
heard
anyone.
that sentence in his life.
There's a god fucking damn. I hate this thing right now. There's 152,000. Let's see, psychologist. Motherfucker. I keep just all over the fucking screen. There's that. There's 138. God fucking damn. I have the sensitivity up way too high. God damn it. The tip is very sensitive on this thing.
Just slap it on a table a few times.
Yeah, I did that, and my doctor told me not to do it because I was damaging nerve endings. So I try to, there we go. Let me adjust the sensitivity to a little bit more moderate there. I'm going to adjust my shit to be a little bit more moderate now. Okay.
Hey, the city I live in just lifted the mask mandate. No more masks.
Oh my God, you finally joined the civilized world. So we have 152K.
Oh, doxed Ken. I'm calling the police. We now know that you don't live in California.
Yeah, we know that. 138K. So this would be mental health social workers, which would be like LCSW. So
are we currently like on 3 tangents to the original point right now?
Yes, but you'll see why here in a second. So I'm just trying to get the numbers down so I don't fucking forget. So that would be like 138 LCSWs.
21, 42,
doing math,
137,
13,
66, 69, 68, 61.
This is the autism stream start. This is how the autism stream starts. God damn it. This is how the self-diagnostic autism stream starts taking off.
No, I want to do self-diagnosis. I love when you do self-diagnosis.
Laust, give him the like 30-second like what the self-diagnosis autism, literally 5 hours of autism stream was.
Is it just scream?
God, it's so much
That's
fun.
a good way to
So
describe it, though. I was pretty upset.
So Ken went on Tumblr. Apparently there's a subset of like young millennials in America, and this is like mostly an American thing, because access to therapy is not readily available, or perhaps this extended in their teenage years. So their mother, like, it's like, Mom, I think I might have like autism, and the mother's like, no, you don't, right? So there's this trend of like young people who will just look up the symptoms of autism and then say, well, that matches my experiences, so therefore I self-diagnosed with autism. I'm going to start, I'm going to request medication and treatment for my condition. And I'm going to put it in my Twitter profile that I have this mental condition. Oh, it's so fun.
So that is a total of,
because there's like two types of self-diagnostic proponents. The first group is the people who think that therapists are just beholden to big pharma and they just want to drug you up. I don't trust therapists, so therefore I'm going to self-diagnose myself because I know myself better than anyone else. And then there's the other group that say well, look, it's an okay option if you can't get access to a therapist any other way, but it really,
So my issue with self-diagnosis is, apparently,
it's people treating it as a substitute for actual therapy.
Yeah, so that's the problem is, even if you can find, because I was going through the, I think Embalmed was here for this yesterday. When I was going through the DSM, it's not just here, I'll fucking pull it up.
Are we going to talk about PMS?
Yeah, oh my God, damn it, don't bring that up again. We went through premenstrual dysphoric disorder with Twisted Puppet, and she might have been a little bit upset that that's in there. Just saying. So real quick, I did the math. Ignore the childlike handwriting. We have a total of 551 mental health practitioners. So that includes around 152 psychologists, 138 licensed clinical social workers, 113,000 licensed mental health counselors, 86,000 substance abuse counselors.
Which one are you?
I've yet to disclose that. I think I've technically done it, but not formally.
Okay.
I think if you know my practice style, you could probably guess.
You said you're not a doctor and you can't write prescriptions.
So I'll do this. I'll be nice to you.
Is that a font or is that handwritten?
Yeah,
fuck off.
It's called autistic font.
I will mute the fuck out of you. Stop making fun of me, Dad.
I love you, Ken.
All the time. No, you don't. Oh my God, it's gone.
I love you more than anybody in chat ever will.
Can you rub me tender, sweet?
Yeah, you don't need to dox yourself. I know that you're not actually a doctor, though.
So
you're not a real doctor, Ken.
I'm one of these, so it will be either this one, or this one. So I'm either.
Where's the LMAFO?
That's
LMAFO,
still. Yeah, I know that's still a technically.
LMFAO. God damn it! Holy fuck, my tongue is twisted on that. LMFAO.
So yeah, it's licensed. This one's licensed clinical social worker. This one's licensed mental health counselor, and this one's licensed marriage and family therapist.
When did they go back to calling it mental health?
What do you mean?
It seemed like was probably late 90s. No, early 90s. I want to say that they were dropping mental health from everything, and they started calling it behavioral health.
Yeah, they've done that, and then they've kind of switched it back. I hate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amaranth, for the fucking comment. So thank you for the beautiful handwriting that would be. Okay, so Stormcrow asked an interesting question. Who wants to be the pedotherapist? I do, actually. I have no problem doing it because, one, I know there are current techniques that are effective to treat it. Two, I believe there are other effective ways to treat it with the doll stuff that we've been discussing here, and I've discussed with Phil and Tim and Drexel in the past. I think it has the potential to be a very, very effective treatment that we just haven't done the digging into yet, right? Three, I think there's other ways to help identify potential offenders. I believe that there's a way to develop a psychometric test that looks for risk factors that would help identify someone who may be at risk of pedophilic disorder or may have sexual attraction that may not come out in another form. They may not admit to it, but if you were to give them this specific assessment, it may help identify risk factors. It doesn't mean they are a pedophile or have the urges, but I think that you could develop a very effective test. The thing is that is its own fucking level of difficulty. And two, I would have to develop some different assessments and surveys to do on the sex doll research anyway, because you would want to be able to do Likert scales, like on a scale of 1 to 5 or 1 to 7. What was your sexual urge before you used the intervention? What was it after? What was your urge after being able to engage intimately with the doll, either A, physically, B, sexually, C, emotionally, and how those numbers change over time. Like, there's a lot to fucking do for this research. Like, I've been thinking about it in my spare time, like when I'm sitting around, like, well, if I did this, or like those things are clicking. So I think I could potentially put together a halfway decent research proposal. It's just doing it. So sorry to segue again.
And publishing papers with your name on them.
Yes.
Oh no.
But I think, though, honestly, it might be worth it if I did pull off good research. Like, but remember, there was those guys who did the SJW kind of trolling papers, and they used fake names to publish. So I probably could pull that off if I figured out how they did it. So, I mean, I don't think it's beyond the scope of being able to actually do it. So, if that makes sense. But I would love to do it. I think it would be a great experience. I think it would be able, because one, if it does show that sex dolls aren't effective, like child sex dolls aren't effective, then that's a good thing to know, right? Either way, it's a good answer. And the benefit is, if we do show that it is effective, there will be people who will try to research it to prove it wrong. So there will be immediate funding to try and prove it wrong, because people are going to hate that. There's that emotional reaction that everyone's been having, that they don't like the fact that that people are out there doing this, that that the idea of the doll is uncomfortable. There's already at least one state that has banned being able to obtain it or own it. I think it's Florida. I think Florida has actually banned ownership of child sex dolls, which I think is stupid because it's a victimless thing. But,
Well, didn't Phil go through a whole kerfuffle with importing a doll that was small in stature to the UK?
Yeah,
I think
I did. It's still ongoing, actually. The court case is going to be heard in November this year, so I'll finally get some closure on that. But I've got a pediatrician who's going to testify and on my behalf to say that it's got full adult qualities.
Are you at risk for getting locked up or anything like that?
No, I suppose I should be, because I was technically the importer of this doll, but because it was addressed to the end customer, they're taking him as being the importer. So
that's stupid.
The police are looking very closely at my case that I'm taking against customs, because if I win this, their case falls apart, and then customer walks free.
So they're not happy that you're basically probably calling them out on their shit. Hopefully.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's looking pretty good for us now. I mean, it would just have to take a really corrupt judge to basically throw this one back in my face.
So 50-50.
One can only hope, Phil.
Amaranth says you just admitted to being the importer.
Well, I've noticed that a lot of the couriers they've slowed down to an almost standstill, and they're in concert with customs, and this will be more of a UK thing, but it might spread, because it looks as though I'm going to win this court case. I think the government's given up on trying to legally pressure people into believing that these dolls are illegal when they're actually not. And I'm going to be able to prove that. So I think that they've changed tack now, and they're starting to put pressure onto the couriers. Because then, if you can't get the doll technically shipped into the UK in less than a 3-month time frame, people might just not bother. So it shows that
right? Is that the understanding? But it would take forever.
Yeah, they're just trying to hamper the business. That's all that they're doing at this point.
Okay.
Well, Phil's the most dangerous man in the world right now because of what he represents.
Well, you couldn't stock up because people customize them too much to require. That would be my understanding, right? So you couldn't keep a stock of certain ones because of people doing a lot of customization?
How much would you sell penance for?
Oh, she'd go for a good £1,000. I wouldn't ask for too much.
Is she used?
Oh yeah, I'll put some miles on that pussy.
Used like new.
Could you maybe swap it out for? You know what? I want TFM has, the spinning robot pussy.
Oh yeah, I've got one behind me right now.
Wow, Phil.
I mean,
Jesus.
I think it's kind of concerning that there's a circulating pussy standing right behind you during the stream. But if that's what gets your jollies off, I'm just not going to judge. No judges, no kink shaming on this stream. So
it's a good thing there's no kink shaming.
But honestly, I would love to get a lot of insight into kind of before I would like formalize anything into what is going through the mind of your customers. It's going through the mind of the people that, because I see your Discord and I kind of see some of the conversations, but I don't have enough time to like truly read it, to like see how people behave and work with their dolls and how it is to them. Because I know like TFM is very attached to his doll on not just a sexual level, but an emotional one too. And I think that's interesting. Like he has almost a relationship.
Were you around? Were you around when we did the interview with TFM on Saturday? Sorry, not Saturday. Friday.
I think I was listening to the end of it because I was waiting to get on stream with y'all guys, and then I just fucking passed out. So that's
why I figured. I sent you the messages like this went on forever.
Yeah, I didn't mean to like not reply to you. I was willing to come. Like I was willing to come. Like it was just such a busy day.
That's fine. And I had to leave to drive out here anyways. So
okay, so it worked out.
And Drex had to go to work the next morning, so he got called in for an extra shift.
But Drexel said I'm more important than his job. But no, I think getting more understanding of the people, like, because getting a generalized idea of what it means to have a sex doll, to like, so you're like getting a sample size of like what your average customer looks like. You know, how many, like what percentage of them is it solely a sexual device? You know, just a sole sexual outlet versus how many develop maybe like a semi-emotional or relationship, like something like a romantic thing. And then there's more people, and probably less people, I would guess, that are more intensely invested in it, like TFM. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
My theory is that anything you have sex with, you will develop at least some sort of emotional connection with them. Like it literally could just be a shampoo bottle that you happen to use. We all remember being 14, 15, right?
We're not going to go there. There's some traumatic memories.
I'm going to disagree with that one.
You were there. It was traumatic, okay? You saw it, I think. Or was it on the webcam? I don't remember. There was multiple occasions. It's whatever.
Yeah, Ken had to pay for college.
Listen.
200 tokens doesn't get you much.
No, it does not. You can check out chatterbait.com/Ken's Counseling.
And OnlyFans.
Triple demonetized.
I don't think I'm ever going to get monetized at this rate. My growth rate has kind of like fucking tanked. Like I've been stuck in like the mid to late 300s for a while now.
I mean, Drexel's channel's been stuck at 5,700 for quite a while.
All I want to do is cross 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. I'm over 25% of the way to the watch hours because my streams are so goddamn long.
They're so long and hard. Come on, let's get to the self-diagnosis stuff.
So actually, real quick, let me see if I can pull this up. So I'm at the end. This is from 2000. This book is from the mid 2000s, but it's that Michael Cito book on pedophilia and sex offenders. There's actually a section at the end called it's resource number C, letter C, sex offender treatment resources, and actually provides links and descriptions to different agencies that are out there in like the United States and the UK of different programs and stuff, and how they help. It talks about the backside of the book of different like current risk assessments there are. Now there's like the ABLE assessment, which I actually don't like, and I've seen it do a lot of damage to people. The ABLE screening, the ABLE assessment for sexual interest, the ASI, has actually caused like dads to lose their fucking kids and shit because of it. Oh, it's a fucking mess. They won't release the actual test stuff for peer review, but people's lives have been put in court over this shit, and it's
what actually bad. Is it? I mean,
so let me fucking pull it up so I don't forget. It's been a while.
And if you think you're sharing, you're not.
I know. I'm still Googling. I have to make sure I don't have the porn tabs up. You know how it works. So there's a controversy with it because it's been reviewed, but it's been reviewed by someone they hired, I think is the way it worked. There's parts of it that are, I think, somewhat subjective, or that they don't specifically release the way they score it because they don't want people to figure out how they score it so they can countermeasure it, which is suspicious, right? A good assessment, you don't need to worry about that. Like if I'm designing a written assessment, like a psychological assessment, there's ways to build in questions that determine whether or not you're just like blowing through it or if you're trying to be deceptive. There are ways to do it. And you can like do all the calculating and figuring all that math out and shit.
You mean let's choose the test from the make them fail pool?
Honestly, I'm not even going to lie. It's kind of like that. So here, let me pull this up because it's probably an interesting article to talk about with the cadre of people we've got on.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know why I'm here or why I'm viewed as some sort of subject matter.
Well, for today's topic, on the topic of on pedophilia and on stuff like that. When we've talked before, like when we did the stream with the four of us, myself, Phil, you and Drexel, it was you and Drexel against me and Phil basically. And because we had kind of polar opposite ideas at that point on the topic, and
now when it comes to the push to sort of destigmatize this material from educators and people who have ready access to children, I made the point in that debate stream that I had kind of thought of in the middle of the stream. It's not just that you want to normalize this stuff. It's also the why, the who's doing it, right?
But like I said earlier, even
so
if
when it comes to like
wanting
sex
to
ed,
change this though,
right? Like we got onto the debate about sexual education in schools. So I'm not so much opposed to the fact that you're teaching 8-year-olds the material. It's that you are teaching 8-year-olds that material.
Oh, you mean like that
you,
video?
The teacher.
I have that video if you guys want to watch it and discuss it. I think it'd be interesting discussion if you guys want to. It's only like a minute or two long. It's up to you guys.
I don't know. I've had enough of like... There's only so long you can talk about this stuff before it just starts pissing you off a little too much. And then all your responses are emotional instead of logical.
Well, that's like when someone mentioned in chat, like who's going to want to treat these people is like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with working with victims or offenders because both people in my eyes need help. Because there are situations where, yes, you may have offended, but there are other factors probably at play. It doesn't mean it's okay what you did, but it doesn't mean you're the worst person in the world. And you're also talking about degrees of offense too, right? So someone may just, lightly fondle. It was done, quote unquote, consensually with the child. Like they were playing along, they were fun, they were showing no signs of distress or things like that's different than say someone violently raping a child who doesn't want, and it causes severe injury. There's a spectrum to the level of severity, right?
Everything's on a spectrum with you, Ken. Jeez.
Listen, I'm going to put you on the gender spectrum if you don't shut the fuck. No, but like there is a level of severity.
Hurry up and get to the self-diagnosis stuff.
We're getting there. I'm going to go as long as I can before my wife fucking kills me today because I'm supposed to do stuff that I didn't get to yet. But I'm working on it. It's called multitasking. I suck at it. So I think if you have someone like, the first person who, they did do something kind of bad, but it doesn't mean they're not redeemable. That's why I don't like the whole idea of just throw everyone up against the wall, because people do make kind of dumb mistakes. Yes, there was harm done, but it wasn't irreparable harm, right? Like, the person has to deal with it, but it can be dealt with in therapy. It's not the worst thing.
Yeah, categorizing severity may be what most autistic people can't do, but I definitely get it. There are levels to abuse.
But it's also, this is that emotional reaction we get to this topic. So everyone automatically assumes it's the worst case scenario for every offender. And I think that's what causes harm too. is you assume every person who's doing it has done that level of offense.
Because you talked about the whole like difference between self and then getting someone else to do it, right?
What do you mean?
For stimulation, right? Self-stimulation versus
Okay.
when someone else tries to do it. I would argue that, I guess, because remember, children can't give consent, right? So in order to
Yes, that's correct.
be able to perform the act, at some point you had to manipulate the child, right? I'd say that's just as damaging as a rape.
So yes, I'll say it is damaging, right? Because what you're doing is so say we'll use because it's easier. So we'll say siblings or cousins because it's pretty simple, or like close friends, right? And the age difference doesn't have to be much. Like I was saying, 35% is kid on kid offenses. So it can
Which
be
blew my mind. I did not know that statistic.
It can be older kids offending against younger kids, or younger kids offending against older kids. And sometimes it's a boy on boy, or the girl offends against the boy offends against the girl, or there's multiple.
But
like,
you also
there's
said like 25%, only 25% of actual offenses are of an attractive nature. The rest are for like the other reasons that for like power and control and revenge.
So for adults, yeah, that's the case. Like,
do
for
children have that same?
Different. Well, remember, if we go
back, imagine because children are less able to maturely deal with some of those primal instincts of control and power and stuff like that, I'd actually think their percentage is higher.
So think about this, right? Well, remember, you're also talking about the numbers that we get reported or end up getting involved in, like criminal justice systems or in programs. That's where that shit comes out, like CPS. So those numbers get recorded.
Yeah. So like
it's probably higher.
It's underreported.
I would probably put it up at 40%, maybe close to 50. Would be child on child.
Where
offenses.
It actually has nothing to do with the attraction. It's more about the control, the power,
It doesn't always happen that way too. It could start out as innocent sexual play, like playing doctor, playing house, and doing all that stuff. You show me yours, you'll show you mine. That's all appropriate at certain ages. Like, you can usually tell when it's out of place. Like, if a kid of like say 5, 6, 7 years old is referring to sexual acts in like a very descriptive way, using like slang terms like cock or pussy, and that's not what you would expect. I teach everyone I work with, when you're dealing with kids, you do want to teach proper anatomical terms. So penis, vagina, testes, that stuff. But so you would kind of expect to hear that if they're talking about, oh, this is my penis, can I see what yours looks like or whatever? That would be normal conversation of like sex play for that demographic in that time period, versus hearing things like, show me your pussy, I want to fuck it, from like an 8-year-old. That would be like, okay, red flag. There's something kind of concerning here. I want to talk to you about this.
You also you happened to watch the wrong movie, or you thought the kid was asleep, but it actually was at the top of the stairs and saw that line in a movie.
Yeah, so
and
you
suddenly,
can't just
mom and dad are in jail, and there's like 1,000 counselors and CPS agents involved, and it's like, no, the kid just repeated something he saw in the movie.
And that's the thing is, like, if I've had a couple situations where I've had what could have potentially been abuse, and like, I have to do the whole CPS DCF call thing, and I stepped it slowly because I'm like, I know what happens if I make that phone call. But I also have seen what happens when I've got a kid who's scared to death because of his mom beating him. CPS shows up, they do a thing, and then his thought, I'd spent time with him before they showed up. I was there like an extra 2 hours, didn't get paid for it, just to help the kid calm down before I made the call. And because he was scared going back inside. They show up, and then like a day or two later find out that CPS ain't doing shit. He's not going to go stay with his dad. He's going to continue staying with his mom. I was getting the parents.
CPS is the most useless organization on this planet. Look, if you gave me the choice and said, okay, you have a problem and you can choose, you can either have CPS come help you, or you can have the United Nations come and help you. Which one would you prefer? I'd be like, oh please send United Nations.
Send me CIA, United Nations. I don't care. Do not send me CPS or DCF. Yeah. So let me ask you this question.
That's another thing too, Ken. Like, kids who go into the CPS system,
it's bad. It can be bad.
The experience they go through can be just as bad as the abuse itself that they're leaving. especially the foster system.
Even assuming the foster system is in general a flatline or a somewhat stable system, right? Even taking that assumption, you still have you're talking about pulling kids from their home, if a kid gets taken, so in the state I work in or live in or whatever, right? If CPS gets called, they can pull your kids within 24 hours. They have to take their report and present verified findings in front of a dependency court judge. That judge will then determine whether or not the kid should stay removed in a different placement like foster care or relative care. The goal is to place them in relative care or friends of the family first before going to foster care. But if you're doing it at 3 a.m, it's not always possible, right? Depending on when you get the call. And then the parents can either try to fight the fact that the judge was okay with the verified findings, and then there's a whole long process. But even if right then and there the judge says, I think there was, abuse and neglect concerns, and there was a valid safety and danger to the children, do you accept, because then the CPS or DCF will put together a treatment plan of like, okay, we want you to do drug testing, we want you to do anger management classes, this, and that. And you have to do all this shit on the parenting plan before you can get your kid back. That will take 9 months to a year minimum. It's very rare it takes less. So you're talking 9 months to a year to get your kids back in your home permanently, assuming you don't have any issues along the way, assuming you accept the treatment plan. It's not admitting guilt. It's just, I'm not admitting guilt. I'm not saying I did or didn't. I'm just going to choose to work on this treatment plan. That's how it's
And
phrased.
you know what? That is the best thing you could hope for, is that the system works like that. But reality has shown that it often doesn't even get that good. It's even worse than that.
But you still have to
where
spend
kids
almost
just
6 months
legitimately just get lost in the system. They're like, I have no idea where this kid is.
Roscoe said our kid had been through 6 placements in 9 months. That's the worst thing. And as much as I now looking back on, because I used to do the guardian ad litem stuff, which was a volunteer thing, working with the kids who were abused and neglected. You would represent them in court. You'd write reports and shit for their best interest.
Before you finish, Ken, here's this easiest solution to that. You have a kid who's being abused and the judge is like, okay, so guardian ad litem, where should the kid go? And you're like, that kid should go to the Toronto Maple Leafs because they are incapable of beating anyone.
Ouch.
Okay, go on.
Say, but you have, the guardian ad litem is supposed to be like the stability point, at least in the state I live in. Their goal is like, you want to be that consistent person in their life because caseworkers will change, placements may change, but you want to be that sole person there that they can trust and talk to and tell you, this is what I want, because that's what the guardian ad litem is supposed to do, is speak for the child and their wants and needs in the middle of this process, which can go for a year or more. There have been cases they've gone multiple years. So during that time, you're going from, not being able to see your kid to doing supervised visitations, where you have to have someone like me sit in a room with you while you spend an hour or two with your kid. And we have to watch you and make sure you're doing things right. And we have to correct anything, like if there are concerning behaviors, we have to correct it.
You have to correct the spanking technique. It's like, no, you didn't hit him hard enough.
Let me grab this big ass piece of metal back here. I'll show you how to do it. And, there's that. And then you go from that to, being able to do like unsupervised visitations at like a public place, like a park. Then you might be able to do overnights. Like there's this whole process. It takes weeks and months to do to get your own kid back based off of a phone call someone makes. And if I'm going to make that phone call, I don't want to be the person that causes your life to get ruined for a year or more. I'm very specific in walking through that. Real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Because once that kid's in the system, you have automatically increased the risk of something going horribly wrong.
I've never seen the system. I've seen it work well in some cases, but I've seen all sides of it almost, and I don't want to see anyone end up there if they don't absolutely have to be. So let me ask you this, because
no one ever gets any better, right? No one situation gets better with CPS. It just stops getting worse.
It can. I've seen it get better. I had 2 kids that I had when I was a guardian ad litem that ended up, it was probably the best thing that could have ever happened to them. Because they were with their parents. Their parents were not necessarily in the best situation. They ended up going to stay with the paternal grandparents. And I still talk to the paternal grandparents to this day. And I started their case when I was on their case for like a year and a half. And that was back in 2013. Right. And I'm still friends with them. Like I've watched the kids grow up. The one's almost getting ready to graduate high school. It's crazy. They were like 10. Like
are you
one
gonna
was
shed a
10.
tear?
I probably will, because I've seen them do so well with themselves, and having that opportunity to actually go from where they were to being in a home where, the grandparents got to have to play parent again, but my God, do they love it, and do they put forth the best effort I've ever seen in trying to do
Honestly,
something right.
adversity is so good at building character. Every child should participate in a Liberian Civil War before being assigned their family.
And like Roscoe's saying, the kid he's been with him for 5 months. He's never been in a place this long. Imagine what happens if suddenly they decide to change the placement overnight. You've taken that kid's 5 months of stability. For a child, 5 months is a long fucking time. For
Tell
us,
me
it
about
goes
it.
by kind of quickly. 5 months for like a 10-year-old. Think about, you may remember shit back when you were 4, maybe 3. So you're talking 6 to 7 years of memory. So 6 to 7 years, 5-6 months is a long time. And then you're going to fucking pull it out from underneath of them? That's the shit I hate. So let me ask you this question. Do you think a counselor should have the discretion to choose whether or not to make a CPS or DCF report? Someone comes in and says, I've been abused or I've been molested or I've been this or that. Right now, they're mandatory reporters. They have to report any allegations that come in the door. That's my goal, or I'm legally liable for that. If I don't, I can get fucked. I can lose my license. I can go to jail, kind of shit. Like, it's a big deal if I don't make that phone call. Should I have the discretion to choose whether or not to make the phone call? Think about confidentiality and how it applies to therapists and stuff for everything else.
So I don't know about that because there are some parents that they choose you. First of all, can people request you? Like where you work, can they specifically request you to be their counselor?
Pretty much all of my clients either chose me either by finding me online, because I'm on a couple of the different websites where
you're on OnlyFans, camwhore.com.
Like the big ones, I think, because I spend a shit ton of money on those websites every month to fucking be on them. It's ridiculous. So I'm on those. We have our own website for our company. I have like my background, my profile.
So a lot of people do choose you specifically.
Or if they call in, it's like, oh, your insurance only takes these counselors. You can see, Ken now because, of this or this reason, his schedule's more open. Or if you feel like waiting, you can see that person. So sometimes it's dictated on time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they choose me because I'm a man or a male and they want a male therapist. Or there's a few different reasons too. So
that's actually a good point because the reason why I do think the mandatory reporting should be in place is because the parents have already done a sort of self-exclusion, right?
In what way?
The parent is going to someone that they trust. But then if the parent is the one committing the abuse, do you believe in that parent's ability to choose what's best for the kid? So I like the idea that the counselor is also held accountable.
So yeah, and I think it makes sense. Like if I don't report it and it's actually happening, and then it comes out later that they said something to me about, or like I put it in my notes or something, like they reported being abused, but I didn't call CPS, and it comes out later, like yeah, I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble. But I feel like I should be able to have that discretion because there are cases where I've had people make allegations to me that weren't actually true, and I was able to verify it.
Do you have any input on that?
There might be a hybrid too, like because what a CPS has to do is go in front of a judge to get a warrant, right? They have like their emergency powers, but then they have to be in front of a judge within a certain length of time to extend the order.
They can remove without a warrant. I think they can remove without a warrant. It's
they can under the emergency provisions.
It's ridiculous.
But at some point that provision expires. They have to be in front of a judge before that expires, or the kid they lose all the power to continue holding the kid.
Yeah, that's why it has to be within 24 hours.
I'd like to see a hybrid approach where you can go in front of a judge.
No, because you want someone with actual legal acumen to stand in front of a judge. My psychological analysis is different.
What you do is your clinic likely has a lawyer, right?
I don't know off the top of my head.
They have someone on retainer to serve as your counsel. You have to, because you have you make many of your patients sign legal forms. You have to have a lawyer that has helped you draw them up.
My boss, she's the one who owns it. I'm sure she's done. I just don't know who he is off the top of my head. I'm sure we have one.
Okay. How dare you assume it's a he? You don't know the pronouns of your lawyer. You don't even know if you have one.
Lawyers aren't people.
Okay. Anyways, the point I'm getting at is I would love to see a system where the discretion for the counselor, it must be justified in front of the court.
I could see that.
I don't want you using your discretion in this closed box or a closed room behind closed doors where there's no accountability to the decision-making process.
All right. Well, let me do this. Okay. So let me use this example because it's semi-relevant. And I think I've run into it in some sort of situation before somehow. So say I have like a 13-year-old kid, boy or girl, doesn't matter. And right now their current living situation, they live with, say they live with mom and dad, maybe have a sibling or two. And so they're say 13 now. And then when they were 7, there was a person who they had tried to play like house with, and then maybe they went a little too far. No like damage. They weren't hurt physically or anything, but they tell that to me in counseling. This was several years ago. They moved since. They have no contact with that person. Should I have to report that to CPS? Which will now get involved in your lives, and they will still be within your lives within the first 30 days usually. Because they take that long to close out the fucking report.
Okay, so I don't think, no, that has to go to CPS, but I want it to go to someone, some level of accountability, because you're trying to exercise your discretion in what could be a potential life and death situation, right?
So well, it's
so
not though, because they don't have any contact with the person. There's no safety issues
that you know of. But
I have other details.
You believe what people tell you automatically.
Well, so for example, say they lived in another state that now moved here. It was a neighbor. There's no family relation. It was a neighbor friend, like a couple years older than them. They don't have the ability to move on their own. It's not like they can follow them. And there's no indication that that person's...
You don't know that neighbor is going to come back into town someday and say, hey, we're doing a vacation. We wanted to meet up with some old friends and neighbors of ours. Right?
Wouldn't it be
you don't
better,
know
though,
that that's not possible.
Well, couldn't I contact mom and dad and say, hey, I'm getting this information. Is there still a concern here, or is this something that I don't have to worry about? Should I be able to do that first before having to call CPS?
Would rather I would say you're mandated to.
Well, I'm a mandated report right now, so I'm technically supposed to.
What if the parents are part of the abuse?
Well, so that's where it gets complex. Is one of the things I hate about the mandatory reporting thing is because first session, everything you say, this is pretty much the script I say. Everything you say in here is between me and you. I don't even tell your parents without your permission because I hold you to the same standards as an adult because I don't want them snooping on your shit. I write vague notes on purpose so they can't like get your notes and see what we're talking about. Like, I don't let them, I want you to feel comfortable and safe here, but these are the legal exceptions where I have to, I have to disclose stuff. Like if you're going to hurt yourself or hurt someone else, or if there's any abuse or any elder abuse, or if it's a legal subpoena thing. Outside of that, what we talk about between me and you, I feel like that mandatory reporting it's a barrier for people wanting to open up about abuse. I feel like more people would open up about abuse as a child, but they're so worried about, well, if I talk about, so-and-so touching me, then they're going to take me from my family because they've heard of other people in school or whatever. Or they know what the system is sort of, and they have this fear of it. And
so in that situation, Ken, I want your obligation to still be there, but instead you can go in front of the judge and argue that no, CPS doesn't have to take the kid away today. I'm confident that there's no further crime being committed. There's no further victimization, but I do want you to have to make it known into the system.
I agree with that.
That's my hybrid approach.
I think there's a point.
I don't want discretion. I don't want the therapist's discretion.
Well, there's a reason that there's law got put in place in the first place because people did abuse of discretion. I don't think I should have absolute discretion, but there are situations I've kind of run into where they're towing the line of whether I need to report, and I've had to call people, like call bosses and coworkers, and say, "Should I make this phone call? Because I don't know if I'm towing the line or not, and I don't want to go to jail if I fuck up." Like, I
And
don't
yes, that
like
keeps
making
you
those
honest.
calls.
And I like that the system is working in that way. It's making you retrospectively look at situations, give them that second eye and say, okay, I'm confident that I did the right thing, or I'm not confident. I'm going to go seek advice. I'm going to go get legal advice or maybe professional advice. I want that system there still. I want that to work correctly.
There needs to be a
Okay.
way to cover your ass too.
Yes, I think that's part of it too. I need
That's
to be able
why
to
I
see
think
my
going
ex.
in front of a judge and making the argument is how it would cover your ass.
Well,
Because
what was it?
never trust the judge.
Never
I
trust. Look
mean,
what
look,
Sophie happened.
look.
I
All
know it's
right.
an
First of
exception
all,
usually.
this is why women should not be judges.
That's probably a potential thing. I guess
No way,
but
Judge
no.
Judy rocks.
Oh God, my mother's a huge fan of Judge Judy. I mean, I'm a fan of Judge Judy too because, she just has a way of saying she's based too. If you saw the interview she did with I forget the outlet, but she did an interview with them. She's actually pretty based. But also, like, I've repeated, I cannot count the number of times I've repeated the line, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably not true. I learned that from watching Judge Judy.
Well, that's like my moniker of you can tell if it's the truth because you can't make that shit up. Like if someone tells you this, I use the example of when I was in high school. I was at my girlfriend's house on my birthday. We were having sex. My dad calls me in the middle of having sex, so I have to literally pause. And so like I'm sitting there, laying on the bed on the phone with my dad. My girlfriend's sitting on top of me, and it's like, okay, Dad, yeah, okay, I'll be home later. Hang up the phone. 30 seconds later, my mom fucking calls me. Talk to me about my birthday and shit. In the middle of fucking sex. On my goddamn birthday. I'm like 16 or 17. I was so pissed off. I'm like, I just want to have fun. And you got like, that's shit. Like, it's hard to make that up. Like, like there's really like, I think that.
And I'm sure your teacher was pissed too.
I know she does. She just wants us to wipe it down with Clorox wipes afterwards on the desk and stuff. You know how it works.
But anyways.
Oh my God. I'm literally in
answer,
Rakita's. Go ahead.
To answer your question, no, I don't. I want the mandatory reporting requirement there because it keeps you honest. Now, I'm willing to bend a little bit on the whole discretion thing, but I still want you accountable to a body. And the best solution I could think of on the spot is
the final one.
Okay, I'm going to report it, but also I want to request that we go in front of a judge and I argue why the kid should not be taken away by CPS.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of it like logistically working is the thing.
I'm thinking
there are emergency hearings all the time. Like that is
more
a thing.
than that. I'm thinking of it as like because if they're gonna want me in front of a judge, now I got to prepare a report of God knows what detail and all this other shit. Like there's a lot of logistics to it.
Well, that's where your lawyer would help you too.
I don't want absolute like immunity to this. Like I wanted to be able to say, I don't think this is valid because I have enough evidence to show that. I'm going to shelf this for now and document it and say, hey, I'm shelving this for now for this reason. And then if it does come up later, I can point back to my documentation and say, based on the information at the time, it didn't seem this. Yeah. And then suddenly it may have restarted because maybe they did follow them in the town. But you can't predict that. So should you fuck up someone's life over that?
Yeah, exactly. And so now you've covered yourself because you said, look, I argued in front of a judge. The judge looked at evidence A, B, and C and agreed with my interpretation. So the judge ordered that CPS not get involved. But then it still happened anyways. There is always going to be that possibility, that inevitability. But in the end, the system is held accountable so that they can go back and look at your notes and say, yeah, he made all the right decisions. Because what I don't want is when they go back and look at the notes, all these like red flags that you should have saw, but you just didn't. Maybe this client was a friend of a friend, or maybe this client had a lot of money and maybe you started, losing the client's business started to cloud your judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, I'm not saying you specifically can, but in your profession, not every single person is immune to these sort of outside influences. So I absolutely want that level of accountability there.
and people have fucked it up in the past. It's kind of why those got put in place. So real quick, let's segue on to the sex offender test. How a computerized assessment can help determine the fate of men who've been accused of sexually abusing children. So this is kind of, I saw this a while back and I got so pissed off reading it. Because like one of the things I've been thinking about probably since I got out of grad school was coming up with an assessment to identify risk factors for sexually offending. Not something that like says you are a pedophile or you are a sexual offender, but you may be at risk. So we can get you help now instead of you doing it. Not something like this that gets taken into court and fucks you over. So let me see if I can zoom in a bit more. So Dr. Gene Abel, one of America's foremost researchers on child molestation, has cultivated an aura of eccentric brilliance. His hair, a tangle of white curls, fortunes and ample. Okay, fuck off.
Yeah, what the hell? What is
what is
with
oh my
that
god!
intro?
It's so.
This sounds like
What
a
the
fetish
fuck
article.
is that?
That was my
Are we
ringtone,
reading
sorry.
Tumblr?
No, this is
Yeah, well, let's get to the Tumblr section. I'm
He sounds so sexy.
At 76, Abel has devoted the majority of his psychiatric career to the minds of those whom many consider the least redeemable. He has interviewed thousands of child molesters and run federally funded research projects on how to identify them. He has taught at Columbia and Emory universities, authored 2 books and more than 100 articles in scientific journals on child molestation, and testified before the United States Sentencing Commission on the subject of child pornography. But he is best known for the Abel Assessment for Sexual Interest, a test that he has refined over the last 2 decades. When people are accused of sexually abusing children, this computerized test can help decide their fates in decisions about probation and parole, in custody battles, and even in criminal trials. And mental health professionals have often spent hours interviewing convicted and alleged child molesters and other sex offenders, but they also rely on the measurement tool to gather psychological information that a patient might not want to share. Does he have an innate attraction to children? Is it an exclusive attraction, or is he also attracted to adults? Does he have a problematic sexual interests that must be addressed in therapy? To answer these questions, clinicians have used a variety of tools, including the polygraph, as well as the penile placide. I can never fucking pronounce it. Basically, it's a thing they strap around your dick to see if you start getting blood flow to the penis while you're looking at images. So they'll like put up.
They
It's
still
fucking
use that
creepy.
here in Canada.
Yes, they use this in conjunction with like this test you'll see here later. I think it goes into more detail about it. Basically,
I remember telling you this before, but I couldn't find a link to the article. But they strapped an underage person, like a teenager, to it, and then showed him like CP, and that's what they used to convict him.
So a device attached directly to the penis that measures arousal. Both of those tests are invasive and hard to administer. No shit, really. Taking the Abel assessment simply involves answering a questionnaire, and viewing a series of pictures on a computer screen. With the information it provides in the form of percentages and graphs, clinicians can make more informed decisions about the best course of treatment. Over the last 20 years, Abel estimates his assessment has been administered more than 170,000 times. Holy shit. That's kind of concerning. That's what?
Can we get to the actual assessment? Like this is all great and everything, but
well, it's kind of the backstory is kind of helpful, right? So one of those times, this is the story, right? One of those times 10 years ago, the test was given to Rich B. The 2 men in this story were ordered by courts to take the Abel assessment, asked that they withhold their last names to preserve their privacy. In the midst of a messy divorce, Rich's daughter told a counselor that Rich had, quote, felt under her shorts. Such accusations are not uncommon in custody battles, and psychiatrists tend to be cautious about them since children can be swayed to make such accusations by a parent desperate to win full custody. Rich maintained his innocence, passed a polygraph, and was never charged in a criminal court. But the divorce judge ordered him to undergo an evaluation to determine whether he might be a sexual threat to his daughter. As part of that evaluation, he took the Abel assessment. He started with a list of more than 100 questions. He was asked whether he was attracted to children. He said no. And whether he was interested in non-traditional sexual situations such as sadism, fetishes, or voyeurism. He said no. Then Rich was told he would look at a series of 160 images twice. The first time was just for practice. The second time, he had to rate each image on a scale from 1, disgusting, to 7, highly sexually arousing. It is impossible to know exactly how these instructions were given. Rich's description matches that of the journalist Daniel Bergner, who watched a man take the test for a 2005 New York Times Magazine story. Abel's company said Rich's description was partially incorrect, but that they could not give me any specifics about the test-taking instructions because it might compromise the integrity of the assessment protocol. That's so fucking sus right now. I don't like that. You can give out the assessment protocol and open that bitch up, and still people will fail it. If they're fucking, there are.
I mean, how many people Google how to beat polygraph tests?
Yeah, but how many times do they fuck it up because it's not the right answers? Because they don't actually know how to find the answers to that, and it's because it's also a subjective interpretation anyway.
I absolutely know how to beat a polygraph test.
Don't take it. There you go.
Don't take it. And that's exactly. Yes, don't take it.
So Rich said he looked at a series of slides depicting men, women, boys, and girls of different ethnicities and ages, all in various situations and states of undress, though never nude. Quote, one picture was a group of people in a crowd, Rich told me, and a man with his hands on a lady's rear end. You know, it's kind of crude. In the New York Times Magazine story, Berger describes some of the photos in detail. Quote, a blonde woman is somewhat prim white lingerie. Then a clean-cut man in a plaid shirt and khakis. Then a boy, who looked to me around 12, straddling on a bicycle with a book bag over his shoulder. Then a girl around the same age wearing a straw hat and eating strawberries. Then a pudgy little girl of maybe 4 in a blue one-piece swimsuit. Rich spent about 2 hours completing the test. The clinician sent his results to Abel's company in Atlanta. Soon after, they faxed back his scores. Rich didn't see the paper, but it displayed percentages and graphs the clinician had been trained to interpret. Rich was found to have a slight, quote, sexual interest in children. When the clinician testified to this in family court, Rich's lawyer challenged whether the Abel assessment was a credible way to determine the risk Rich posed to his own daughter. In the end, Rich's custody level did not change. He continued having supervised visits with his daughter, but he was suspicious of the test and worried that other divorced fathers might find out that their own claims to custody imperiled if they scored poorly. He found the prospect of having a decision made about him based on not his actions, but on the thoughts to be eerie. He searched on Google for more information and a published page about the test on innocentdads.org, a website he created for men in this situation. From Abel's writing in scientific journals, Rich learned that the test is based on a theory called visual reaction time. There are other psychological tests that measure how fast the subject responds to stimuli, including the studies of implicit associations related to gender and race. But Abel developed his own system independently. Also, the IAT tests there's controversy and suspect stuff about that.
Yeah, so that was the whole implicit bias, right? Someone shows you a picture of a white guy and a black guy, and you're supposed to, like, as quickly
white
as you
guy
can.
good, black guy bad, and then you inverse it, and then if it takes you longer, you might have a bias against black people versus white people. This is
exactly why he can't reveal the assessment protocol, because it's the time. It's not what your conclusion is. It's the time it takes you to get to that conclusion.
The thing
so
is
if people had foreknowledge going into the test, it would compromise
so here's the thing,
reaction
right?
time.
You're wrong, though, and I'll tell you why. You're always wrong, but I'll tell you why anyway. So what it is
I'll mute you.
I know. I love you and respect you. So the way it works is in any kind of assessment like that, yes, there is the potential for, messing with it, but they build in, like, when you develop these things, like this kind of test or like a different, like a written test or something, you build in things to help determine whether someone's faking it. You determine like standard deviations, like if they have no sexual interest at all in children, this is the average reaction time with a standard deviation of this. And then you can tell based on like measurements and numbers and how the algorithms will calculate it, effectively, if someone was trying to cheat the system, or whether that was their genuine reaction time. Because if they're trying to hit the opposite of what, like, if it does make the, because if say you have a keypad in front of you of 1 to 7 or whatever, and you're supposed to hit the number as it correlates or say it out loud, they keep time of that. So if you hit the button, it keeps track of every millisecond it takes you to hit for every image. They'll be able to determine if you were trying to fuck with the system while you're doing it. They can tell based on the delay in your reaction time versus other things you had different reaction times for. Is if there's an inconsistency in certain things, it can kind of mess with the background levels and mess with the way they're doing the assessment, and it can stick out. That doesn't mean you can't publish the information.
There has to be an overlap between natural variance and intentional variance. And it has, like, anyways, the other thing, so The other thing I wanted to point, so I understand how this test works. I think I can figure out how this Rich B guy fucked up. And because
Also,
because when I first read the test, when you were going through it, the first thing I thought of is that you had to rate how, I guess, beautiful the images look to you, but
so I'll scroll
technically
back
it's a
up to
test
where-
for the, like, are you into this person, right? So it's highly sexual arousing is the proper way to do the test, but perhaps Rich's interpretation was, is this... oh, that's a cute... You know, a lot of people are like, oh, that's a cute kid, right? And might have scored it high because, it's a cute kid. Everyone's like, oh, that's a cute kid.
So here's the thing. It says the second time you had to rate from disgusting to highly sexually arousing.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is that no one ever calls children disgusting, right?
Yep.
I think he fucked up the test by misconstruing the difference between the sexual attraction and just, oh, that's cute.
Okay. And I could see how that happens. And then also you're trying to, if you're taking this test, you kind of have an idea why you're taking the test anyway, right? You've been ordered to take the test by a judge in this case for divorce.
Yeah, and
about
you are
whether or not,
fucking nervous.
Exactly. So are you going to fuck it up? Probably. So
yes.
How many people do you think fucked up because they were nervous?
Well, because we talked earlier in the stream about your decision making is still present when you're in high stress situations, but the conclusions you come to aren't necessarily logical. So I'm thinking because, basically you're sat down in front of a test that could determine your future, much like a polygraph, right? And you start, in that extreme stress, you start mixing things up.
Yeah,
so he probably heard the instructions, but misinterpreted the instructions and was assigning a rating that wasn't supposed to be assigned.
Well, that's like the IAT. It's easy to fuck up the IAT too because you're trying to go from one to the other. You're trying to inverse your thought process. That's already difficult because you already just primed yourself to do it one way. Now you're trying to untrain yourself of the thing you just trained yourself again 5 minutes ago on. And so, of course, that's going to be difficult to begin with. So let's continue here. And because it gets down to what a court judge, there's a judge in Texas, in the appellate court in Texas, that just fucking tears this assessment a new one. It's hilarious. Let's see, where did I leave off at? Okay, from Abel's writings in scientific journals, visual reaction time. Okay, he's never published exactly what the measures are, and he claims the methodology is more complex than the descriptions his companies provided publicly. But at its most basic level, it records how long the subject looks at each image. The test Abel has written, I'm trying to pull up all the other links in the background, assumes that the longer a subject focuses on the slide, the greater the sexual interest in the slide's content. So that's the assumption for this test, right? The longer you focus on it, the more interested you are in it. And that's why it takes you longer to hit it. So if you see a picture of a 4-year-old in a swimsuit, like it said, you're going to kind of, if you're not attracted to it, the idea is you're going to immediately hit 1. It's disgusted or whatever, right? That's the theory behind this assessment. I'm suspect to that already.
Oh yeah, I'm suspect to that too.
That's very sus.
I wouldn't say that an image of a child in a swimsuit is disgusting. That sounds like you're over exaggerating that, right?
You don't have. Well, that's the thing that's why that scale's there, right? So I don't know what the numbers are on that scale, right? So you might rate the child on the swimsuit as like a 3. So normal, not sexual, but it's
when they take it back to their lab, does the 3 mean you have more than a 1 level of attraction?
That's the thing is they don't publish how they do the calculation, so you can't know. If I was a researcher, because they won't. So here's the thing: it's not that they don't publish the methodology to the public; they have not allowed independent peer research of it. They will not even share it with independent third-party peer researchers. And
this is a test. This is a test that determines your entire fate.
170,000 times this test has allegedly been administered over the last 2 decades.
But how many times was it sent to court and used in a decision? I'd say a lot less than that.
It's been used in a lot of cases. A lot of courts in the last probably decade have started throwing it out and saying it's not an effective test because they can't verify it.
Do you remember this this was covered on the Dick Show, but do you remember a controversy that came out on how a lot of these psychological studies don't have reproducible results?
Yeah, and I know I've heard of that. I don't know if I ever got a chance to read the actual assessment. That
And then
report.
there was, of course, the case of the 3 researchers who just submitted bullshit stories to scientific articles, intending for them to be rejected, but they actually got accepted and published. Like one person literally just copied and pasted Mein Kampf.
Yeah, so that guy is actually, let me see. I think his YouTube channel is New Discourses. He's actually kind of cool.
So you're at least aware of those cases, right? Those situations.
Yeah, it's the I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to find the just for looking at later research.
Yeah, he just references it earlier.
Third of research not reproducible. That way I can look it up later. And like I've always wanted to read that because I know it's controversial, right? So
yeah, so I mean, one of the hallmarks of any type of study that goes through the scientific process, the idea of blind studies and whatnot, is that if you were to conduct the study again in the same parameters with a similar, sample group of people, a statistically representative sample group, you should be able to achieve statistically similar results.
Yeah, that's the goal. But
yeah,
you also probably, the thing is you remember when you hear that shit in the news too, is a lot of people just read the abstract and they don't actually read the research, because sometimes the research is 20, 30, 50 pages. Well. Yeah, so you're familiar. So you got to take it kind of like, I need to look more into this. That's why I literally searched it so I could look at it later.
I have actually published something into or I have submitted something to be published into a research journal because I did my when I did my thesis in my undergrad, because I scored so well at it, my supervising chair suggested I submit it to the school's research board. So it's currently being evaluated right now, but
hopefully it goes well.
Like, I'm very familiar with the process and the difference between the meat of a study and what the interpreter puts as the abstract, and the filter that goes from a website like Popular Mechanics versus the New York Times.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a lot of things that people miss when they read research studies because they don't know what the things mean. Like, people don't know what confidence intervals are or what errors are, like standard errors are. Like, they don't know that, what this means. And so they're like, oh, well, this number, but like this specific number they're citing is like the one number that didn't fall within the, 1 out of 20, right? It was like, oh, this is obviously fucked off. Like, this isn't, oh, okay, we were right. This wasn't just an error. It's like, this is a mixed result. We can't guarantee it, right? Like, people will cite it and run with it. That's like with the video we watched earlier. I have looked at some of those studies before. She didn't say them specifically, but I've Googled them and I found studies that were either those ones or similar to talk about them and just to learn the information, because I remember seeing that video and going, this is interesting. So let's see here. The implications that if you linger on images, okay. Along with disgruntled father like Rich, a handful of professors and practicing psychologists have been grumbling privately and publicly for years about the ABLE assessment. They've observed that almost every scientific article about the usefulness of the questionnaire and the test of visual reaction time has been written by ABLE or others who work directly with him. Although the scale is widely used in clinical and court cases, there is surprisingly little actual published research with this instrument, the University of Wisconsin psychology professor Robert Enright wrote in 2012. Voicing concern expressed to me by half a dozen other mental health professionals. Quote, there are just not enough studies to give me confidence that the scale has strong and enduring psychometric properties for use in predicting a particular person's sexual interest. That's concerning. Such skepticism, oh my God, has not stopped ABLE from expanding his business. He charges $2,500 for the software and license, and then $99 to score each individual test, though there are discounts. Oh my God, I need to make something like this.
There are discounts based on a number of convictions.
There's probably discounts based on volume, like kind of standard software stuff.
Yeah, of course.
He has developed versions of the test for use with men, women, adolescents, teens, and people with intellectual disabilities. I reviewed more than 40 court decisions, so you said it's not that many, over the last 2 decades and found a large range of uses for the assessment. It's especially popular in quarters of the criminal justice system where standards of scientific rigor are lower than they would be in a full-fledged criminal trial, from pretrial, probation, and parole hearings to civil commitment programs. That's that shit we were talking about earlier for sex offenders and divorce courts. So that standard of proof is a lot lower. So we can kind of introduce this bullshit stuff here. People accused of sex offenses have taken the assessment and used favorable scores to obtain therapy instead of a criminal conviction. Convicted sex offenders have found the conditions of their probations or parole, for example, how often they must check in with a probation officer, affected by whether the test found them to have a sexual interest in children. Judges have calculated the lengths of sentences partly on the test, and prosecutors have used it to guide the terms of plea deals. It is listed as a tool for the court-ordered sex offender treatment in the official standards of California, Illinois, Texas, and other states. More taxpayer-funded uses, from probation departments, Missouri, to juvenile facilities in Arizona, to adult corrections facilities in Minnesota, Montana, New Hampshire, New Mexico, South Dakota, Virginia, and Wisconsin, are listed on ABLE's website. God, I've got like 7 tabs open now.
So this means they'll never discredit it.
Oh, no, it's been discredited like a motherfucker. We're getting there. That's the sweet part.
I'm just saying in the context of if they take it to a certain point, then people are going to get out of jail, or they're going to try to get out of jail.
I need to answer the phone real quick. I'm going to put myself on mute. So if you guys want to keep talking.
So, Phil. Phil.
He's eating dinner.
Oh, it's just on mute.
We're overdue for a live stream, Phil.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Yes, we didn't do one. We did one at like June 1st. It's been over a month.
Christ. Time's
and
flying.
we didn't do one for Independence Day.
Oh, dear.
So, are you going on vacation anytime soon?
Vacation? How do you spell that?
That's what I thought. Yeah, we'll follow up. Like, I'm on vacation right now, sort of. I'm back home with family right now because of a couple of deaths in the family recently. So, I can't do anything right now. But once I'm back in Calgary, I'll hit you up, and Drex, and we'll figure out a day. What we should just do, like a pool party. Can you put Penance in a bikini?
I'm sure I could organize that.
We'll see how much. Maybe we'll set a goal. If we get like 1,000 in super chats, Drexel will take his shirt off. And then if we get 2,000 super chats, I'll put my shirt back on.
So which one comes first, though? I mean, if Drexel just takes his shirt off, does that result in more super chats from the ladies?
Find us an OnlyFans. The Big Town OnlyFans account. Fucking people would pay for it. I know they would.
So, what size demographic of the viewership is female?
Like 1.3%.
Oh, right. So it's pretty much the same for most of the MGTOW crowd then. Oh,
man. So I happened to be watching an episode of Criminal Minds on TV last night, and they had like an episode dedicated to like an incel, like an Elliot Rodger fan. And then they started talking about the manosphere. And I was like, wait a second. Those aren't the same thing. We reject the incels.
Yeah. Now, speaking of this, when I suppose hear from, my circle of the manosphere, and I talk to a lot of these guys, and when we use the term black-pilled, we generally tend to mean just somebody with a very nihilistic sort of nature. But apparently the black pill's been taken over by like inceldom or something like that. Do you know anything more on
that? I don't know. See, everyone just... this show made the exact same mistake. They just label everyone as incels. The word is so overused that it has no meaning. So the show was about a guy who was throwing acid in the faces of like young couples saying that they are committing what is it? They're committing sin and that he was going to purge the earth of them. They really didn't get too deep into kind of like he wrote a manifesto like Elliot Rodgers style, and they kept bringing up Elliot Rodgers' name in the show, but it sounded like really lazy writing. It's just like, we're just gonna broadly paint with this brush everyone, and we're gonna on purposely mix up two of these groups and just kind of put them together as one. So I think part of what's driving that is the fact that no one actually knows. No one wants to believe that the manosphere has any valid criticisms of feminism, right? Because in order to somehow, in the left's weird mental gymnastics, in order to say you have one good point, you are wholeheartedly endorsing the ideology.
Right.
So if you don't have the emotional maturity to say, okay, think all the worst, like Stalin, okay, so he had one, find an example of one thing Stalin was correct about, right? Or Mao, or the obvious one, right? We know who he is. But if you cannot critically analyze someone's publishings and say, no, he was totally correct on that one point. Like, sure, the guy's scumbag, killed a lot of people, and we hate him for that, and he deserved to die, but also, he was right about that one thing. We, as a society, do not have that emotional maturity level anymore.
Yeah, there is that. I often had thought that, like, I might end up be the right type of person to be, like, being, here I use that word again, thrust towards, like, the media. Because I would say, like, I'm reasonably well presented, reasonably articulate, and I've got some qualifications under my belt as well, so I can be taken as credible. And I don't hate on women, like like if media types want to ask, well, like, what is MGTOW and stuff like that. But still seems to be a lot of guys with a lot of hate in their hearts that I question whether they're actually MGTOW when they're still hating on the women.
Yeah, because that's the thing is, going your own way means not hate, not love, just indifference.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, do your thing. Do your thing. Go, go divorce, rape everyone in family court, but you're not going to get me.
Yeah, I've mentioned to generally younger men as well that you'll find that your platonic relationships with the women in your life will actually get a bit better. Because there's no sort of like sex thing getting in the way all the time.
Yeah.
But at least that's the way I find it anyway. But like I'm like truly tapped out. I just don't really care about any of it. I see all these stories like on YouTube and stuff where like people are banging on about, oh, women doing this, women that, feminism this, feminism that. It can do what it wants as far as I'm concerned. Just don't care. And it's my stress level's gone through the floor since doing that. So I think I've managed to like claw a few extra years of life out of my system just by lowering stress levels.
Okay. But Ken, are you back yet?
I am for the moment. So my wife has been having we're dealing with some of the trying to get storm. We thought there was some issues with road closures due to the preps for the storm coming up or whatever. So she was having issues finding the GPS home. It was telling her to go like an hour extra like direction on the way home. And so
this able test is so fucking scummy. It's pissing me off a lot.
So did you read outside of it, or did you like?
Well, I couldn't scroll, but yeah,
let's see. So let me go ahead and burn through this because my wife's going to be home in about half an hour, and I do have a few things to take care of before she does get home. So I might have to also mute again to answer the phone. So let me go ahead and burn through this, and then I'll go ahead and cut you guys loose for the day. Thank you for showing up either way.
Yeah, no problem. It's a shame we couldn't get to the self-diagnosis stuff.
I know. depending on my schedule this
I
week.
swear
If
that
not,
you
I'll
like
try-
intentionally delayed because you didn't want to do it.
I am blue balling the fuck out of you on this one. So some psychologists argue that since the test has not been rigorously validated, it should not be used at all. I agree. Others, including Abel himself, say the test should be used as a part of larger, more comprehensive evaluations of people convicted of sex offenses, and in some cases merely accused of them. Oh my God, no. I can get this, like the part of the larger, more comprehensive. That makes sense. But
Yeah,
you
but
shouldn't just...
isn't that what they always say? Like, aren't you just trained to automatically say, well, therapy alone isn't the answer. It has to be a part of a comprehensive health package.
Well, I tell people, meds and therapy can work. It depends on what your needs are. Everyone's different. I don't try to sell everyone extra shit. Like, if you get the shit that you need from me, that's fine. If you need extra shit, you can get extra shit.
You alone can never satisfy me.
I know. That's why we spend so much on whores. The stakes are high. A poorly designed test coupled with overzealous clinicians and trusting judges would be a recipe for railroading innocent people into being judged as high-risk pedophiles. This certainly worries Rich. Me too. At the same time,
Hashtag.
if the test, hashtag me too. If the test can be easily beaten by actual pedophiles who study how to control the length of time they linger on each image, then it could put children at risk. See, there's issues with the test already, and there's nothing revealed. So
yeah, but you said that. Now, I already said that, and you contradicted it. But now this article is repeating that same thing. I have a problem with this article now.
I believe that there would be ways to prevent deception or to minimize deception. You still can't prevent it.
Yeah.
People will try to
you
cheat
can't.
the test.
And you will, like, it goes both ways. You can't completely prevent deception, and your anti-deceptive measures will catch someone who just had natural variation.
So here's the thing. It's not that I have I could get not releasing the details to the public, but not letting any third-party independent academic peer review, that's the problem. Right? That's
is he scared of, like, they'll steal the test and now he can't make his millions?
He's worried that people will try to, I guess, either steal it or that people will leak the
Discredit it.
details of the test or whatever.
Yeah.
Because you're going to publish in a journal. So, I mean, to get
like,
peer reviewed.
that is a legitimate concern. I mean,
but that's every psychological assessment. No, I don't see many that go through this like level of fucking distrust of the peer review process. As much concern as there may be for the process itself, you still need to be able to let people review your work and not just let your lackeys do the approval and other papers.
Yeah,
that
we investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong.
That's literally that. That's literally what this is. Another issue is that not everyone who has a sexual attraction to children acts on it. We just spent 4 hours on that. There are online support groups for people. Yeah, there are online support groups for people who pride themselves on restraining their sexual attraction to children. One is called Virtuous Pedophiles and has a manifesto which reads, "We do not choose to be attracted to children, and we cannot make that attraction go away." I've seen this website before. I've heard of it. They seem to be doing I think a sort of decent job on it. I don't know for certain. It's been a while.
If they all killed themselves, it makes the whole conversation moot.
No, it doesn't.
Because for the safety of kids, you're making a noble sacrifice. I would literally award a Purple Heart to every single person with this disorder who chose to off themselves.
I'm about to make a real quick argument to disprove you, right? If all 60 million people on the planet who have sexual attraction towards children kill themselves today and just end their lives, you cause more harm than you can calculate. Instead, if you just left them here. You would cause immeasurable
they don't all have to do it at the
of
same
harm.
time.
Doesn't matter. If you got rid of them at all, you would cause immeasurable amounts of harm worldwide. Even if you did it in just the U.S., you would still cause worldwide harm.
Well, also, not all of them would do it. Like, not all of them would do it, though.
Well, I figured you made it sound like that they're being forced to effectively kill themselves. Like,
No.
But
I mean, hashtag no pressure, but I would give every family a Purple Heart if you made that sacrifice. We can make that arrangement.
So let's see. Some researchers believe that these groups can actually help prevent sex crimes. The University of Toronto psychiatrist James Cantor, I've heard of his name before. I've seen.
Yeah, U of T turns out because Peterson's from U of T as well.
One of the things I think I remember him doing was research on. He was doing research on people who were identifying as minor attracted on the darknet to get actual people who were willing to like provide information. Like they had people they had research assistants reaching out on like Tor and stuff on the different forms to say, hey, we would like for you to take this assessment. It's anonymous. We just would like your honest answers kind of shit. I think he did.
I know exactly how that went. Get out of here,
Well, no.
FBI glowy.
I think because it went straight to like, it pointed to their websites and stuff for the research. You can't necessarily do that because you have to provide informed consent. So you couldn't like make it a thing without like needing a national, like there would be a thing. Like you can't just do that.
Is there literally just a place that people just hang out?
There are multiple forums on the dark web. There are multiple websites on the dark web that cater to both that community with just support forums on the dark web. So people just trying to keep their identities protected so they don't want to get tracked down. So because Tor is very good at protecting your identity.
Like, they're going to say like, oh, here, click this link and do our survey anonymously, but you don't know that.
I'm sure people were suspect as shit, but people, I'm sure, completed it. I think they posted the research results a while back. I think I remember seeing this a while back.
Huge risk.
Well, it's Tor though. So Tor, if you do it through Tor, if you stay with it, you disable JavaScript, they had it set up to where you wouldn't need to do anything that would potentially put your browser at risk. Then, because they knew if I remember correctly, they knew what was going to happen if they put that shit out there on Tor, on the Onion sites. And people are going to be like, well, if there's JavaScript, don't do it. If it's this, don't do it. Because that's just general Tor advice anyway. And so people, are going to be suspect, but they were wanting to get legitimate responses on the topic. So hopefully.
Well, now I feel bad about ordering that anthrax.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Abel himself is found, or Slacy, University of Toronto psychiatrist James Kinter calls such pressure relief valve or potential pressure valve. Abel himself has found that it is quite normal for adult heterosexual men to be attracted to adolescents. That's kind of normal-ish. Because think about, puberty, it's meant to be when you're supposed to reproduce. If we go back in time when we used to reproduce, we used to be younger. So it makes sense, right? Sort of, not necessarily agreeing with them. In light of these discoveries, the idea of making decisions
You're not off the hook there, Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah. The idea of making decisions about people based on their thoughts rather than actions proven in an adversarial court system gives many psychologists and lawyers pause. As judges in nations' courts of appeals have taken or have asked to vet the assessment's credibility, they have come to widely varied conclusions. Since the year 2000, they have condoned usage of the ABLE assessment in at least 30 instances and have challenged its credibility roughly a third as often. Though infrequent, some of these challenges have been scathing. Here's what I was talking about. In 2002, Texas appellate judge Brian Quinn overthrew a jury's decision to terminate parental rights of a father after hearing they had scored on the ABLE assessment as having a deviant sexual interest that would make him a risk to his children. Quinn wrote that since ABLE scoring methods are not public, they, quote, could be mathematically based, founded upon indisputable empirical research, or simply the magic of young Harry Potter's mixing potions at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Beautiful fucking. Man, that was in
a judge fucking wrote that in a decision?
Appeals court decision in Texas.
Man, I look forward to Vic's appeal then.
Yeah, this was in 2002. But the cultural image of the pedophile who lurks near parks and schools looking for victims dates back to at least 1950, after a national news story inspired the actor John Wayne to fund a short education film called The Dangerous Stranger. The film's director, Sid Davis, later faced criticisms for a film called Boys Beware. God damn it. Which used the term homosexual as a synonym for child molester. Oh my God. I forgot about this part. The stereotype of the dangerous stranger persisted.
Well, that's what Milo was talking about. When Milo Yiannopoulos got himself canceled, that's what he was talking about, was the prevalence of going for the younger blood in the gay community.
Well, you're also talking about a 1950s and 60s and 70s understanding of homosexuality. The evolution of the understanding of homosexuality is amazing to research. Like watching how it developed, like transgender stuff, like watching how it went from its initial inception to now is incredible.
But the problem is that you can't actually ask, do homosexuals have a higher rate of molestation, either as a victim or as the perpetrator? You can't even ask the question because apparently the question is homophobic.
I'm sure there's research pointing to it. I'm sure it's been done. It's just whether people
I'm sure that any research done would have been canceled because it's not politically correct.
So the stereotypes of the dangerous stranger persisted through the 80s and 90s when a series of high-profile kidnappings, rapes, and murders of children led state legislatures to create sex offender registries, even keeping some offenders in specialized lockdown group homes after their sentences have been completed. That's that civil shit I was mentioning.
Colony.
That's horrible. Still, the psychological conditions that would cause someone to commit and repeat these crimes remained understudied. Oh, well, that's fucking great. This
The
also was
research is
during
on
the
4chan.
the satanic panic also happened between the 80s and 90s too.
Yeah, that was
where,
when
like,
Dungeons and Dragons came out.
The
That was-
satanic ritual abuse shit where people were going to therapists and therapists were kind of accidentally or purposefully planting the idea that people were sexually abused for like satanic cult rituals. It was a thing. Well, it was a big
Well,
deal.
isn't that
It's
what
actually
Hollywood
fun.
does today?
It's a fun thing to read up on. I don't remember. I'm going to probably do a stream on that because it's an interesting. I try to alternate my streams between depressing and sad and fun and entertaining. Like yesterday's was fun.
I don't know why because yesterday was not fun. That was a fun topic. I don't know why you didn't go back to the self-diagnosis.
Back off. Between a panicky public and a lack of good scientific data, Abel rose to the top of the field. From 1994 to 2001, he oversaw a team that conducted one of the largest studies of sex offenders to date. Using Abel's questionnaire, clinicians in 41 states interviewed almost 4,000 men who admitted to molesting children under age 14. Nearly 70% said they had molested a child in their family, and only 10% described their victims as strangers. Most people don't understand this, and that's why the whole stranger danger thing is bullshit. In the Stop Child Molestation book published in 2001, Abel suggested... Oh, God damn it. Let me...
Oh, look at all those browser tabs. What's that hot granny MILF porn? GILF porn on the...
Don't ask. Don't ask.
Don't tell?
That's for later.
By the way, there's... Oh, I thought I saw a Facebook tab for a second. It's like someone's name.
No, everything on this is this should be just shit related to this that I've opened up. So since the book was published in 2001, Abel suggested the emphasis on knowing if convicted child molesters live in the neighborhood. The reasoning behind public sex offender registries probably provides less protection for children than was once believed. So even Abel says that in 2001.
Yes, I never argued that it did. Well, I argued that the perception keeps people from fucking death squad.
The perception causes more abuse. Many of the individuals in Abel's study said they fantasized sexually about children from an early age, and Abel found that while not all child molesters had a diagnosable disorder, teenagers and adults who met the diagnostic criteria for pedophilia, which is recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors involving sexual activity with a prepubescent child or children, committed 95% of child sex crimes. He described child molestation as a public health problem. Let's see here. Around the same time he began his sex offender study, Abel started researching visual reaction time as an alternative to the penile plethysmograph, a test that was becoming increasingly controversial. In 1993, New York television reporters found that the instrument they called the device with the funny sounding name was being used on teenagers who had inappropriately touched a sibling, in tandem with dubious therapies that aimed to change their thoughts, not just their behaviors. For instance, smelling ammonia while looking at deviant sexual images in order to give their brains negative associations. That's horrible. The punk rock singer, I think that's the thing you were talking about. The punk rock singer Jello Biafra commented this dark underground of sex offender treatment in 2004 song, that thing with the funny name, singing with our little electronic ring, clamped around your little thing, flashy pictures, Clockwork Orange style. I kind of want to look up that song now. Oh, it's on YouTube. There's a YouTube link. Though it's still employed for some sex offenders, it was recently included in the probation guidelines for a former NFL star, Darren Sharper. This was in 2015 article. After his plea deal for multiple violent rapes, the thing with the funny name test had declined its popularity because it's so invasive and can require that the patient look at actual child pornography in order to study arousal, which creates myriad ethical and legal issues. No shit. Abel's less invasive approach was based in part on a 1942 study in which psychologist Sal Rosenleig asked patients to look at cards depicting sexual situations and measure how long they spent on each. Abel initially used carousel slide projectors, and though the test is not computerized, it still has 160 images, mimicking 2 carousels with 80 slides each. Over the past 2 decades, Abel has become a leading tool within a larger field called risk assessment. In the 70s, corrections officials and doctors have been relying on questionnaires and other psychological evaluations to help them determine often based on actuarial data, how likely someone is to reoffend. I've seen some of these risk assessment things that courts and shit use for this. I don't like some of them. The initial goal was to allocate resources more effective or efficiently, focusing both on treatment and security on those who needed it most. But parole and probation departments also began using these tools to help determine whether an offender could be released safely back into the community.
I don't think people can. I don't think a lot of people realize how much of our criminal justice system, when it comes to evaluating risk, is based on like a pop quiz your middle school teacher created to study, to test you on your times tables with like 3 typos in the title.
So let's see. The ABLE assessment has also slid backwards to the system in the courtroom trials. In 2005, an elementary school teacher in Louisiana named Timothy Brannon was accused of molesting multiple female students. At his trial, a psychologist named Maureen Brennan cited ABLE assessment score, testifying, according to court documents, that there was, quote, an 81% chance that he acted out sexually with children and that he should be expected to falsely deny that fact. Holy shit. Well, our shit says that he definitely did it and that he's going to say he didn't. That's what that says. That's literally what that says. Oh my God. Like, so trust us. Trust us. On appeal, Brandon argued that such a claim was scientifically invalid, but the Court of Appeals upheld the conviction. God damn it. Since there is such a wide range of cases, there are differing opinions among clinicians, researchers, and courts about how to best use a test, how much weight to give the results, and what constitutes a misuse of the ABLE assessment. Quote, no test or score can determine the guilt or innocence of your client for the behaviors of which he is accused, states a 2005 pamphlet advertised in the assessment. Yet the pamphlet also says that test takers who deny accusations of having molested a child should have their scores measured against the scores of, quote, child sexual abusers who attempt to conceal, unquote, suggesting that the percentage can be used to determine the likelihood that someone is lying. So basically, if you're denying it, that they're going to measure your score against actual child sexual abusers who have attempted to conceal to see if your test results might need to be bumped up a bit or if it shows you're trying to be deceptive. So they basically say the same thing as the bitch above said, is that, oh, our score says that you are a child abuser and you're going to say no. That's bullshit to me. Suggesting that the percentage can be used to determine the likelihood someone's lying. Brett White, the CEO of ABLE Screening, told me that the test can determine how likely someone is to have lied about ever having molested a child, but cannot target specific accusations. Oh, well, that's great. This, he said, would be a misuse. ABLE argues that it is not his responsibility to regulate how the test is used. It should be up to courts and mental health professionals, licensing boards that oversee clinicians in each state. If they use it inappropriately, I don't go to their state and say, what are you doing? ABLE said. That's up to the criminal justice system lawyers on both sides. Yes, but you're not allowing people to accurately assess your own assessment. Let people review it. That's all people are asking. Right? So he compared the assessment to an EKG. If you have chest pain, he said, you go to the doctor, and the EKG would just be one test you'd be given. You would not rely on it exclusively to make a diagnosis. Only a doctor could do that, using the results as one of many considerations. Likewise, an educated and licensed clinician should look at the ABLE assessment results as part of a holistic evaluation that includes other tests, along with the knowledge that the patient's sexual history and perhaps interviews with the patient's family. ABLE does not dictate how to interpret the results, though he does offer advice should clinicians request it. Part of the reason the assessment cannot be relied on too heavily, ABLE said, is that there's no way to avoid false negatives and false positives, a common issue with most psychological tests, given the complexity of the human brain. True. 9% of men who have not sexually abused a child show up falsely as having done so. 9%. So 170,000. What's 9% of 170,000? Let's calculate this bitch real quick, because I need to know. Obviously, that's assuming that all of those were, so times. So 15,000, assuming that all 170,000 were like, oh, you did do that, right? Which I would think they're giving people this because they think that they're doing it and they're going to likely score on it. So you could probably say half. So you're still talking about maybe 10,000 people who've been truly, falsely not abused a child being labeled as so. That's, again, rough numbers. I don't know much of the details. I'm just running numbers, right? Such caveats are cold comfort to men who maintain their innocence. Richard, who, like Rich in North Carolina, asked me not to use his last name, was accused of molestation by his 5-year-old stepdaughter in May 2013. According to court documents, she claimed that he came into her room late at night and, quote, touched the area where she goes pee and quote, put things in her anus. unquote. Though Richard admits that he did things that he could be called abusive, he once threw a cup of ice at the girl, he denies these sexual accusations. He's never been charged. The police stopped investigating since there's been no evidence to support the accusations, and the stepdaughter statements have been inconsistent. Therapists have interviewed her have made competing determinations. So they're kind of inconsistent, or they're getting different answers. The couple has a son together, now about a year old, and Richard wants partial custody. Divorce began before the boy's birth, so Richard had never met him. Let's see. This past January, family court judges overseeing Richard's divorce looked at reams of clinical evaluations and police reports and remained uncertain as to whether he would pose a sexual threat to his son. Relying on the opinion of Jane Ward, a psychologist in Portland, Oregon, the judge decided that Richard should not have contact with his son until he has undergone a full, quote, psychosexual evaluation to determine whether he has, quote, pedophilic tendencies, end quote. That evaluation, Ward wrote, should include a thing with a funny name or an able assessment, and then he should, quote, not have any supervised time with any minor children, including his biological child. So until he does that, he should not have any supervised visitation time with any minor children, including his biological child. So even with someone who's like me or another person who's like literally there to watch you to not do that shit in the room, because you're like in a room or together where I'm like hovering over you sort of, you're not even allowed to do that. You can't even have supervised visitation, according to this judge. That's
all right.
bullshit.
Well, Ken, I got to get rolling.
That's fine. I'm trying to burn through this real quick, and I got to go.
Yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, I can't stay any longer. But
oh shit!
Don't leave me.
Let's see. So I gotta try and.
Yeah, I'll try not to
really
leave you alone in the room with Ken. He should be supervised at all times.
Keep your hands above the table, Ken. So I'm gonna try and burn through this, and I gotta get going, guys. I'm so sorry. Just time ran out on me. I thought my wife's gonna be a little bit longer getting home. So Richard is torn about whether to take the assessment, since the wrong result could lead to a renewed push for police to charge him with a serious crime. That's a big deal too. His criminal defense lawyers have urged him to stay away. But Richard said, quote, "My family court attorney said I should take the test to prove my innocence." That there is the whole problem. While weighing access to his son against the potential for failure on the ABLE assessment, Richard found the website for innocent dads. After reading about the test, he decided not to take it, or the thing with the funny name, even at the risk of never meeting his son. His case is currently at a standstill. So this was in 2015. When I ran Richard's concerns by Ward, the psychologist who ordered the evaluation, she echoed what she'd written in her original affidavit. Tests like the ABLE assessment should never be used as a, quote, sole measure of deviance, but only in combination with numerous other evaluations, family interviews, and court documents. Quote, psychological assessments, psychosexual assessments, and risk assessments are not exact science and never will be, because people's behavior isn't always predictable, she told me. I am sure that there are times when I err on both sides, not protecting the child enough and not protecting the alleged perpetrator enough. It's not easy work. When I started learning about the ABLE assessment, I asked ABLE and several clinicians whether I could take the test myself. I wanted to describe the experience of clicking through pictures, and while I consider myself part of the majority of people who have never felt a sexual interest in children, I wanted to see if the test might say something about me if I did not feel to be true, and as if Rich, or presumably other men, ABLE would not condone this, and clinicians following their licensing agreement with him would not show me the questions in the questionnaire or the pictures used to measure the visual reaction time. So even a journalist trying to do this for a news article couldn't do it. Like, they wouldn't even show him. Though ABLE frequently discussed the history of the test, he was very protective of the specific details, arguing if too much information gets out to the public, real child molesters can figure out how to beat the test. You've already said before that years ago that they would still do that. Clinicians are divided whether that's possible and whether molesters already are beating it. Karen Franklin, a forensic psychologist in California, told me she found an online forum which predatory and unapologetic sex offenders traded notes on how to fool the test of visual reaction time, though the link she found has since gone dead. You'll laugh when you find out just how easily the test can be beaten, someone wrote, according to Franklin's blog. The entire thing rides on the theory that no one will know what it's really testing. I work with people who lie and people who are trying to conceal what they've been involved with, ABLE said. I'm aware that others try to find how we score things, and I'm aware that individuals on the internet report exactly how it works, but he maintained those sites are often riddled with errors. ABLE also contends with anonymous ad hominem attacks online. One of his colleagues, Whitney Gabriel, said she cringes when she sees pages like ABLE's Wikipedia entry, which refers to him as a controversial clinician. Oh, I wonder why. She has tried to get the entry taken down, but a Wikipedia editor refused, and any of the claims seemed sufficiently sourced. It cites a clinical handbook that briefly summarizes some conflicting opinions on the test's usefulness. That's a good enough actual citation for Wikipedia. They actually did something right. When I asked Abel if the test secretly measures how long the taker looks at certain images relative to others, he said yes. But then he reversed roles, asking me questions in order to demonstrate just how successfully he has concealed the most crucial information about the assessment, which he believes is key to maintaining its integrity. He asked if I knew whether the test measures visual reaction time during the first or second time the taker clicks through the images. My understanding is that it's the first time, I said. So you don't know, he said. That's the first thing you don't know. I'm just using you as an example. There are 160 slides. Which slides do we use to measure? The guy doing the interview said, I have no idea. I've never seen the test. That's two. The third thing is, how do you tell when the measurement starts and finishes? So an image comes up. When do we start measuring the reaction time? Of course, I didn't know. All this not being known is a problem. You need to be able to fucking verify this shit as a professional. And other people need to be able to verify that the shit you're giving out is actually something that can be referenced on. So Abel is now in the midst of expanding his business with another proprietary testing tool, the Diana screen, which is marketed to non-clinicians with the purpose of preventing molestation. It's been tested in pilot projects with the Episcopal Church Pension Fund and the Boys and Girls Club of America. It's supposed to be able to help organizations determine whether a job applicant might pose a, quote, sexual risk to children. Abel's company markets it to churches, summer camps, schools, and foster care agencies, and it's already being used by juvenile detention and residential treatment centers. When applicants take the Diana screen, there are no pictures, only a lengthy questionnaire, so it's easier to administer than the Abel assessment. The responses are measured against the data pool, as well as information from professional literature and the FBI. Abel's company tells clients that they should not deny someone a job solely based on their failure of the screen, and that the results should, quote, be used as part of the organization's overall decision-making process. So, yeah, use it. The warning is not enough for some psychologists who are that people will be denied jobs based solely on the results of the screen, even when they may in fact pose no threat. Others worry the test will, as psychologist Anna Salter put it, give organizations a false sense of security. That's more likely what you're going to get. It's, oh, we tested everybody. They all passed. No, they didn't. Abel takes the flank in stride, he told me, because his goal is to stop the tragedy he feels society at large does not address with enough frankness. He views his life work as an effort to show Americans that they need to be more proactive about preventing child sexual abuse, noting just how wrong the prevalent stereotypes about strangers have tended to be. Quote, child molesters are your neighbors and people you know, he said as we sat in his office that afternoon. They're hiding in plain sight. Whatever flaws Abel's assessment, he argued, the results of not having such tools and failing to prevent the sexual abuse of children would be far worse. It's not a perfect test. Tell me there are no perfect tests. So that's the end of the article. I hate to run real quick, but I got to really get going. Thank you guys so much for showing up to the stream today. Everyone have a great day. I'm going to end the broadcast now. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.